So it's close? Yeah, it's just a big issue. So will that mean? And it just makes it harder, right? Yeah, I get it. There was some confusion there because I'm thinking,
It's always been.
Good afternoon, everyone. City Council meeting is scheduled to begin within a minute. So welcome, and audio will be live as soon as the meeting begins.
Those that are able, please rise and come to order.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of City Council to order and have you now please stand for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I would like to welcome now Dr. Peter Marshall, the pastor of Victory and Faith International Churches. Dr. Marshall was born and raised in the city of Hamilton and left in 1988 to attend Zion Bible College in Barrington, Rhode Island. It was there he met his wife, Tracy, to whom he's been married since 1990. Since its commencement, Victory International Church has grown in practically every way. This multicultural ministry is focused on meeting the needs of those in the Golden Horseshoe area with a strong local commitment to the ministry. It is also committed to helping those around the world with Africa and Central America with spiritual and physical needs. The ministry is working with pastors and ministers both nationally and abroad to increase the effectiveness of the gospel and see people's lives change. Though he is a very busy man, Dr. Marshall still finds time to give back to the community, sitting on various boards and associations. Dr. Marshall, would you please lead council in prayer?
Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to give you praise for everything that you have blessed us with. And we thank you for our city. We give you praise for giving us such a wonderful place to live. We pray your richest blessing upon our communities and upon the people of Hamilton. Father, today we ask you for wisdom tonight within this meeting, that you would guide every single one of our leaders. We also pray your blessing upon our mayor, upon the council, all those who give us safety, and all those who give us help each and every day. Once again, thank you for guiding this meeting. Give us knowledge and understanding to do things that are pleasing in your sight and that are beneficial for the people of Hamilton. To you be praised in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. Before proceeding with the business on today's agenda, I take this opportunity to acknowledge the sad passing of two of the City of Hamilton's employees. Douglas John Rouse passed away on Wednesday, March 12th at the age of 61. Doug commenced his paramedic career with the Halton Ambulance Service before starting with Superior Ambulance in Hamilton in 1980. And subsequently the Hamilton Paramedic Service. Doug leaves behind his wife Patricia, daughter Faith, and sons Ryan and Patrick. On Sunday, March 23rd, Valine Vaillancourt passed away suddenly at the age of 58. She was the most caring of people and spent her time helping others as a program manager of mental health and street outreach with Hamilton Public Health Services. Valine leaves her husband and best friend of 23 years, Jesse Height, and many family members and friends. On behalf of our council, I wish to extend our sincere condolences to the families of Doug and Valine, their extended families, friends, and colleagues during this official time of such great sadness. Both of these individuals served their communities selflessly, and their passing is a tragic loss. And thanks, of course, as always, to staff, to clerks, and for seeing that the flag was properly flown, as is our protocol at half-mast for our two lost employees. Now, we have the agenda with some added correspondence.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Added to tonight's agenda is 518, correspondence from Paul Mariutti expressing objection to the OPA and zoning bylaw amendment for 1354 Upper Sherman to be received. 519, there is several correspondence from area residents regarding the 257, 259, and 261 Millen Road in Stony Creek to be received. There's a correction to page 21 of the Planning Committee report, 14-004. Councillor Pearson should be noted as abstaining from voting as she declared an interest. Also adding one notice of motion, 8-2, Councillor Marula, regarding the inclusion of Ballard Public School in the Registry of Properties of Cultural, Heritage, Value, or Interest. And one added private and confidential matter, 10-3, regarding the acquisition of property in Ward 8.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Please go ahead.
Thanks. It may not be the appropriate time. I mistakenly voted for the amendment instead of the main motion on the question of requiring audited financial statements from the Festival of Friends. And I was told that I could change my vote or correct my vote at City Council. Is that tonight, or is that when the budget is brought forward? It, I believe, was a matter for the budget meeting last week.
So that's up to the clerk to
Mr. Mayor, the budget report is not on this evening's agenda. It will be at the April 9th council, the next council.
Final agenda?
So that motion will be part of that agenda, will it?
Mayor, I don't know exactly where that particular item is, but we'll discuss with Councillor Morrow where that item is and advise him appropriately.
Thank you very much.
Don't feel badly about that, Councillor. I made a mistake a couple of years ago myself, so never. So on the approval of the agenda, all in favor? And any declarations of interest? Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you. I will declare an interest on two items on the planning agenda. Item number 2 is with regards to rental housing. The committee to be formed, and as a landlord, I'll declare an conflict of interest. And on item 5, it's a development on Millen Road that I declared an interest in common as I own property within the vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. We have some ceremonial activities, and tonight I'm going to be speaking about Hamilton's contribution to the Canadian military, which, as you know, is second to none among Canadian municipalities in the provision of both personnel and equipment. During the Second World War, of course, Hamilton provided massive amounts of armor plate, anti-aircraft guns, cannon shells, radar, so many other war materiel. And as a matter of fact, today we still have some military production thanks to Felfab in Stony Creek, among others, which provides clothing and tents and other gear to the Canadian and American defense forces. An even prouder tradition is our provision of men and women in the service of their country through the regular armed forces, reserves, and peacekeeping operations. Later this year, Hamilton will participate in the honoring of Canadians who took part in operations in Afghanistan, which came to an end earlier this year. My office has been greatly assisted in the proper handling of military ceremony and acknowledgement by our Senior Advisor, Military Protocol and Heritage, the former commanding officer of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, Geordie Elms, himself a highly decorated Canadian war veteran. Tonight it gives me great pleasure to honor another Hamilton family whose members step forward to wear the uniform of the Canadian military in service not only to Canada, but indeed to the world. Because tonight I am presenting the City of Hamilton Overseas Service Peacekeepers Pin to a man you all know well, but hopefully not too well, Justice Tom Lofchick. Judge Lofchick, would you please come forward? For those in the gallery, I'll be presenting the pin to Judge Lofchick, and this is an enlarged version. The pin is a lapel-style pin, and this is the Korean one. It says City of Hamilton Overseas Service, and then we have pins for Korea, Afghanistan, Dieppe, Europe, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure and honor, Justice Lofchick, to present you with the Peacekeeper Blue City of Hamilton Overseas Service Peacekeeping Medal. Please accept that on behalf of our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the last time I saw this group, I was swearing them in as councillors. But
That's right.
I appreciate the honor of receiving this pin. I think Mr. Mayor of the City of Hamilton should be commended for having gone through the exercise of creating the pin to honor citizens of this city who have served their country. It's a rather unique thing, and I think those of us, speaking for myself, and I'm sure those who have received the pin before me, we appreciate the recognition, and for that I thank you. My son Bradley, I should say, because I served at a time when peacekeeping was still a relatively what shall I say, quiet kind of occupation in Sinai during the first peacekeeping mission that Canada was involved in, actually. In, it makes me feel old, 1967. There are others who have, I suppose, well, first of all, there was a time, I think, when peacekeeping wasn't recognized as it should have been, in my view, prior to, say, Kosovo. But after that, peacekeeping became a much more dangerous occupation. And so that I think it's come more to the fore, and it should be recognized, and I thank the city for doing that. My son Bradley served a tour, Sergeant Bradley Lafchik served a tour in Afghanistan as a member of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, as commander of an armored vehicle with 6 of his colleagues. On that tour, there were 22 people from Hamilton that went and served, and thank goodness they all came back safe and unharmed. But I have to comment that they were relieved by the Royal 22nd Regiment, and very shortly after they came back, the Royal 22nd suffered a number of fatal casualties. So it just goes to show that the danger that they were exposed to when they were over there. So I think, again, let me thank you for the pin, and thank you.
And please make sure that Sergeant Lofchik receives his pin
I will.
On our behalf.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This evening, and thank you so much once again, Justice Lofchik. This evening I have the pleasure of presenting the 2013 Smart Commute Regional Employer of the Year Award. And that goes to Mohawk College. Every year, Smart Commute recognizes those workplaces across the GTHA that have shown excellence and innovation in sustainable transportation. This year, Mohawk received the top prize for its commitment to reducing the number of people driving to its campuses and helping staff and students make smarter commuting choices. Mohawk was selected from over 300 Smart Commute workplaces across the GTHA. Smart Commute is a program of Metrolinx in the municipalities in the GTHA, whose goal is to ease gridlock, improve air quality, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions while making commuting less expensive and more enjoyable, helping support the objectives of Metrolinx Regional Transportation Plan, The Big Move. To date, more than 250 employers with 600,000 employees have signed on to the program, designated as Smart Commute Workplaces. So I'll ask Alan Griffiths from Mohawk College and Peter Topolovic, the Project Manager, Transportation Demand Management for the City Public Works Department, to join me at the podium. Alan and Peter. And Peter, may I present this to you and have you address council?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to get the presentation. It goes without saying that our success is tied closely to the work of Peter and his department within the Public Works Division of the City of Hamilton. That, and if you look at our previous leader under Rob McIsaac at Mohawk, we were committed to our Smart Commute program. If you look at Mohawk, we're a college that's on the rise. We are growing. And one of the things that we need to focus on is controlling our parking demand management measures. For us to continue to grow the way that we are, we have to find as many ways as possible to get our students and staff onto alternative transportation to avoid having to expand our parking facilities. We've seen some great success, and once again I do want to say thank you to Pete, his department, the city, and council itself.
And thank you for all you do. Thanks so much. And congratulations. Thank you, Peter. And now These Hands video is going to be presented to us at the request of Councillor Powers, and I'd ask Vicki Woodcox to come down to introduce the video. Vicki. Welcome. Thunderous applause.
Thank you. Members of Council and Mayor, after watching a resident's frustration over her difficulty in using her hands, a recreationist, Heather McDonald, brought a project called These Hands to Wentworth Lodge. The aim of the project was to create an activity that was meaningful and celebrate the accomplishments and the life moments of the residents. And the result was a compelling example of a person-centered service within our department, and which is reflected in the video. To coincide with Seniors Month, Heather asked each resident to think about moments in their lives when their hands played a really important role. And the memories varied from everyday to the exotic. Some were expected, some were surprising. But the good thing about it is it gave fresh insight to understanding those residents as individuals and understanding what they'd experienced over their lives. A photography student from Sheridan volunteered to take his time, and he captured the posters that they created with their hands and the stories that they had. To share that magic, it was then converted into a video crew. The families and the residents really appreciated this, and were very appreciative as well as the video that was shared with them after. And they would take it to special anniversary events or birthday events or even celebrations of their lives, because some of these individuals have subsequently passed away. We were really proud of our staff and the passion and commitment they have to our residents. So we went to Councillor Powers to tell our story. And it was interesting because he knew almost everybody who was in the video. And he felt it was important to share it with you. So I'm very pleased with that introduction to share you this video. Thank you.
From my garden, painted lovely scenes and characters, and clapped hands loudly for Donald at the end of his performances. These have been wonderful hands.
Believe in person-centered services, then you look at that whole person, and you treat or you serve that whole person. And you work with people in terms of meeting their needs, fulfilling their life dreams. As much as possible. It's not about serving us, it's about serving them.
Wentworth Lodge is a 160-bed long-term care home in Dundas, and it is owned and operated by the City of Hamilton.
We're always keeping our eyes out for good ideas, things that we think maybe somewhere down the road there might be a moment where this might be something that we can use. And I'm sitting in a program with a lovely lady named Mary. At one point she turned to me and she just said, these hands, she said, they just don't do what they used to do. And I went home that night and I sort of went through my mind, my filing cabinet in my head, and said, that program that I saw somewhere else, I think that this is a time where we can use it here.
What did you think about the whole These Hands project?
I thought it was just marvelous. Just a real big lift.
Why was that?
Well, there's something wonderful about it.
The best part for us was that we didn't know about it, and so it's their story, which I think was the best. We were extremely taken with this project, and I would think it would be just an unbelievable memento for every family to have of their parents. Would you like me to read it for you, Mom? Can I read it out loud? Okay. These hands created works of art, planted vegetable gardens, decorated wedding cakes, and fed hundreds of hens.
These hands clipped, permed, and beautified many people.
These hands have led men across the ocean. As much prayed.
These hands have milked cows, planted potatoes, and worked the farm. They have kneaded bread and baked peanut butter cookies.
These hands have traveled around the world and turned hundreds of pages of good mysteries. They have raised 4 precious children and worked hard as a social worker to help other children
the steel mills and played the bagpipes. And for 62 years they have raised a glass or two at the Legion. But not just one leader, moved around a few.
They have made batches of cookies, kept my house tidy, and held my babies.
We believe in people-centered services, and that people-centered goes for not just the people that we serve, but about the people that work in this department. That's been part of our philosophy since the early 2000s. 2001, we've been working on that our people come first. And I think when you make people your first priority, you believe in them, you support them, you get to know them, and then you work towards meeting their needs. The Hands video from our work at the Wentworth Lodge is an example of that. In order to do this work, you got to know people, you got to know who they are. And the Hands project, I think, brings that really well to life. Look at those hands, look at what they did, look at those people, look at their faces. And then we're able to provide great people, person-centered service.
Joanne, is there anything that you'd like to add to that? It was very self-contained and beautiful, but what a project.
Yeah. You know, the first time I saw that, I was emotional every time I watch it. And as I said to Vicki when, her and I spoke about it today, that's our people who serve the residents at Wentworth Lodge and McCassel Lodge. And every one of them worked to make that place the special place that it is. So I just am really proud of Vicki and her team at Wentworth Lodge. That's empowered staff. The recreationist thought of that herself. We just helped her put that together. And the young guy that videotaped that, Chris Howe, he did the Time to Smile video that we've seen before too. So he's another special young person. But it is, to me, all about the people, and I just wanted to put that into a great story for everybody. So thanks, Vicki, for bringing it forward tonight. I really appreciated seeing it again.
Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, I always will use this opportunity to put in a plug for members of council to never forget this is one of your 2 proudly owned municipal long-term care facilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jackson. Now, members of council, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the February 26th council meeting as presented. We have Councillor Johnson and Pearson to do that. All in favor? Thank you. Members of council, communications 5.1 through 5.19 inclusive. Taking them one by one, the request from the Canadian Association of Nurses in Oncology. The motion is recommendation to receive that. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pasuta, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Request from Lupus, Ontario for a proclamation. Lupus Awareness Month. Move to receive. Johnson, Ferguson, all in favor? Carried. Correspondence from Craig Ashbaugh, Chair of Lake Erie Region Source Protection Committee. Respecting source water protection policy implementation. The recommendation is that we receive that. Johnson, Partridge, okay. All in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from Tadeusz Wieczławik, the Fire Marshal of Ontario and Chief of Emergency Management, respecting Municipal Emergency Management Programs Review. Recommendation to receive that. Councillor Johnson? I'm sorry, Councillor Pearson. I know. Sorry about that. Well, I have crossed eyes now, so it's... all in favor? Thank you. Who said that? Okay. AMO Communication calls for rethink on Bill 69, the Prompt Payment Act. Recommendation we receive that. Councillor Jackson, Councillor... anybody? Seconded? And you would be...
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I also want to put a comment in and thank Councillor Powers, who is our president AMO, and has really been putting forward good information and working diligently on this, making sure that we have proper process that doesn't penalize or cause us to be in a problem with payments. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Clark.
I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that Councillor Powers would be here, but he's at a conference right now and struggling to get back here, so I'm not sure if he'll make it before the end of the meeting, but he's there serving us once again.
Thank you for that. And on the motion, all in favor? Thank you. News release and background from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting the government's decision to help municipalities affected by the December 2013 snowstorm. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, through you to General Manager Mike Zegaric. Mike, this wonderful announcement we heard last month at City Council about the province coming through, and Hamilton will be hopefully eligible to some degree for ice storm costs and assistance. Any further information, Mike, through you, Mr. Mayor, to General Manager Zegaric?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff have reached out to Ministry of Municipal Affairs earlier this week in terms of an update as it relates to the program, in terms of details of the program. Those details haven't been released to date, and so we will continue to follow up with ministry staff.
That'd be great, Mike. And of course, we've just heard recently that there's a new minister. They'll be in charge now of municipal affairs and housing. So maybe the timing of that hopefully will help expedite things. I'm not sure, but it's nice to know that we're going to be eligible, Mr. Mayor, to cover some of the costs from the ice storm in our city. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The purpose, of course, of the meeting, Councillor, was that all of the affected municipalities be given equal consideration and treatment. Thank you. Correspondence from, did we move that? Okay. Jackson, Whitehead, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Correspondence from Keith Murch, Assistant CAO, Secretary Treasurer, Grand River Conservation Authority, respecting general levy. Recommendation to receive that. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, all in favor? Moving along to correspondence from Randy Pettipies, MPP Perth Wellington. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a thank you letter. Obviously, it was a private member's bill by Mr. Pettipies. It was a resolution that went across municipalities. It's dealing with the liability issues, Liability Act. You know that we've had some issues, and we've moved our own resolution that was fairly consistent. I understand it's received all-party support. We're still waiting to see what action the government takes, and I certainly want to recognize that we've done our part. Now it's up to the province. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And seconded by Councillor Duvall. All in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from the City of Toronto regarding initiatives to strengthen food and beverage sector. I need a motion on that. Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Partridge, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from the Honourable James Moore, Minister of Industry, in response to City Council's invitation to attend the meeting of the SEAL Committee. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And as you know, we had received a previous piece of correspondence, I think, from the Prime Minister speaking to this issue. This is the future of U.S. Steel and concerns we have over the 9,000 pensioners that may potentially be affected by any changes that occur at U.S. Steel. And under the leadership of Councillor Duvall chairing the Steel Committee, Mr. Mayor, you're on the committee, as is Councillor Whitehead and Marula and myself. We are following this issue closely. I just wanted to begin by thanking the Honourable Minister James Moore for the letter. It's certainly a lot more extensive than the previous letter we received from the government, expressing some concerns, sharing some of our concerns. So I appreciate that. The difficult part, Mr. Mayor, as you know, is that the members of the government, the members of Parliament, the MPs from the Conservative government chose not to attend our last Steel Committee meeting, although members from the opposition, NDP, the MPPs, or the MPs rather, and MPPs for that matter, were in attendance at that meeting. So I think that was an unfortunate choice that they made, and I suspect it's not the choice of the local MPs, but the choice of the Prime Minister and the caucus, the position of the government not to get involved in this issue. I think they need to know that we're not going to give up on this issue. We're going to continue to correspond with them, to attempt to meet with them in Ottawa, and to raise the profile of this issue. It would appear that the federal government has signed a secret agreement. And I say secret, that sounds like conspiracy related, but secret in the sense that a freedom of information request that went out from the steelworkers to the federal government came back fully redacted, black all the way through all the documents, except for maybe one paragraph that said hello or something like that. And just really not the way to treat Hamiltonians, and the steelworkers have worked so many decades, very, very hard in their jobs here in Hamilton, and have the right to have their pension secured and to be paid out in full by U.S. Steel, former Stelco. So you got to know that we're going to stay very focused on this issue through Councillor Duval's leadership. And I thank the Minister for his correspondence, but we'll be following up on this in great detail. Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Did I have Councillor Whitehead or Councillor Duval?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And it's very interesting that, and I appreciate Minister Moore sending this back to us. And I'm going to be asking that this be forwarded to the Steel Caucus Committee to be dealt with the subcommittee.
All right, we'll accept that. And any other
Seconded by
speakers?
Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Whitehead.
Well, I'll be seconding that motion, so maybe we should dispose of that first, is to forward this correspondence from the Minister to the Steel Committee.
Yeah.
So you can call the question on that.
All right, all in favor?
Carried.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I guess as I observe what's taking on, and certainly from my experience at the federal level and dealing with the tribunal, the trade tribunal at the federal level, we know that the federal government just did a deal that is a little different, a deal with Korea than other countries have in regards to a snapback agreement. It appears that the sector that is disadvantaged is well, in this case, they're suggesting the auto sector. And what's disadvantaged when it's the auto sector is obviously the steel industry. And just yesterday, there was a closure in Welland, or layoffs. And one of the things they say they can't compete with is the amount of steel pipe that's being dumped from Korea onto our shores. So clearly, the question needs to be asked of the federal government: what's their commitment to the steel industry? They haven't answered that question. My concern is there's trade-offs when it comes to the whole trade issue and all the different sectors, and I'm just wondering if the steel industry in this government's mind is on the bottom of the list and they have a lot of other priorities. So I hope we can get some clarification from the federal government on that.
Thank you. So that's moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from the Honourable Linda Jeffrey, Minister of Municipal Affairs, with regard to the funding under the Community Homeless Prevention Initiative. Recommendation that we receive that. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Correspondence again from the Honourable Ms. Jeffrey with regard to the Development Charges Act. The recommendation receive that. Councillor Johnson and Pearson, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting the zoning amendment for 2 Oceanic. The recommendation is to receive that. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pasuta, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Environmental registry posting respecting milkweed and dog strangling vine. 45-day comment period. The recommendation is that we refer this to the acting GM of planning for a report to the planning committee. Someone like to move that? Councillor Johnson?
Yes, I'd like to move that, and also a copy to the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee as well, please.
Would you second that, Councillor Ferguson? All in favor? Thank you. Go ahead. Mike, please.
Thank you. Milkweed is essential to the existence of the monarch butterfly. And does that figure at all in this discussion? And we are part of the huge swath of the Americas that the monarch uses for.
There will be a review with planning, and I'm sure they'll include that information.
Can I just make sure of that, please? Good. Yeah.
Mayor, I think that's exactly why the province of Ontario is removing milkweed from the Noxious Weeds Act at the provincial level. Yeah. And of course, we respond to the provincial legislation with our local bylaw, but I think they're very aware of the trouble that the monarch butterfly is in. Councillor Morrow is quite correct.
Yeah, so this will come back to us from staff. All in favor? Accessibility Directorate of Ontario, opportunity for public input. The recommendation is to be referred to the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities for appropriate action. Councillor Johnson will move that. Pearson will second it. All in favor? A lot of correspondence this evening. 516 AMO communication respecting legislature supports motion on municipal liability reform. More municipal action needed. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, through you to one of our deputy solicitors, Ron Zabo. Ron, would legal like to have a look at this and possibly report back, or if you have a comment right now, whether we should adopt or just receive this? Mr. Mayor, through you, please, to the deputy city solicitor, Ron Zabo.
I would recommend these options, that council support them, but I'm also available to craft a report for you just to explain what those models mean for municipal claims. And I could do that for April 2nd if you would like.
Mr. Mayor, I would prefer that. Just refer it back to a formal report then from the deputy solicitor. Give us a couple of weeks just so we can all understand what it's about, please.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins, would you like to second that? Thank you. All in favor? Resolution from the town of Aurora respecting introduction of municipal recall election legislation. Someone like to make a recommendation on that? Councillor Whitehead. Move? Move to endorse it? Do we have a seconder? Do we have any other recommendations? Received. Jackson, seconded. Collins, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from Paul Mariutti expressing objection to the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw for 1354 Upper Sherman. Someone move to receive. Ferguson, seconded. Pasuda, all in favor? Carried. And finally, 519, correspondence from the following respecting 2575961 Millen Road and Stony Creek, item 5 of the Planning Committee report.
I would just recommend that that 5198 to M be sent to Joe Muto. He is the planner of this file, because what decision we make today, it could impede whether or not that file is going to the OMB. So I think these are relevant to go into that file, please.
Would you like to second that, Councillor Pearson? Oh, you can't. You already said you wouldn't. Councillor Clark. All in favor? Councillor Partridge, may I have a motion, please, on the communications as amended?
Absolutely, you may. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robert Pasuda that Council Communications 5.1 through 5.19 be approved as amended.
All in favor? Turn the chair over now to the Deputy Mayor for the month of March, Councillor Judy Partridge.
Sure, I've got this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the General Issues Committee presents its 6th report for 2014 for information. Mr. Mayor, may I have a motion on the report, please?
It's moved by myself and seconded by Robert Pasuda that the 6th report of the General Issues Committee be received for information.
Thanks very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. The Public Works Committee presents its 3rd report for 2014 and respectfully recommends item number 1, carried. Item number 2, carried. 3. Councillor Duvall, please, on 3.
No, just on 2.
On 2, please. Go ahead.
I just want to thank staff for all the work that they did in gathering all the information and the chronology of events that happened to completely understand from here on going forward the people on Cyril Street and on Bowles Lane have so they completely understand that why the lane was bought and only restricted to people for Bowles Lane. So thank you to our staff for all the hard work.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Duval. Item number 3. 4. On 4, Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is the 2013 annual drinking water report for the City of Hamilton. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight the fantastic work of Dan McKinnon and Hamilton Water and his whole team in providing what I think is probably the best drinking water in the whole country here in the City of Hamilton. And the work that they do and the quick responses, I don't know if councillors have had the opportunity to interact with Dan as issues arise, but it's literally within minutes you receive the response, and we get to work with our constituents very quickly should there be any questions out there in the community. So we're really so very lucky to have Dan McKinnon, of course Dan Chauvin, the whole group in Public Works led by our General Manager Jerry Davis to provide such fantastic drinking water, and the report that we received at Public Works reinforced that. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCaddy. All in favor of 4, please. Carried. Carried. Item 5. Carried. 6. Carried. 7. On item 7. On item 8, Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Truck Route Subcommittee and certainly I hope passes here tonight with my colleagues. This is taking the secondary truck route designation off of Gar Street south of Rymel to, south of the link to Rymel. The major section is there's a church. It's the elevation, and there's a lot of residential area, and there's fairly significant elevation from the top of Garth down to Rymel. And the big concern is it's highly residential, a lot of seniors, and you're going to have heavy truck traffic through that particular area that just doesn't fit. So I want to highlight that because certainly from St. Elizabeth Village, many of the seniors living in the neighborhood, from the many community meetings I've had, from the townhouses that live adjacent to this particular section, it's pretty clear that it was a huge concern for many of them, and I want to thank them for all their input. And I want to thank my council in advance for supporting what's before us here today.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. On item 8, please. 9. 10. Hang on. On item 11, Councillor Marula. Councillor Morrill, please.
I've had a request from Ward 3 that Gage Park be included. I'm not sure if the zoning issue has been rectified. I see no reason why it is possible. Thank you. Provided does not compete with any existing food services in the park where the organizations hosting events are dependent on them for revenue, or that it does not compete with the work of the Friends of Gage Park, who also count on some revenue from that for their very fine activities. So if I could put that in motion with those provisions, and also
Absolutely.
now that I've been assured that it doesn't offend the zoning.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Morrill. So that's moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Marula. All right, and all in... On the main motion? Hang on. So that is an amendment. All right, so on the amendment, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, and I'm all in support of the amendment. I'm just wondering if Turner Park is also included in that. I don't know. I wasn't at PW.
As a friendly
Thank you very
amendment?
much. That's all I need to know. I'm in full support.
Turner Park.
As the amendment?
Madam Chair, Turner Park's included.
And Turner Park is included? Okay, thank you. So on the amendment, please, all in favor? Carried. And now on the main motion as amended. Councillor Marula?
On the main motion?
On the main motion?
Just want to simply take this opportunity to thank Councillor Collins for spearheading this particular initiative. I think it's important to recognize that Councillor Collins initiated this initiative, and all I wanted to do was thank him.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Very nice, Councillor Marula. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 12. 13. Item 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. Councillor Clark, please, on item 18.
No, not on item 18, just an item from the information section. Mr. Vesperini, John Vesperini from Lake Avenue was here with residents from Lake Avenue. I wanted to make sure that they were aware that they are included in the minutes. It's not a specific item in the minutes because they appeared as a delegate, and direction was given to staff to come back with a report to the Public Works Committee after they investigate the concerns regarding the flooding on Lake Avenue. So they are in the report, and the work will be done, and a report will come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to comment in the information items that we had a presentation. I attended that day, and we had a great presentation from the Ministry of Transportation. It's with regards to works that will be starting up in the next while. It's going to be upgrades and repairs to the Burlington Skyway Bridge and other repairs throughout the city, and especially in Ward 10, it's going to be resurfacing of the QEW from Centennial Parkway to Fruitland Road. Just with for the viewers' information, the Skyway Bridge project, they're anticipating that should be a 3-year plus project. So get ready, watch for signage. I don't think it's starting this particular summer, but they'll start the momentum of advising travelers that there's going to be some delays, so be prepared. And they're also aware and will be very cognizant of the Pan Am Games in 2015, so they'll be sure they try to protect that they don't have to shut things down in that 31-day window of the Pan Am events in Hamilton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Whitehead, may I have a motion on the report, please?
You certainly can, Madam Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devell, that the third report of the Public Works Committee be approved and presented the information section received.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the Planning Committee presents its fourth report for 2014 and respectfully recommends item number 1. Item number 2, Councillor McCaddy, you have an amendment to item number 2, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. And it's concerning the Rental Housing Subcommittee revised terms of reference. Part A reads that the terms of reference for the Rental Housing Subcommittee attached here to as Appendix A be amended to include 3 citizens at large as part of the membership. Part B, the terms of reference for the Rental Housing Subcommittee as amended be approved. Just briefly commenting on that, Madam Chair,
Absolutely.
if I can. I've been approached by a number of citizens who would like to see a citizen involvement in that committee. The committee is comprised currently of organizations and councillors, but they wanted the opportunity for citizens to be part of that discussion as well, actually on the committee itself. And Madam Chair, I've been involved with this issue, the rental housing issue, since the Municipal Act was changed in 2006, 2007, as Councillor Whitehead has, as it pertained to student housing at the time. And it became a larger discussion, as you know, about rental housing across the city. So I think we've had a lot of involvement in this issue over the last number of years, I guess probably around 7 or 8 years. And I think it's important that that conversation continue and that citizens be part of that conversation around the subcommittee itself, hence the motion before us.
Thank you, Councillor McCaddy. And I have Councillor Pearson and Councillor Collins, please.
Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to note it on the record that I declared a conflict at the beginning of the meeting as I own rental property.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and definitely a motion worth supporting in terms of expanding the participation on the committee. I just have one question, and that would be the selection process. I'm assuming is through the city's selection committee, because we'll there may be broad or wide interest across the community and more than 3 residents who may be putting their name forward. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not part of the motion, but
just for clarification,
that is the process that we'll undertake.
And I'm seeing clerks nodding, but
that's good.
Clerks,
that's all I
would
need.
you like to clarify, please?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, we will go through the selection committee for the appointments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Collins. So on item number 2 as amended, please. Carried. Item number 3. 4. Sorry, on item number 3, Councillor?
Very quickly, you'll recall it was quite a lengthy debate for many issues in planning, as it often is. And staff did such a good job coming back with this. There was no debate on item 3, the keeping of pigeons in urban areas. And I just wanted to specifically highlight and congratulate and thank the good people who worked with our very efficient staff on this particular file as it relates to our responsible animal ownership bylaw, the Hamilton Central Racing Pigeons Association. We approved this so quickly in planning that they sat through a 4 or 5 hour series of debates waiting for it on the agenda, and I felt so bad that I thought at council they should be recognized because they do some great work. It's a great association, and I appreciate all the work of staff as noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr, and thank you for recognizing them. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. The issues being for me is that it's not the affiliated organization and the many pigeon owners that are affiliated with that organization. They do, in fact, do a very good job with their pigeons, and it's not disruptive to the neighbors. It's the ones that are not affiliated that has caused some angst with their neighbors and their ability to enjoy their backyards. I think that what's being proposed and what was proposed on balance is solid. It is good. We're just going to have to do some enforcement if we come across those that aren't registered with any affiliation and they're on their own. They're mavericks, so to speak. and ensure that they respect the bylaws in place and respect their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And item number 4, please. Oh, Councillor Duval on 5 or on 4?
On 4. Thanks, Madam Chair. This has to do with the viewers out there, official plan amendment in my ward and a zoning amendment for the lands at 1354 Upper Sherman. There was a lot of concerns because of a previous development, and I just want to thank the Planning Committee, Chair Brenda Johnson, and the rest of the committee for their patience and help in making sure that the concerns of the residents were heard and they were dealt with. And we have holding provisions, and it was also agreed to by the developer. So I've had a lot of thanks for that, and I really appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duval. Councillor Clark, please.
Just to be clear for the residents at home, and Councillor Duval was there and participated in the meeting fully, the holding provisions prevent the actual application from proceeding until there's a management plan in place that includes the prohibition on blasting, which Councillor Duval was very strong on. It deals with a flooding mitigation plan. There was a concern about elevation and grading on one particular side of the property. The fence and screening requirements around the property, individual garage connection. The ward council will be involved during the site plan, and it restricts it to 2 stories in height. So it is very prescriptive, but it was meeting the concerns of the ward councillor and the residents. So I just wanted to make sure that they understood that that holding provision actually has all those items attached in it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. On item 4, please. Carried. On item 5, Councillor White. Whoa. Okay. Tinkles, Whitehead, Marula. I believe you were next. Councillor Pearson, were you next? No,
Madam Deputy
sorry.
Mayor, I just wanted to confirm
Councillor Whitehead first, please.
I just wanted to confirm my interest in common that I declared at the meeting at the beginning.
Right. Thank you. So just to make sure I've got it straight here, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Marula, Councillor Clark. Is there anyone I've missed? Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Whitehead, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I want to move that we approve. So I'm going to move that at this point, and I want to speak to it. Just get on the table.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Deputy Mayor, this is the recommendation for the Planning Committee. If members of council want to do opposite, they were to turn down this recommendation and then put forward the approval.
Fair enough. So, Madam Chair, on this particular item, I actually drove down to Millen Road, and it reminds me a lot of Scenic. And we had an Ontario Municipal Board hearing that clearly defined that 620 units were going to go in there because of, again, intensification, places to grow, and so forth. I also looked at it's on an arterial road. It butts, you got Barton Street as well. You got some commercial areas in the immediate area. When you look at it on the whole, you look at the area and understand the whole argument about trying to better utilize the services we have in our community. It is clear that the application that came forward is suitable. They've gone through great lengths to confine the building so that it provided the barrier or the buffer between neighbors in regards to any privacy issues. They went to great extents to address that. And furthermore, we talked about putting fencing and trees to further mitigate any privacy concerns. It is not an apartment. Let's be clear, it's not an apartment, it's not a rental property, it's a condo. And when they buy the condo, on the condo, if they want to purchase a parking spot with the condo, they can purchase the parking spot. Some may not. My understanding on the visitors parking, it more than it meets the requirement for that particular planning piece. Without any question, they have enough visitation parking, and certainly as condos, not rentals, condos, you purchase the parking, and there's certainly enough parking relative to our own policies. So when you take all those things in consideration, you take in the fact that we have to try and do better with the resources we have and the services we have in our community, this is the best way to deal with those services. And lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's pretty clear that if this gets appealed to Internal Municipal Board and you take a look at what took place on Scenic, we're going to lose this hands down. No question with the current legislation. Not to add, or just to add, that our planning staff will be required to testify on behalf of the developer. So there's going to be additional costs for the city at the Ontario Municipal Board. So when you take all those things in consideration, Madam Chair, it would be prudent to support this particular application.
All right, thank you, Councillor Whitehead. So I think what I'm going to do is let's get the motion on the floor, and then I'll go back to the speakers list. So it's moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Marula to approve. No? No? Madam Clerk, could you just clarify for me, please?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor. I don't think Councillor Whitehead wants to move the denial, but this is the recommendation of the Planning Committee. So if the recommendation is turned down or defeated, then Councillor Whitehead would put the approval.
All right, so I'll go back to the speakers list and we'll speak to this item. Councillor Marula, I had you next on the list.
Just from my perspective, I think it's important to recognize that we have a trend that is heading in a manner that's conducive to more taxpayers' money being fought for applications that have sound planning principles but are being politically denied, which only escalates the costs to the average householder here in Hamilton as a result of that fact. So we need to really evaluate, because there is a trend that's escalating that budget line that I think is becoming almost irresponsible for political purposes. And I understand the political aspect to any denial of an application, but there needs to be some sort of balance at the constituency level to explain to the residents that in some cases, some of these applications are simply not deniable because they meet all basic principles related to the Planning Act. And once they understand that, perhaps what we can do is work with the developers to try to mitigate whatever concerns exist, rather than this very short-sighted political view that's just saying no to only ultimately get a bigger project in the long run. I think is irresponsible politically and, more importantly, fiscally on the taxpayers of this city. And I think we need to look at this seriously, because it's becoming a growing concern from my perspective, in that we are simply fighting some of these battles for political purposes and not for the true intent of planning principles. And for that matter, I'm a little bit disappointed, and I look forward to reversing this decision, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Just some quick questions to staff, if I may. I see Mr. Robichaud there. So just to assist residents who are tuning in, and everyone's trying to understand what's going on here, it's a 3-story building that was proposed, if I recall, on Millen Road.
Mr. Robichaud?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It is a 3-story, 40-unit multiple dwelling that is proposed on Millen Road.
And there were going to be 40 units there, and how much visitor parking is attached to it?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It is 40 units, and they are proposing 54 parking spaces. So there would be one parking space per unit, and 14 parking spaces.
And is there parking around the building itself? There's no parking on Millen Road, as I understand it.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
We've heard this morning or this afternoon that it's actually a condo, that it's not an apartment, yet at the planning meeting it was formed, we were told it was an apartment. So can we get clarification? What's the intent of the building?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, condominium is a form of tenure, freehold, or condominium. For the zoning bylaw purposes, we would deem it to be a multiple dwelling, or which is commonly referred to as an apartment building. Through the Planning Act process or through zoning, we cannot regulate whether it is owner-occupied or a rental building.
Okay, so it could be a condo later on, but it's an apartment right now.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for zoning bylaw purposes, it's deemed to be an apartment building. There is no application for a draft plan of condominium at this point in time.
So it may not be a condo, it could be an apartment for all we know down the road.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the applicant has indicated that it's their intent to make an application for a draft plan of condominium, but at this point in time there is no application.
Okay, thank you. Did the committee offer to the applicant to table it and have discussions to try and mitigate any of the concerns that were raised during the committee meeting? Do you recall?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that was my recollection. The applicant's agent was asked if they would be willing to table the application or not.
So, Madam Chair, the challenge for members around the committee, and I appreciate the fact that Councillor Pearson had an interest in common, which to the residents at home, it's not a conflict of interest. There's no pecuniary interest in her. She's not related to the company. She had rental property that's close to the property. So within, I guess, Ontario law, it's an interest in common. So to step back and not participate in the discussion is an appropriate thing for Councillor Pearson to do, and I thank her for doing that. With regards to the actual development itself, there were residents that raised concerns about the parking, where the parking would be. We were told that it was an apartment for seniors. So the challenge really becomes, where do the seniors park when they're having company coming into the facility? 14 visitors is not significant. Yes, it does match the Hamilton bylaw with regards to parking, but the old Stony Creek bylaw was higher than that. The Stony Creek bylaw was 1.6 parking spots per unit, whereas Hamilton is currently 1. So at the end of the day, there were sufficient concerns to request that it be tabled. I was the one who offered to table it. I looked to the applicant's planner, Mr. Masha, who was in the audience, and he said no, there was no intent, and all of our colleagues were there at that particular point in time. I still maintain that there may be things that could be done to satisfy the residents, but there seemed to be an impasse at that particular point in time. As for comments about political decisions, all of our decisions are political. We're dealing with residents all the time around this table, and we have, as a council, frequently opposed applications that have come through, and we actually won at the OMB, and I could give you a long list of them, including some that my good colleague Councillor Collins recently won. So the reality is we have to make an independent decision on each application, and that's what this particular committee did. I know it's not to the satisfaction of a couple of the members that were on the particular committee, but there was reasoned, meritorious support for their decision. Had it been tabled and had we had an opportunity for a discussion, we probably wouldn't be here dealing with it in the manner that we are, but for whatever reason, the
To folks watching tonight, because it just arrived, I think it was yesterday, there was an update letter provided by the IBI group, which was on our correspondence, council correspondence this evening, received by council. And there's some important revisions to the plan, which I just wanted to mention. This is based on the discussion that occurred at committee, and certainly, the planning consultants for the developer, the Valvasori brothers, was listening. The rear yard building setback of the building, I think probably concerned with adjacent homeowners. They've increased the rear yard setback from 16.5 meters to 16.8 meters, so a foot larger, which is 1.8 meters more than the bylaw requirements, the actual requirements of the bylaw in place. The rear yard landscape strip has been increased from 2 meters to 3 meters, which actually means it exceeds the bylaw. And the landscape open space has been increased from 22% to 25%, and that's an additional 880 square feet, which means it now conforms to the bylaw. So I know we're always appreciative when people listen to the comments from citizens and surrounding residents and committee members. and those changes have been made in the planning application, and we've just received that as council this evening. The other thing I learned is that the current property, as it sits zoned currently, allows a whole series of uses which are institutional in nature, and they actually allow a taller building, a higher building than this particular building. This building is 11 meters in height, and under the current zoning, the institutional zoning, someone could actually come in with an 11.5 meter or 3.5 story building. Retirement home, residential care facility, emergency shelter, a church, a place of worship, a museum, or an educational establishment could be placed there. And certainly a number of those uses could be much more intensive than the use being discussed tonight, the condominium, the 40-unit condominium, potentially creating more disturbance, delivery issues, traffic and parking issues. So I think that's important to note, and there's more discussion here, which I won't go into in this letter. I think it's important that we make sure people see this, because I was certainly aware of the number of letters that came into council in opposition to this application. I guess some at committee certainly, and some people spoke at committee, and there were many more in the past week that we have before us here at council. So to me, I think it's important that those folks get a chance to see the changes that have been brought about and how it relates to what could go there under the current zoning versus what's being proposed here this evening, which is supported by staff and I think is warranted in this area. It's important that we continue to look for opportunities for intensification, residential intensification throughout the city, not just in the downtown or not just in Waterdown, not just in certain areas, but throughout the city. And this location is appropriate because it does have walking access to transit, walking access to commercial, local commercial for stores and that sort of thing. And a bike path, Councillor Farr has just mentioned to me as well. So that's the kind of urban amenities you want for a 40-unit condominium building. I should note, just from a Ward 1 councillor perspective, I've had the opportunity to work with the Valvasori brothers, who are the developers in this case, and they've done two of the buildings they've done are in Ward 1, and they've been top-notch and hopefully providing some comfort. We always look at track record for developers or wherever we work with as community members, and these guys have a solid track record. They're working in Dundas right now, as you know, the old Dundas District High School with Councillor Powers in that area. So that certainly provides some comfort that they've done a good job elsewhere. Just wanted to finish by saying I think the significant number of letters that came in, what that means to me is that we need to spend some time talking about this idea of intensification, what it means and what it doesn't mean, where it's appropriate, where it isn't appropriate. And I certainly believe it is appropriate in this location, but there's a number of folks out there not happy about this. So my sense is there's some support tonight. We'll find out in a moment during the vote. But I think that we do need to spend more time talking about intensification, what it means, educating folks, and what it means for keeping our urban boundary where it is now. And as we know, we don't want to lose any more farmland and the kind of urban sprawl or suburban sprawl that has occurred to some extent in the past. So for that reason, I'll certainly be supporting this application when and if the motion comes forward from Councillor Whitehead.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCaddy. Now I have Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson, Collins, and Duval. Councillor Farr, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I know I speak for you and the rest of the committee. It was quite a debate. It went some time, as we've noted here already at committee, and you know, I think this one kind of got away from us as well. I don't think we were very considerate of the two delegates that were there from the neighborhood. I think one was from an adjacent property who spoke against it, maybe here tonight, I'm not certain. But the conversation started to go in directions where I started to get a little confused. So I'm just going to try to sum up tonight why I supported this. And while I'm at it and while I'm talking, maybe the clerk could look at the yeas and nays on the vote, because I don't think I was the only one who supported this. I think Councillor Whitehead did as well. And yet the minutes reflect that he's amongst 4 other nays. It just something maybe we could just take a look at while I try to talk about aging in place in a community that is not unlike any other city across Canada or North America or the world. We have an aging population. We have a lot of people who are very interested in these smaller condominium units that are being pitched and proposed here in a modest, medium-density, 3-story development on somewhat arterial road and Millen Road with 2 bike lanes going in either direction. A block and a half from a pretty good neighborhood that does feature a farm market. I had to go after and check because I was challenged on that in committee, and certainly right at the corner of Barton and Millen, there's a great produce market next to a variety store, next to a pub, and across the street from a cafe and a bank, and it's a great community to age in place. And there's a number of people, I'm sure, who will be very interested, who have been in the community for generations, who wish to stay in that community, but the real issue here is that we're not, I think, paying enough attention to that philosophy and to adhering to, I think, that demand that continues to grow as the population ages. This is a project that I think speaks to addressing it and adheres to the things we just heard about from our previous speaker, provincial policy statements and places to grow, and trying to find the right areas for smart development like this within our urban boundaries, so we don't have to keep coming back here and contemplating growth amongst our green fields. And I think that's a very important argument. It is a block and a half from a great community that I'm sure a lot of people will have interest in getting away from having to cut the lawn and shovel the snow, but still be next door or close enough to their friends and family that they've been with for generations in this neighborhood. This could be a textbook example of an aging in place community. And I'll finally just mention the parking. When you have sometimes these 3.5-hour debates, you have the opportunity with your laptop in front of you to do things like Google Satellite. So one of the 2 delegates who came up, and God bless them, that's what it's all about in these committees, speaking against it, said that they were very concerned about the on-street parking dilemma that could ensue, notwithstanding what we heard here tonight. There's a spot for each unit and plenty of visitor parking available on this site, which is actually 3 parcels put together. You Google Satellite that street and you see maybe 12 homes. All of them have 3 to 4 car driveways. It's a non-issue. I brought up, the apples to oranges comparison of what we deal with on a regular basis in Ward 2, and that was shot down a little bit too. Understandable. This isn't Ward 2, this is Millen Road, but it's a great piece of Millen Road to make something like this work, and I'm confident that the 13 folks or 14 folks that have written letters since, and those 2 delegates that spoke against this development, the majority of them, once this works, when you consider the pedigree of who's behind the project, when you consider what this addresses as it relates to aging in place, and when you consider the concerns that we hear whenever something a little bit bigger goes next door to something that's a lower density, and I think the adjustment will be easy for most who right now are appealing against this, and in time we'll see that if we reverse what is here tonight, this one that I say got away from us in Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just to clarify something through you, Deputy Mayor, to Steve, we heard a comment that it is already zoned for something that could be much, much higher. My understanding was, if I remember, there were 3 properties involved and only one of those properties was zoned for higher heights, correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. 2 of the properties are zoned R2, which is a low-density residential zoning for single detached dwellings. And the 3rd property, which makes up approximately 50% of the site area, is zoned I2, which is the institutional zoning.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, to the clerk, I heard someone talking about a letter that came in from the applicant. I don't have a copy of that letter. Do you have a copy, clerk?
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor, no, I I do not have a copy of the letter that was.
Okay, thank you. And sorry? Yeah, we should have tabled it. So when we did ask the applicant for a table, he was, and again, this is, my understanding is they do great work. This has got nothing to do with personalities. It really was the application. And when we asked the applicant if he wanted to table it, that was a firm no. And one of the concerns I had, and one of the concerns that came through on, I think there was not one petition, but 2 petitions. And if you look in the letters, there's another petition with 71 names, and there's over 19 letters. So, and that's not to mention how many letters came in with this file. One of the things that was stand out the most was parking. And from a counselor that is dealing with parking issues all the time with our new bylaws that we've put in place and our new guidelines that we've put in place for the amount of parking that seems to be required per person or per household is not the same as it used to be. And I can vouch for this. You can just go through the Bimbrook Village right now. I think the bylaws on first name basis with most of the people up there. So this is where my concern was the visitors parking. I don't have the letter in front of me from the applicant, so I can't even comment on it. I'm only hearing from across the road there. So I'm still going to remain opposed to this application. I think it could have gone back for some tweaking and then come back, and then not everyone would have been happier about it, but I think it would have gone through a little more smoother. This was not to, it was just to see if we could resolve the issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and I share the concerns that have been raised by the committee members who sat through the presentations and listened to the concerns raised by those people who live around this property. And for those of us who had the opportunity to listen and to look at the report that was presented by staff, and we're talking about a postage stamp property, a very small single-family home in terms of its composition and its past historical use, now being converted into a small apartment. I understand that. I understand certainly the whole push provincially and locally for intensification, but I think it should be cause for concern around this table that the only support this application has right now is political support. I haven't heard anyone from the neighborhood come forward and say that this is a good application. In fact, what I heard from people is that they're willing to accept change. They're willing to accept some type of higher density development on this site. In fact, I think one of the residents who appeared before the committee suggested that maybe a small townhouse development would be, condominium development would work on this site. But their opposition was, as was noted, was the issues related to the number of units on this site, very small site, the lack of parking that was previously noted by Councillor Johnson, certainly the lack of public transportation, the fact that people are pointing down the road at Barton and Queenston and saying, well, this area is served by public transportation, I think is a stretch, to say the least. And so it concerns me that the lineup in opposition against this application is growing. And as I mentioned before, it should be concerning to all of us that the only support this application has is political support, certainly no public support. And I thought the suggestion, as was mentioned by Councillor Clark, to refer this back, to tweak it somewhat, to try to find some kind of a compromise with the neighbors who live there was a good one. Unfortunately, that offer was rebuked. And for those reasons, now we're going to have a development that no one in the neighborhood embraces. It just seems like the system is working against people in the area at this point in time. So for those reasons, I'm not going to belabor everything that was said at the committee, but I think you understand fully, Madam Chairman, the issues that were raised that day. For those reasons, I'd like to be recorded as in favor of the current recommendation that seeks to deny the application.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Duval, please, and then Councillor Clark for a second time. Councillor Duval?
Yes, and I'm not part of the committee, but I'm just trying to figure out, reading in the information report, tried to table it to take it back. That was defeated by the committee?
Actually, if I can just clarify, no, it wasn't put to a vote. It was the applicant that refused the offer to table.
Okay. So the concerns that were raised at that committee meeting and the many concerns that we've been receiving for the last couple of days, were those issues addressed by the parties at all? There's none, eh? And then, so the committee then decided to, in a close vote, for whatever reason, to deny it, and now we're here today. Can we send this back and try another shot with the developer?
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor, anything is possible. If you want to refer this back, you're certainly welcome to entertain a motion to do that.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll listen to my other colleagues, but if you can come back to me, because I'm not seeing any support here in the last few days. In fact, I wasn't at the committee, so I don't even know any of the neighborhood is supporting this. Only that to please accept the recommendation that the committee did, which is to deny the application, because their issues weren't addressed, and none of them could be addressed. So I guess it's in our hands now, but I think it should go back one more time to see if anything can be done to make sure there's can be compromises, and if not, then it'll be brought back and a decision will have to be made. But I think that's the best thing. So if you come back to me, I'll even put that motion on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Duval, and I will come back to you. I have Councillor Ferguson for a first time, then I've got myself for a first time, and then Councillor Clark for a second time. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Duval on this. This seems to be screaming out for referral back. It looks like there was a compromise trying to be struck, but the consultant for the owner pushed back at it, and maybe we should have heard from the owner on it. I have to admit, I wasn't there. I missed that meeting. I was out of town. And, I'd like to, I look at all these letters coming in supporting the position that we deny, but I don't see any addresses on them, because I find in my community some people object to live miles and miles away, and I'd like to get my head around that a little more, where the objections are coming from and what's driving them. And I also heard about a letter that the owner made some concessions this week, and I don't have that letter in front of me either. So I think it would be helpful to have this referred back to planning and get our head around all those issues that I just spoke about, and then bring it back to council later. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ferguson, and I'm seeing legal would like to jump in here. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The matter before you has passed the 180-day period for making a decision by council. Accordingly, if you refer it back to staff, the applicant can appeal this for non-decision, and in that regard, there will be little regard by the Ontario Municipal Board to any decision that council ultimately makes on it underneath the statute. So if you want the Municipal Board to have regard to your decision, it would be better to make a decision now as opposed to waiting for an appeal for non-decision.
All right, thank you, Mike. Councillor Ferguson, you're done?
But yeah, that's interesting, although I suspect that any owner doesn't want to have to go out to the board unless they have to, because that costs a lot of money. So that may be a risk we have to take by referring it back to try to get it right. So I'm still supportive of what Councillor Duval suggests, refer it back and let's go through these issues one more time. And because once again, I want to get my head around where these objections are coming from and why. And I can't do that because there's no addresses on those letters that were sent to us. And for that reason, I still support it. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Denial. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put Councillor Marula on for a second time, and you're number 3 on the list. Hang on a sec here. 2, 3. And I'll turn the chair over to you, Mr. Mayor. And in this application, a lot of what has been said I agree with, and we did have a very long discussion on it. And I think what's concerning me is that there were so many people that signed petitions, that took the time to send letters, that came into this building and sat for hours on end in the gallery, and representing an area of Flamborough, of Waterdown, where there is immense explosive growth happening. The parking is a huge issue. The density is an issue. It's just, but we have to listen to the residents, and that's where I'm coming from. I really have a concern when we have that many people that are objecting to a development within the area. And I want to recognize the good councillor, Councillor Pearson, because she did hold public meetings, and she has declared an interest in this, and so everything has been done right. But I am still going to support the denial. I would also support the tabling, which we wanted to do at the original meeting. And unfortunately, that was completely, not on side with the applicant. So I'll go take the chair back, and those are my comments. And I will go to Councillor Clark for a second time, please.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question of our legal counsel. Did I hear correctly, Madam Chair, that it was your position, or perhaps the position of the legal team here, that the OMB takes into consideration the fact that the 180 days has gone past when they're making a decision on an appeal that's before them?
Mike, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. If you do not make a decision within the time period required underneath the Planning Act, and the matter is appealed to the board for non-decision, and you subsequently give direction, there is little, if any, weight given to council's decision on that direction underneath the Planning Act. If you make a decision pursuant to the process in the Act requires the board to have regard to your decision. But if you make a decision outside of that process, like after an appeal is made, the board is not required to have any regard to that. And we've had direct experience on that. I'll say that it was in the matter at the St. Joseph's OMB appeal in Dundas, where the board had very little regard or advised because the decision was made after the appeal occurred. If you make the decision now to deny it, that doesn't preempt you for our staff from engaging in discussions from the developer prior to the appeal going to the board. So a settlement could be reached prior to it going to a hearing. So those discussions could still take place in the context of an appeal of your decision.
But to be clear, the law says they don't have to take into consideration. It doesn't say they can't take into consideration, because many times, if not the majority of times, the OMB takes into consideration everything that's before them, and the 180 days means nothing. They look at the evidence that's before them. So yes, they can take that into consideration. It doesn't say that they have to, correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the argument that we're presented with most often is that they should not take into consideration council's decision on that, because it is not a decision, quote, underneath the Act. It's a direction to staff.
I didn't ask what the argument is, with the greatest of respect from the opposing council. I asked, are they required to take it into consideration? And it doesn't say that in the Act. It says they may.
The Act actually says that they shall have regard to the decision.
Thank you.
And that's a decision underneath the Planning Act. So that's all the Act says. The Act actually does not speak to a decision made outside of the Planning Act.
Councillor?
And are you aware how long this application has been before the city?
No, Mr. Chair, Mr. Robichaud would have that information.
Steve?
Mr. Robichaud?
The 180-day, through you, Madam Chairman, the 180-day time period has it's exceeded that requirement. It's probably closer to over a year that the application. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I know it's been at least more than a year since the application was deemed complete and notice of a complete application was given to all adjacent property owners.
Yeah. So I think it's important that the council understand that it's not 181 days or 182 days. It's well over a year since notification. And again, the OMB, I'm not going to have the debate with our legal counsel. With regards to the letter, can I just get some clarification? The letter that was sent in, was it a letter that was received by the clerk addressed to the mayor and council, or was it just a letter that went to certain councillors?
Madam Clerk, did you receive the letter?
No, Madam Deputy Mayor, I did not receive this letter that...
So, and we've dealt with IBI before. I'm assuming they would know the process. If the entire council is supposed to be considering this document, then it would have been sent to the clerk and to then distributed at this council meeting. So can I just get clarification, please?
Madam Clerk, clarification on process?
Sorry, Madam Deputy, I'm just getting an update from my staff. There was an email that came in from IBI. I was not aware of it. It did come in, didn't become part of the council agenda, but it was circulated to members of council. So the clerk's office, the clerk's office did receive the IBI letter.
So just to clarify, it came in by email, which was then sent to the mayor and all councillors by email, but it is not on our dockets.
That's my understanding, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
And
Councillor.
so just, again, process can be anything. If we haven't received the letter in writing and the councillors simply came to this meeting because they were out in meetings all day in their community and didn't have an opportunity to respond to emails, are we supposed to then take this into consideration in our decision when we don't have it? I guess it's rhetorical, but it's a significant challenge for those of us who weren't in City Hall but were out in the community and didn't receive it. So normally, and we've received this many times from IBI, quite frankly, the letters are sent in to the clerk and they're distributed here so that we can consider it when we're making the decision. Those are my points. Again, I'd be happy to have it tabled back. I think it was Councillor Duvall that had suggested the tabling back. By the sounds of what Councillor McCaddy indicated, the letter included some changes that perhaps most of the Planning Committee knows nothing about because they don't have the letter before them. So we may want to review that and deal with that during that tabling. As I had suggested at the meeting, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I pretty much implored the gentleman who was the authorized agent. It's already well over a year. My understanding, it's been a couple of years that they've been working on this process. A delay of 30 days or until the next planning committee is not a long delay if we're trying to work it out and find some mitigation. So I'll leave it to my colleagues in terms of how they deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And I have first-time speaker, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I am not being on the Planning Committee either, so I'm just listening carefully. Just a quick editorial comment. Never ceases to amaze me. People talk about stopping urban and suburban sprawl, and intensification is supposed to be the way to go. And well, when intensification projects come forward, better halt those too. So that's my editorial. It never ceases to amaze me, especially for people who think the panacea is intensification and against urban and suburban sprawl. And when we have an application before us and we want to vote against intensification, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Director Robichaud. Steve, you've been probably asked this several times tonight, but in my own words, you've listened to a lot of the objections, you've listened to some of the concerns from the neighbors, from members of committee who voted against this last week on behalf of some of the neighbors' concerns. Can I ask why planning staff were in favor of this application, hearing what you've heard, Steve? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Steve.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Planning staff evaluated the application against the tests in the applicable official plans, originally the Stony Creek official plan and then the Urban Hamilton official plan. And planning staff were satisfied that it met the intensification, infill, and redevelopment policies contained within both the former City of Stony Creek official plan and now the new Urban Hamilton official plan. In addition, planning staff were satisfied that the land use would be compatible with the adjacent land uses, and the planning staff were satisfied that the proposal would not have any adverse effects on the adjacent land uses or the immediate neighborhood. In addition, based on consultation with the various other departments, traffic, public works, conservation authority, et cetera, we didn't receive any objections or concerns from those departments. So a combination of those reasons is why planning staff were recommending approval of the application as it was amended.
Thank you for all that explanation and clarification, Steve. So other departments, that issues of those other departments that have been mentioned by several of my colleagues tonight, especially like traffic, spill over into the neighborhood, parking, you're saying that, to your recollection, no objection from all those other departments? Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Steve.
Steve.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct, that we didn't receive any objections. I'm not aware of any objections being received from any other departments based on the circulation of the application.
Thank you, Steve. I did receive the email. So, Rose, you have confirmed, City Clerk, that there was the email that went around from the applicant. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Rose.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, I apologize. There was a letter that was received. It didn't make the agenda a deadline for circulation. So it was sent out by email to all members of council, but I was not aware of it. But
Okay,
it was
so I'm glad that's been clarified. Yeah. So an email was sent around. Ironically, of all people, me, technologically challenged, I happen to read my email. Okay, and lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Solicitor Mike. If we refer this back and the applicant says they will not appear at the next planning committee and or be part of any future consultation in light of how long they've waited and in light of a referral back and that they have the legal authority, if they wish, to go straight to the OMB, running concurrently. We could be referring this back. It could be academic, because they could tomorrow, pending tonight's decision, the applicant could proceed right away to the OMB. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Mike.
Mike, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. If the matter is put back to staff, the applicant could appeal the matter for non-decision correct tomorrow. If you make a decision tonight, that is still a decision under the Planning Act, and it puts the city in the position of having the ability to argue in front of the board that there should be weight given to your decision.
Mike, I get that. Thank you for reaffirming that. But my point being, I'm trying to understand, some of my colleagues want more consultation, trying to figure out where some of these objectors are coming from. If we hypothetically refer it back tonight, the applicant could tomorrow, if they decide, move forward to straight to the OMB, and we could be at committee 2 weeks from now discussing things because the applicant's already gone to the OMB. They have that right, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Mike?
Mike?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes.
Okay. Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, in light of everything that's been heard and said here tonight, and again, given the intensification, and everybody's telling me to stop urban-suburban sprawl, you know, and planning staff are strongly behind it, no objections from other departments, I'm satisfied in supporting the application. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Now I have Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Farr for a second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to ask Clerk if I need to do anything regarding the planning meeting. I did vote for the application. It was pretty clear in my arguments. I was supporting it. So it needs to be amended. What do I need to do?
Madam Clerk?
Madam Deputy Mayor, we'll just take a motion to correct the information section, and then at Planning Committee, you would correct the minutes once it goes up for approval.
Second thing, Madam Chair, is a question to Mr. Robichaud. When you look at one of the issues was character, because this area doesn't have, although the height is 3 stories, I think it's permitted. I believe there's an institutional property, that an RCF could go, or other type of social programs could go. Was that part of the parcel that was that we're dealing with?
Through you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, the institutional zoning, the I-1 zoning, would provide for a broad range of institutional type uses, including but not limited to a residential care facility.
Okay, can you just list, because I want to make sure everyone understands what the alternatives could be. So can you name those alternatives?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't have the full range of the institutional zoning, but it would be a place of worship, an educational establishment, a residential care facility. Those uses are sort of at a neighborhood scale, serving the institutional needs of the community, would be permitted uses within that I-1 zoning district.
Thank you. I just want to provide that context. Now, when we look at, so we've established that from a planning perspective, our planning staff and all the commenting departments support this as good planning. Is that correct? Through the Deputy.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. Planning staff are recommending approval because it's our opinion that it represents good planning.
Councillor?
Okay, so what appeared to come down to, Madam Chair, was 2 issues. One was the privacy issue because of the height in the balconies. I believe this letter, as well as the reconfiguration of this particular development, addresses that. So maybe we should start at the beginning. Is this the original configuration on the property that came forward?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no. Originally, as I recall, the proposal was for 2 separate buildings with a centralized parking area or courtyard between the 2 buildings. And as a result of the review of the applications and the comments that were received from the initial circulation of the application, staff worked with the applicant to come up with a revised proposal, and that was the revised proposal that was presented at Planning Committee last week.
So there was the original application, or the concept was put forward, went out to the community, a meeting took place, comments were taken, and the developer made the changes to accommodate the comments they heard in the community. Would that be correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The applicant amended the proposal in response to the comments received from the initial application.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I think it's pretty established that that if this goes to OMB, you know, the chances of success is probably very dim, especially when planning department is so strong. If you're going to hang your hook on parking alone, as the reason why this should go to Ontario Municipal Board, God bless you. God bless you. Because you're using taxpayers of my community and every other community to spend on a frivolous case based on a small item. And at the end of the day, we've already heard that our cases are going up. Intensifications here, whether we like it or not, and it's how we accommodate it. And I know that every councillor gets well engaged in these processes and works with the community and works with the developer. Unfortunately, in this case, my understanding, Councillor Pearson had and was involved with the community meetings originally, and now she's in a position that she, and I think prudently, is staying out of the process because of the rental property being within the precinct of this area. So we don't have that advantage at this point to hear directly from the ward councillor. When we can't hear directly from the ward council, I think it's important to hear from our staff, and I think the question I need to be asking, what on the scale of you get that 60%, 70% scale, can staff answer what are successes in winning this zoning application on parking alone?
Mike?
Madam Chair, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not familiar enough with the planning merits of the case or the facts regarding the application to render that opinion. We would need to have it reviewed by an outside planner to determine if there are and what the merits are in the city position of a denial. So I cannot answer that, unfortunately, this time. We haven't reviewed this matter.
So would it be fair to say that you'd have to have evidence that the parking that's currently allocated to this particular development, you'd have to have evidence to show that it wouldn't work?
Mike?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, in order to be successful at a hearing, we would have to have evidence, whether it be from a planning perspective, including a parking elements to that perspective, that the denial would be consistent with provincial policy, the official plan policy that's applicable. So it needs more analysis from that perspective in order for us to render an opinion. As I indicated, we haven't reviewed this one, so in all fairness, I can't give you kind of a take on whether we would be successful or not, depending on what position we take.
I appreciate that. So I guess my last comment, Deputy Mayor, is that my understanding that we're trying to gear this to people that want to stay in the community, loves the area, downsize. I think there's 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, so they're not huge units, and so this was really about downsizing and really targeting the senior market. I know that certainly my ward, I've been very supportive of those type of developments because there's a demand for it. We have more and more people reaching that age that they can no longer maintain their homes, and we know in Stony Creek there's not enough of them to meet the growing demand. We heard that during the discussion. So from my perspective, there's going to be people that don't and aren't happy with intensification. We know that. Not everyone's going to be happy with intensification, but we've heard pretty clearly that this meets all the planning test, and staff clearly support it. So I don't think we have really any choice, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Marula, please, for a second time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Let me just emphasize that I think what's important to recognize this evening, and I really want to emphasize this only because in the budget line, if you look at the number of appeals that we've pursued and lost, it's quite staggering from a taxpayer's perspective. So in essence, if we're going to utilize the OMB for political purposes to only be defeated at the OMB, I think that needs to be exposed for that purpose, because I don't think we have money to burn. But if people around here want to pursue that's fine with me. I understand the politics of this. And if we're going to just simply defer it, to only then be subjected to the OMB, because clearly the planner has stated clearly that they're going directly to the OMB. There is no room for emotion or politics at the OMB level. This has nothing to do with principles or planning principles, but everything to do with politics and emotion. So, through you, Madam Chair, to whoever would like to answer this, in the recommendation itself, did somebody in staff or someone on staff make an error on any planning principle that they're aware of?
Mike or Steve, would you like to answer that, please?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I signed the report, so it's my recommendation. So in my professional planning opinion, this represents good planning, and I'm not aware of any errors or omissions in that recommendation to recommend approval of the official plan amendment and the changes in zoning applicable to this property.
Excellent. So hence, we now have the expert telling us there's no argument from a planning principle. So now, just for the public, we're going to be writing a blank check for an OMB process for political purposes. But more importantly, we're providing false hope. I don't know who's here in the audience from that area. We're providing false hope that potentially this application might be rejected based on whatever gamemanship or politics is being played here at the table. And the reality is it's not. This will be approved, it will be either approved tonight or down the road, but the reality is it's going to be approved. So if people are going to walk out of here, if this is tabled or not approved, to believe that somehow this is not going to be approved, somebody is blowing smoke. And that's the unfortunate thing, because smoke and mirrors is great for magicians and comedies and so on. But please don't play games with people's hopes and community about a planning application, because the reality is it's going to go through. And let's not spend money over and above that. Let's not add insult to injury by spending even more of their money to just blow more smoke in their face. The reality is, let's just approve what's before us. There is no planning principle to oppose it. Hence, why spend the money? Thank you very much.
Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Chair, to Steve, just to get a handle on what I'm hearing, are we dealing with 3 parcels on this proposal, not one? Through you, Chair?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the applicant has assembled 3 parcels of land into one comprehensive redevelopment proposal.
Okay, so it's not one residential parcel, it's actually one, to my recollection, Chair, one use is institutional, the other 2 were residential, true, through the Chair? Something like
Steve?
that?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. There are 2 residentially zoned properties, and there is 1 institutionally zoned property.
And again, if you can remind everybody, because it keeps coming up and it's driving me nuts, on the parking, the units, 40, most single, through you, Chair?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the applicant is proposing 40 one-bedroom units, and they are proposing to provide 54 parking spaces.
And the square footage of each on average, through you, Chair, for these 40 units?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe the applicant indicated they're in that 600 to 800 square foot range per unit at the public meeting. That's my recollection.
Small. In your professional history as Director of Planning and in other job functions you've held with this in other cities, Steve, do you see a lot of 2, 3 car families living in 600, 800 foot, 1-bedroom apartments? Through you, Chair?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not a traffic expert, and I haven't done the analysis, but generally that would be consistent with, a 1 car per dwelling unit ratio that's being provided based on the size of the units.
Through you, Chair. So if I'm doing the math right, that leaves 14 extra spaces for visitors?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. Based on the way the bylaw is being calculated, it's 1 space per unit, and then which gets the 40 spaces, and then 14 visitor parking spaces would be made available.
And I appreciate that Councillor Jackson had asked you to assess or share with you why you supported what was before us and signed off on what was before us based on all of the staff input that you received that also supported what was before us at committee and what we debated for many hours at committee. And you spoke here tonight, for those tuned in, on how it meets all of our policies. It's intensification, it's infill redevelopment. The land use is compatible. It's on I believe through you, Chair, a minor arterial road, not a residential street in the middle of a suburban community?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. Millen Road is classified as a minor arterial road in the official plan.
And a block and a half down the street, through you, Chair, there's a bank and a cafe and a farm market and all those things that people who may want to age in place would like to access, perhaps walk down the street, and if they choose to invest and stay in their community and age in place, through you, Chair.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. There is a variety of commercial opportunities along Barton Street.
Okay. And that, I had mentioned earlier, there's a little side street there with about 12 or 15 residential homes, and I think one of the two appellants we heard from in committee came and said they're worried about the parking on the street overflow because there's the potential of 3 or 4 cars for one-bedroom units. They all have homes with driveways that could squeeze 3 or 4 cars in their driveways. Did you have a look at that area at all, or has that been assessed through you, Chair?
Steve?
Based on, through Madam Deputy Mayor, based on site visits to the area, there is opportunities for those homes to provide their own parking. So those homes, there would be maybe spillover parking onto Hemlock from either whether it's current institutional use or if it was a multiple dwelling, if there was an excessive number of visitors on any one day. But the homeowners on Hemlock do have opportunities to park vehicles on their own property.
And through the Chair, to Steve, more generally speaking, if every time something like this comes along, and let's use this as a textbook example to our Director of Planning through you, Chair, and 9 out of 10 times we go through what we're going through now and ultimately deny. Every time on a minor arterial road someone wants to put a little medium density 3-story condominium for retirement purposes that accommodates 40 units, what happens over time if we continue at this pace? What results when these types of projects are not supported? Where does it all go?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you are correct. Under the provincial Places to Grow plan, they did provide housing population and household forecasts for the city of Hamilton. So there is a demand for multiple dwelling apartment type units in the city. In addition, there is a requirement that we achieve our 40% development and redevelopment supposed to be within the built boundary. So there would either be the housing market would not be meeting the needs of the population. People would either have to look further afield to meet their housing needs, or there would be the city would not be growing at the rate and reaching its potential growth that it can achieve based on infill and redevelopment opportunities.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you for that answer. And I think it's one we need to keep top of mind as we proceed, particularly as a planning committee, and it's an important topic. Finally, we are bandying about a possible tabling. It was addressed at committee. Have we heard from the applicant? Are they maintaining they're not interested in tabling? We heard from our legal saying the 180 days are up, and we know where we stand legally from our legal experts on that. But are they still, do we know here tonight, are they still firm on not being interested in tabling and rather proceeding? Through you to Steve.
Steve, have you heard from the applicant at all?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I have not heard anything from the applicant in terms of a willingness to have this matter tabled or referred back to Planning Committee. So it's my understanding, but they are in attendance, so I'm not sure if they have any indication that they want to indicate one way or the other.
Thank you, Councillor.
So we're where we were at Planning Committee on that matter here tonight. Is that what I should probably be clear on that through you, Chair?
Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear, or sorry, maybe you want to repeat the question?
Are they still headstrong on their position that they had at committee last week, that they weren't interested in tabling the matter, that they wanted us to proceed?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I have not heard otherwise from the applicant that they would be willing to accept a tabling or a referral back motion. So
we can assume then we are where we were with respect to this issue at Planning Committee. So thank you, and I appreciate it. I'm very interested in this debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, I have one more speaker, Councillor Clark, and I would like to move on. We have, I think, 54 more items to deal with this evening.
I'd be happy.
Councillor Clark, please.
I'd be happy to move the motion that was before at planning, and if we want to talk about the issue, no one spoke only about parking. We spoke about no transit at the building. We spoke about height. We spoke about character. We spoke about intensification. A lot of spin here tonight. In terms of politics, let me tell you, the most politics that I ever saw was the refusal of Linwood Hall. That was politics. And ultimately, the city lost. They had their head handed to them on a silver platter. So in terms of this particular, I'd be happy to move it if the council wishes to vote against it, then that would mean that the motion would be defeated, which was the denial, and someone can move another motion. I'm just looking to the clerk for clarification.
Now, Madam Clerk, I did have Councillor Duvall asked to come back to him for a motion, so Councillor Clark has called the question.
Madam Deputy Mayor, there was no seconder for the referral, so that motion is not on the table at this point.
Okay. That's correct. No, that's what he said. So call the question then. Thank you, Councillor Clark. So all in favor, and Councillor Marula, you wanted a standing recorded vote. Was that correct? So all in favor of denying the application, please. Standing recorded vote.
Madam Deputy Mayor, are you in favor?
I am standing, yes.
Deputy Mayor Partridge, Councillors Duvall, Collins, Clark, and Johnson.
And all those opposed to the denial, please stand.
Mayor Bertina, Councillors Whitehead, Jackson, Marula, Morrow, Farr, McCaddy, Ferguson, and Pasuda.
Okay, Councillor Whitehead, and then we'll wrap this up, please.
I move that the application is accepted, approved.
And seconded by Councillor Marula. All in favor, please. All opposed? Recorded opposed. Councillor Collins, Councillor Duval, Deputy Mayor Partridge, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Clark. Okay. Thank you, Council. Now, moving on to item number 6 of the planning report, I will turn the chair over to the Mayor, if I may. And I'd like to move my motion, which is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark, to move planning item number 6 of Report 14004, respecting the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a mobile home and a seasonal park to be tabled, and that the implementation of the bylaw be held in abeyance until the next meeting of council, April 23rd, and that will allow the ward councillor, who is myself, the opportunity to resolve outstanding issues with surrounding property owners which may avoid a costly OMB hearing.
And your seconder?
And my seconder is Councillor Clark.
Clark was the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, I had you as a speaker. Would you like to speak to it?
No,
Yeah,
and actually, when I introduced the motion, I did say Councillor Clark was the seconder.
I know you did, but I wanted to make sure because he'd take his glass.
Right, right.
Okay, so do we have anyone to speak to this?
I just wanted to be clear that the developer has written in that they're fine with the tabling, provided that it comes back to the next council meeting, and so they're cooperating with the process.
Yes, thank you. And if I can just speak very briefly to it, I have been working for the last 2 days with staff and with the property owners, and also with the representative, the agent who is representing them. And I feel that we will be able to make some headway over the course of the next month in time to bring it back. So I appreciate the cooperation of everyone involved. And
we shouldn't be speaking to the tabling motion, so what do you think?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the next council meeting is April 9th. Is that the intention to table it to the April 9th council meeting or to the 23rd? So it's the Okay, so that's not the next council
Could
meeting.
we just go to the vote then? The table, all in favor?
Carried.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That is tabled, and I'll give you the chair back.
And I'll take the chair back then. So that was item number 6 that we dealt with. Item number 7, please. Councillor Farr.
Quick thanks to Anna and our staff, Ian Kerr-Wilson, and all the staff who worked hard on this, along with, and I don't normally highlight the consultants, but ERA Architects have done a terrific job here. This is a massive amount of work done in a relatively short amount of time, although the issue's been bandied about. My understanding is since before my time, around 2008. What we have before us is important as it relates to the Downtown Built Heritage Inventory and how this project relates to how we can look at the inventory across the city of Hamilton. I think it's a key document. It was a good day at Planning Committee, and I think there'll be some good conversations about this as dictated in the motion before us as staff go and now deal with the good people working, some of them around this table, on municipal heritage, and as well as it relates to about 1,000 buildings in the area of Wellington to Queen, Cannon to Hunter. Those property owners who are now on that registry after tonight's ratification, and communicating with them as to what it means. It is still, and I say this publicly all the time, I feel strongly that those people who have invested in these buildings of great character in our core and throughout our city have done so because they really love the character of that building and want to be part of it, and we're telling them we appreciate that, and we know the majority of them will appreciate this. I feel confident anyway that they will. So staff are going to do that, take this to the Municipal Heritage Committee, talk about it some more, talk to all those property owners that are now on the registry as it relates to the area of study here by the architects, and they're going to work with our inventory of buildings of architectural and historical interest, including community engagement, volunteer opportunities, survey methodology, data management, and the feasibility of applying this evaluation framework, Madam Chair, throughout this great city of Hamilton. So thank you to everybody who were part of this.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor McHattie, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just to carry on those kudos a bit further, what this means in addition to the downtown is we now have a really solid protocol, well thought out, well researched protocol by an organization, ERA Architects, who are known right across the country, right across Canada, down into the U.S., who have a great reputation in heritage conservation planning. And the protocol we've developed around the downtown properties can now be applied elsewhere across the city as well. We have, you remember back to the discussion, we had about 7,000 properties on this list that we used to kind of roll our eyes at because that's a lot of properties to try and get your head around. About 1,000 of those properties have been dealt with through the motion that's before us, or the report that's before us today from the Planning Committee agenda, the minutes from Planning Committee. And now we're going to look at how it might apply to other neighborhoods throughout the city. About a year ago, April of last year, I had a workshop in very council chambers where we looked at heritage issues right across the city, and we spoke about having this kind of a tool, and we didn't have it at that point. Now we do, and I'll be calling a second heritage planning workshop for folks right across Hamilton from the different neighborhoods across the city, and including the former area municipalities, to look at how to apply this protocol where they live. This is really interesting, as it starts off not just by saying our heritage property is significant or not, or the traditional way of looking at implementation there, but it actually develops a context statement, what they call a context statement or a character statement for a particular neighborhood, or for the downtown in this case. And all the properties that are on that list are compared against the character statement, whether they fit or not, or whether they're key to the character of that particular area. So I think this is very unique to neighborhoods, so it needs to be applied on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis right across the city. What's significant or within the character of one neighborhood is very different from the neighborhood even across major roads, let alone between different parts of the city. So we need to understand that. It could also be used as a tool, a bit of a planning geek, planning stuff here. So it could even be used for developing design criteria for redevelopment that might occur in a particular neighborhood. Have that situation in Westdale where parents or families are wanting to enlarge the older houses, and how do they do that? Does it fit into the character? Well, this kind of a character statement or context statement that ERA has developed could be used for that purpose as well, developing design guidelines for particular neighborhoods. So highly significant work that I think is important on the national level. I think we're leading the way here in Hamilton with the ERA work, and thanks to Ian and Sonia in the Culture Department for their guidance in shepherding this project through.
Thank you. Mayor Bertina, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I have to tell you, I meet lots of new people who are moving into the city from, especially Toronto, in my own neighborhood. A new building that looks old, a beautiful project at the corner of Walnut and Yonge. And almost everybody I meet, in fact, I would say everybody, say, I love the old buildings. No one has ever said to me, I'm glad I moved here because it's cheap, but why don't you tear down some of these old buildings? Nobody ever says that. So, and I remember one of the biggest developers in Canada saying to me, you should designate your whole, as an exaggeration to make the point. But there's so much value in those, and sometimes we haven't seen it ourselves. But I can tell you that people coming into the city do say to me, I love the old buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on item number 7, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes?
As someone who was looking on this until a short time ago from the outside, I was very impressed with the work of, I believe, 3 councillors, Councillor Farr, my own councillor, Councillor McCaddy, and Councillor Pearson, I believe, and of course worried along with others about the fate of the Gore Park area because it is unique in Canada, and so many other buildings, particularly in this area, were under threat or potentially under threat, and for all of the people outside and planning officers and members of the council who have played a role in this, I want to offer a sincere congratulations. I think it's a great move forward.
Well said, Councillor Morrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on item number 8, if I can turn the chair over to the mayor, please, just want to make a couple of comments. Item number 8 is with regards to the Waterdown Village core traffic management and land use options. And, there's no secret that traffic and congestion is a huge issue in Waterdown, particularly because of the lack of improved road infrastructure. It's not the city's fault. It's being held up at the different levels of ministry. And so I've been working with staff and with legal, with the planning department, with traffic on just how can we address the issue of particularly the cut-through traffic that goes through the older neighborhoods within the core of Waterdown. And really to do that, we needed to find a way to put a pause on residential development, to require any applications coming forward to do traffic studies, and to look at implementing a traffic management plan, a land use plan, even to a secondary plan. And I want to thank staff both in legal and in planning and for their assistance in developing a plan that is going to work. We will be having a public meeting in Waterdown on May 1st, I believe it is, to address all of the traffic issues, particularly identify some of the traffic calmings for the older neighborhood, and most importantly, get input from the residents who live there on what they would like to see in terms of traffic calming within their neighborhood, and also just to give them the full story of what is happening. So my thanks to staff, very much appreciate your help, and with that, I will take the chair back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On item number 8, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And on item number 9, I'll turn the chair back over to you. The Planning Committee was a Waterdown day that day. And where am I here? So I'd like to put forward an amendment to item number 9. It is moved by myself and seconded by Brenda Johnson, Councillor Brenda Johnson. And this is with regards for the application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at the southwest corner of Parkside Drive and Spring Creek Drive in Flamborough. And just if I may give you a little bit of a background, this was approved unanimously at the planning department. However, the bylaw was not ready to be moved and approved at the planning committee. So what I am bringing forward is just the amendments to the bylaw. They resulted from a community meeting. I had tabled this item at the last February meeting in order to have a public meeting, which we did. We had great discussion with residents. Mattamy came forward to that public meeting and actually suggested changes that would hopefully meet with the approval of the residents, which indeed it did. They were most happy. So my thanks to Mattamy as well for stepping up, and also for all the residents for their patience. All the residents on Fellows and in the Spring Creek area, they stood up and they spoke out and they were heard. And it really made a difference to have the developer listen to them and to come forward, make the concessions, make the changes. And I think that just speaks volumes to the type of effect that we can have within our neighborhoods and allowing residents to have a voice. So with that, it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnson.
All in favor?
Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
So that amends the motion, right?
It does. That's right.
And on the main motion, should we, Madam Clerk?
Yes, as amended.
As amended. All in favor again? Thanks.
Carried. Thank you.
Thank the Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Item number 10, please. Carried. And item number 11. Councillor Whitehead.
Yep. Deputy Mayor, could I just ask, I don't know if I have to ask legal, there's a recent court decision that indicates that basically grandfathering until the court case is concluded with people that currently have been enabled and empowered to grow marijuana on their own. Does this interfere with this process or impact this process in any way?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, I'm not familiar with the case you're referring to, so I don't think I can answer the question. I do know that the licensing process that the federal government has for the growing of medicinal marijuana is intended to replace individual growers. So there is a potential for impact, but I'm not familiar with the case you're referring to.
So my understanding is the decision is almost to stay until the actual court case is heard. It'll probably be over a year, but it allows them to continue growing it in their own home themselves.
All right. Again, through the chair, I'm not familiar with the case or the court decision you're referring to.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight that I did receive an email from some individuals that meet that particular criteria, and wanted to make it clear that I understood that that they still have the right to do this regardless of what the city is doing at this point in time. And I just wanted to make sure that there's not a conflict with what we're pursuing relative to that ruling. So I think we at least need to take a look at it. I certainly support, Madam Chair, what's before us. I think we need to explore the industrial opportunity, and I think that's basically the essence of what's in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And on this particular point, I think it's important to recognize, because it's such a unique item and the whole medicinal marijuana growing and harvesting facility, and the fact that there are a number of applications out there, some of them in the East End, there is obviously an ambivalence or surrounding the process of what it actually means. I think it's important that we put the brakes on to some degree and really truly communicate what is being presented. I think anytime we're dealing with an issue of this sensitivity, it's important to recognize that, firstly, this is not a city initiative. This is a federal government initiative. Secondly, the province nor any municipality within the creation of the province can prevent this from happening. They can pull their constitutional powers and impose it on us. The only aspect to this entire process that we, as a city council, have control over is where this is going to happen. So the question isn't whether or not we can accept this. The question is, where will we accept this operation? So there are some municipalities, particularly out west, that are dreaming in Technicolor or smoking recreational marijuana, believing that they can prevent this. The reality is they're not, and they're not going to be able to prevent it. So I think what we need, as I did when I received a letter from a number of the proponents, or one proponent in particular, that they were interested in a site in Ward 4, I was very simple in my response, and that I shared with the media, in that my response was simple. If you're interested in pursuing something outside of the agricultural area, where at present it's the only legal environment to actually have any marijuana growing facility for medicinal purposes, then come to my community meetings, be part of the process, engage, communicate, create awareness about what it actually means. I didn't receive a response from that particular proponent subsequent to my request, which I guess is not really overly concerning, because it was so preliminary in the process that he was in, or the entity was in applying to the federal government. So when we have communications or media that have headlines about medicinal use of marijuana and growing it in urban versus rural areas, I think we need to just simply put the brakes on. And I think what's before us is innocuous, but what's being communicated is escalating some of the concerns. And I think it's important for us to separate the perception versus the reality. And the reality is, really, we're still at the preliminary stages. We really don't know what this actually means, what the potential may mean, what the benefits may mean. But one thing we do know, so when we separate what we know versus what we don't know, is we know that we can't prevent it from happening. Hence, the only thing we can control is where it's going to happen. And because we know that that's the only component that we can control, that's what we need to engage the community on accordingly. And I look forward to a plan of action accordingly. So if I can add a C to this accordingly, where that we develop a communications plan to not only communicate to the public, but outline exactly what the federal government's intent is, what the best practices are universally, North American-wide, nationally, so that we can better understand what is being proposed and imposed on our municipality. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marula. Seconded by Councillor Farr, and that's item C. Now I still have two speakers. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank staff for taking a very proactive approach to this issue. And as you know, municipalities across the country are scrambling to understand the federal legislation and are trying to put parameters in place and rules in place that would seek to address some of the issues that were referenced by Councillor Marula and others in the past. As we know, that it is a permitted use currently within the agricultural sector, and the motion we have tonight seeks to include or address or come up with the appropriate regulations to permit these types of facilities in our industrial areas. And so we had a very healthy discussion at the committee in terms of what this meant from a tax standpoint. It is federally permitted now, and so there's some element of economic development. There are municipalities that do not have any agricultural lands, and so for them it becomes automatically an urban issue, and those municipalities are putting the regulations in place. Toronto's a good example of that. Other municipalities north of us just have agricultural lands, and so again, probably an as-of-right permitted use for those municipalities. We're in the unique position where we have both agricultural properties as well as vacant industrial properties that can accommodate this use. So from an economic development perspective, this probably puts us first in line to attract investors who are seeking to comply with federal regulations. I do think certainly the community consultation component is an important one. And I did, again, want to raise this issue and thank our staff who are really scrambling to understand the federal implications, the program that they've established, and like others, we're trying to establish a set of rules that will clearly tell prospective investors, if they're seeking to construct a facility, these are the rules. And unfortunately, as was noted by our staff in that same committee meeting, there are some investors who are very aggressive and who have already constructed facilities in the absence of having a template in place. And we know where those locations are. And so that's a little bit concerning. The public consultation component would have been great from the federal government, and as we've seen on other issues, including this one, public consultation is certainly not their forte and is not something they seem to believe in. So we're scrambling to make the best of this situation, and the fact that staff came forward with this recommendation, I wanted to thank them, because I think from the outset they've been very proactive with this, and I think they should be commended for that.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Everything that Councillor Collins and Councillor Marula said is I agree 100%. Challenge that I'm having, and I'm trying to understand the process, and I still don't think I really understand it fully, and I'm not sure anyone federally understands it fully, but if, and it's a question to I guess our planning staff, if an applicant comes in and gets approval by the federal government for a license, and they have submitted to the federal government an address, and my understanding is the feds say that it's the applicant's responsibility to make sure that the zoning complies, and if the municipality can't say no, and the license is already approved by the federal government for that address, does that mean we have to rezone that address to meet the license that the feds have already approved? Because my understanding is they've already issued licenses where the zoning is not necessarily in place with addresses, and it's becoming an issue right across the country. So I'm trying to understand what our response would be, because I'm afraid that is going to pop up.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So at this point in time, it's my understanding they have not issued any licenses. What we are receiving is the notice of intent to establish a facility at a specific location. You are correct that under the regulations, the operators are required to comply with local municipal regulations, one of which would be zoning. So if they secured a license, but they would not be, if the zoning did not permit, they would still may need a building permit. And if the zoning does not permit the use, then they would not be able to get a building permit to do the necessary renovations or changes to the facility. If they did not need any building permit, they may in fact just get established in contravention of the zoning, and we may not be aware of that facility. I think that's what the analogy I use, like the federal government licenses gun dealers, but we through our zoning bylaw locate where a gun dealer can locate within the city, or what standards a gun shop must operate under in terms of where they can locate. But there may be a situation between now and the zoning bylaws being changed where an operator comes in, obtains a building permit, and then that use would then be legally established through the issuance of a building permit or a change in use permit for that facility. So it is a bit of a gray area in this time. Furthermore, though, if they do pull a license from the federal government, it may be, then they may be into a minor variance situation or some other scenario, which would make it very difficult when we were challenging if we were not supportive of that minor variance or rezoning as they were moving forward. So it is sort of uncharted waters that we are going through, and that's why we're looking at bringing forward the zoning bylaw amendments as quickly as possible to clarify where these facilities can and cannot locate within the city.
Councillor?
And I mean, if it's confusing for us as we're looking at it, I can only well imagine what the residents are looking at when they're trying to understand it at home. So do we have the authority or the latitude to encourage, as Councillor Collins had indicated, I think at the planning meeting, we have a significant amount of brownfield lands that under the Environmental Protection Act, we quite literally, they could simply cap that land and build an industrial building, and it would be a hydroponics greenhouse, if you will. do we have that latitude to encourage the use of those lands, or do we have to wait for the applicant to pick a land and we're reacting as opposed to being proactive?
Steve or Mike?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, through the zoning, there would be several tools that we could use. I mean, zoning is the one that regulates the land uses. So if it's where things are or are not permitted, but then it might be through like the Bayfront strategy or the brownfield redevelopment strategies that we're developing as we come forward with those strategies to encourage or promote these uses to locate to certain geographic areas. I don't know if Mr. Everson has any other insight in terms of how we would try to direct them to certain areas, but they may find that other locational criteria or their needs is why they don't want to locate, where they may prefer to locate in one area over another area as an operator. For all intents and purposes, it's a small agricultural growing operation with a processing establishment, and some of the operators are also looking into an R&D component to see if there's alternative uses, so it become almost like a high-tech biotech laboratory facility, and they may prefer to be located in a different place based on their locational needs.
Councillor?
I'm not sure if Mr. Everson had an additional comment. No. So then the last question I have is, do we have any regulatory control over these facilities in terms of, for example, we have many fire bylaws. We have numerous bylaws right across the city on any number of things where, quite literally, we do it on a licensing. So I'm assuming this new business comes in and they have a federal license. Are they required to get a municipal business license and then comply with all of the bylaws that we have in place with regards to fire and electrical work and gas work and water?
Through the chair, statutes like the building code and the fire code would apply to the premises just in the normal way. It was asked at committee whether municipal bylaws could be passed to license these premises and control some aspects of the business. And the answer was that this is a complete scheme being designed by the federal government on the approval of these establishments, and that we wouldn't have the authority to withhold a municipal license from them or to regulate them, given the scope of the federal approach to it.
Councillor?
And so the supplementary question would be, and if they're not in compliance with these statutes, normally the municipality would shut down the business until they're in compliance. Do we have that authority?
Contravention of the building code or the fire code wouldn't automatically involve stopping a premise. It may result in enforcement, and the extent of enforcement may lead to some prohibition of activities, but it's not an automatic result of noncompliance. Usually there are orders issued, possibility of charges or other court proceedings to try to get compliance.
So that's a yes, we can actually enforce those standards on this new licensing regime?
We can enforce things like the fire code and the building code as they apply to the premises.
Thank you. I think Councillor Marula's amendment's really important because the public really doesn't understand what's going on with regards to this particular new product that, well, it's not a new product, but I guess the way they're going to be handling it is new. And I had joked at the planning meeting that we need to clear the air, and I guess the quickest way to do it is with Councillor Marula's public consultation, communication process. So I didn't mean consultation, Jason. A public communication process. But we really need to make sure that people understand it, because I've got residents who are afraid that these things could be set up in a residential area. And that's not the case, but how do we convince them of this? And they're trying to get answers out of the federal government, and they're having as much fun as we are in terms of trying to get those same answers. So I thank our planning staff. I think they've been pretty creative so far trying to mesh it out. But I think we really do have to provide some education on the, as Councillor Whitehead indicated in the, I think it was the very first meeting when it came forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yeah, thank you. And we talked about this very issue last night at Ag and Rural. Joanne Hickey-Evans was visiting the committee, so she was informing everyone there. And the conversation went around to these facilities needing the hydro and needing the constant and consistent water supply. Security would be a highlight as well. But one of the questions that was asked and nobody knew the answer. So I'm hoping somebody up there would know. If one of these facilities set up in the industrial area, would they be taxed as agriculture or industrial?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think that's one of the questions that MPAC is currently looking at as to how to assess that. But when you look at the nature of the characteristics, it's more akin to a processing operation, like a manufacturing or an industrial use, with an agricultural, like an integrated agricultural component. But so it has more characteristics aligning with an industrial, research R&D type facility, as opposed to like a agricultural greenhouse operation.
And thank you for that. I just want to make a note as well, and through you, Deputy Mayor, to Steve. It's my understanding that the Niagara Escarpment Commission has deemed this not to be agriculture, correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The NEC staff did take a report to their commission in which the commission deemed this not to be an agricultural uses for the purposes of the Niagara Escarpment Plan area.
Okay, and thank you very much. I just wanted to, so when will we find out, sorry, about the taxes? Because I heard the comment, let's make our brownfields green, and it was kind of catchy, and I thought that was great, but are we going to get the same taxes? And I think Neil and I, when we were on site visit yesterday, we were having this discussion, and we just didn't know. So you're assuming right now that it's going to be taxed as industrial because it's looking at manufacturing, but the final decision hasn't been made yet.
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct, yes, and we have that question out there, and we're waiting to get a response. I also know, I believe that OMAFRA is looking at this from a crop insurance point of view, if this is a crop they want to insure, because it is a very high value-added crop in the event that there was a crop failure. So there's still a lot of unknown elements at the provincial and the municipal level relating to this use.
Thank you for that. And I think it was described to us last night that when the plant is grown, they actually only take the flower off. They decommission the stem and the leaves. They actually detoxify it. So the TCH is actually taken out. And the refuge of that now can be just thrown into the garbage or into the green bin because it will not have any value of it whatsoever. It's the flower itself that they're growing and what they're cultivating. That's what we were told. So thank you very much, Mr. Robichaud.
All right.
That's what we were told last night by staff, by your wonderful staff. Thank you very much.
All right, councillors. All right, Councillor, order, please. Councillor Whitehead, and then I'd like to go back to Councillor Marula for the amendment and deal with the motion. Thank you.
When I look at Councillor Johnson's jacket, I think of Purple Haze. I think the question I have for staff is the one concern I have, regardless of where the zoning ends up, agricultural, industrial, or both, will we have the power to ensure that when we're talking about setbacks, so for example, you could have an agricultural piece of land next to a high school, it could be next to an elementary school. The question is, do we have the power to say, create some restrictions to ensure that there's significant distances from those type of sensitive uses?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's part of the on the staff work program to look at the appropriate regulations to establish this use. So should it be, which zones would it be permitted, and where, if it is in those zones, are they in close proximity to any of those sensitive land uses that where we would not want this facility to locate? And there may be cases, you're right, within the former city of Hamilton where you have remnant agriculturally zoned properties that are directly adjacent to a sensitive land use, and in that case it may be appropriate not to allow the use in those areas.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now, Councillor Marula, please. You have item C, seconded by Councillor Farr.
Yes, I move myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. Whereas the actual issue before us is unknown or uncertain with respect to our community, that we put an action plan together conducive to highlighting not only the issue at hand, but our limitations, but also a communications plan and consultation process to ensure that it's all inclusive.
Okay. All right, thank you. And all in favor, please, of the amendment?
Yeah.
On the
Just a
amendment.
question on it. It was a
Councillor.
long amendment, and I'm not sure that's what will be written out when it's done. I think what I heard, and I wonder if Councillor Marula could confirm this, that part of the staff review process would include a public information center to communicate to the public exactly how these things work.
That's exactly what I said. So that a communication plan be developed to outline the federal government's intentions and best practices to better understand what is being proposed.
That's easier. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. All in favor? Carried. On the main motion as amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item number 12. Oh, okay, Councillor Pearson. Thank you.
It was an editorial.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to be remiss if we moved on without some comment on this. This is with regards to the Hamilton Heritage Conservation Grant Program. And this program basically brings up to par the areas outside of the downtown core, the specific areas where grants could be applied for now for heritage buildings. So this would be for buildings throughout all of our communities, including my own in Stony Creek, that residents who have a designated building can apply for a grant up to a certain amount, $1,000 to $5,000. It's a matching grant to do works on their buildings to maintain the heritage features. So this is good news. It just gives it a level playing field now throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson, and thank you for your good work on the Heritage Committee. All in favor? Thank you. Now, members of committee, the confidential recommendations, item 13 to 17 inclusive, were distributed to all members of council yesterday for review. If there are no questions with respect to the recommendations on each one, they can be approved without moving into closed session. However, if the committee has any questions with any or all of the recommendations, then the approval of the Planning Committee report will be moved when we go into closed session at the end of the agenda. So, members of committee, what is the committee's pleasure? Okay, Councillor Johnson, please.
I'm willing to move all 5, actually, at the appropriate time. No, actually, I've got 6 in front of me. No, 5. I have all 5 motions in front of me, seconded by Councillor Clark.
All right, and you're willing to move them now? So in that case, going in camera will not be required unless anyone has any questions on the items, and then we will go in camera. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, I just want to comment that I'm satisfied with item 14, which is an Ancaster.
Right.
So I don't need to go in camera on that one issue. I don't know what the other ward councillors think, but I just want to.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So, Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. There's 3 of them here that impacts my ward. I support the direction that was being provided, and I want to take my hat off to staff. This is an area that has a potential of over 2,000 units when everything's concluded with other amenities. It's a very challenged area, and hope that we can bring this to fruition, and I support everything the staff has done to date on this file.
Okay, thank you. And so, Madam Clerk, then I'll just have Councillor Johnson is going to move all the items.
Yes, that's fine, Madam Deputy Mayor. If you want to take them one at a time, 13 to 17, it's at your pleasure.
All right, it's the pleasure of the committee. We'll do them one at a time then. Okay, thank you for that direction. Item 13, please. Carried. Item 14. Carried. Item 15. Carried. Item 16. Carried. Item 17. Carried. And that is it. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's excellent. Moving on to the General Issues Committee presents its 7th. Oh. Thank you. That was moved by Councillor Johnson. And
actually, we did that initially. Now we're going to move the Planning Committee.
Right. So, Councillor Johnson, I'll go to you, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark, that the 4th report of the Planning Committee be adopted as amended and the information section received.
Okay. Thank you. And I didn't. All in favor? I didn't have that in my notes, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. So we're done? Good. So moving on to the General Issues Committee reports its 7th report and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, Councillor Farr, on number 3, you have an amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item 3, I would like to move, and seconded by Councillor Brian McCaddy, that subsection C of item 3 of the General Issues Committee report, the status of discussion of partnership opportunities with Evergreen City Works and the Hamilton Community Foundation, be deleted. Item C be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following in lieu thereof: that the source of funding commitment of $150K be funded through the Hamilton Realty Capital Corporation capital project number, and it's identified there. And that again is seconded by Councillor Brian McCaddy.
All right, so on the amendment, all in favor?
Carried.
And on item number 3 as amended?
Carried.
Thank you. Item 4?
Carried.
Item 5?
Carried.
Item 6?
Carried.
Item 7?
Carried.
Item 8?
Carried.
Item 9?
Carried.
Item 10?
Carried.
Item 11?
Carried.
Okay, Mayor Bettina, please.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm in favor of this project, and I'm supporting it. The problem many will see is that the unbelievable condition of some of our roads, and the public will say, well, how can we spend money on this when some of them are really incredible, as you all know. But I think it's important that this is a real game changer for that neighborhood, and it shouldn't be looked on as a petty thing or something that will be put off until much later. I think the neighborhood has been waiting for a long time to see a kind of a change that will really affect the way they move around and make a statement for the city. So in spite of the fact that my tendency would be to put the $1 million into asphalt, I think it's important that this move forward. So I just wanted to make those comments in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Clark, please.
I have one question, some quick comments. On item D, which was an amendment that the last GIC meeting, I'm trying to understand if the extension from Hess Street to Durand is a contraflow bike lane, or is it 2 separate bike lanes, or what's the intent there? And it would be Councillor McCaddy
Councillor McCaddy on this issue, please.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through to Councillor Clark. No, it will be separate bike lanes running east and west on York Boulevard, one on one side, one on the other side.
Okay, thank you. And that solves the one concern about an additional cost that's coming. As I had indicated to Councillor Farr and Councillor McCaddy, I've agreed with this project from the beginning, and I will continue to support the project. It does not negate some of the concerns that I have about the project. Historically, when a project comes forward and we have a jump from 300 to 500,000 to 860,000, and we have not clarified before we approve exactly what those costs are, and have we been able to lower those costs by the time it comes to council, we would refer it back. However, I think if I refer it back, I'll be burned at the stake like the witches in Salem. So I think at this particular point, I understand, and the amendment was put forth in terms of the pilot, and I look to item E, and I thank the committee for supporting that so that we actually get that report back on cost, expenditures, and benefits, and the labor impact and all those contingencies, which normally, respectfully, we would have before we made a decision. It's quite unusual to do it after the fact. With regards to the annual operating cost, I'm still incredibly nervous about that. $242,000 in annual operating costs. Again, we've requested that they look at contingencies to find savings on it. But historically, I mean, that's going to be an ongoing annual cost as long as that bike lane is in existence. Normally, we would be getting those approvals and having a better understanding of the costs in advance. We don't have that. And then I've already made my comments, and I won't belabor the issue with regards to the consultation. I have found in my public life that knocking on doors does not provide a fair process in terms of people who may not be agreeing with the people who are knocking on the door. Historically, and I've done it many times, as an advocate, they will do and say almost anything to get you off the porch. And that's what I've experienced. And the only way you actually get an impartial, unbiased response from them without fear of coercion or any other fear of retribution in any way is that they would provide that to city staff, whether it's in writing or verbally at a meeting. I dare say that if we were to start doing this on Lake Avenue, for changes to Lake Avenue by simply knocking on the doors, the residents wouldn't accept that. They want a formal response period. And I could go through numerous other communities, but I've raised this. It doesn't seem to be a concern for some of my colleagues, and the majority always rules in this place. I'll drop my concerns, but I've raised them again so that people know that I have been consistent in that process. And I did commit to Councillor Farr that I would support this project. I can tell you in the future I'll be asking much more definitive questions prior to approving a study and any description so that we actually know exactly what we're getting back before we make the decision, as opposed to the manner that this has been done. So I hope it works out well for the community, for my colleague, Councillor Farr and Councillor McCaddy. I'll be watching very intently through the pilot process.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. And just for the committee, so you know, I have Councillor Whitehead, Ferguson, Collins, Farr, and Pearson. If there's anyone else, please let me know. Councillor Whitehead, please, is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the first question I have to staff is, this is a pilot, so pilots are measured. I don't know what the measurables are, what the terms of reference are, and I don't know if it's going to be done by a neutral party or if it's going to be done through anecdotal information. Could I get some clarification, please?
Jerry?
Through the chair. So staff has been directed we'll go away and we're coming back with the detailed design, what the cost will be. Right now you have a functional design and the contingencies are built in. When we come back, we will have the measurables that council can approve with respect to the pilot. So it'll be the metrics with respect to costs. It will also be how we're going to measure the use of the lanes and all the key performance indicators we'll bring back so committee can approve those prior to us heading through with the design.
So,
Councillor?
So then the next question I have then is a good chunk of the cost on the operating side, which all taxpayers are paying for, is on the snow removal. So in the first year, if it's monitored and you get, I don't know, let's say 100 bicycles utilizing, or 100 individuals using it over the period of time at $186,000, how would that measure up in regards to whether that's a successful program or one that we should consider discontinuing on the winterization?
Jerry?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I understand the question. If it's a pilot project, that means we'll be removing the snow, and I guess there could be one bike using it or there could be thousands. We'll report back on that.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, what I'm trying, because I had a neighborhood meeting last night and I had West Cliff Mall on Saturday, and the question is, I mean, everyone wants and understands the nature of a pilot, but no one supports wasting money. So the issue is, are we locking ourselves in for $186,000 plus on an annualized basis for this pilot program, or is this program flexible enough that if in fact we're not seeing the type of ridership in the winter time, which is the bulk of the operating cost, that we could come back to committee and council and provide that report and make a decision that we're not locking in for the following 2 years at over $300,000.
Jerry?
So through the chair, I mean, we'll come back with the project and provide the parameters for operating. Right now it is on an annual basis. If council wants to reduce it after they determine it's not being used, we're reporting back during the pilot period. So, you know, they're good, very good questions. I don't have, you know, the definitive answers right now until we actually do the project.
So, Madam Chair, I support the project. The winterization issue is still a bit concerning. Certainly, it's coming back from my, and I want to thank the ward councillors. I mean, and I made it clear in all those meetings that the ward councillors took their area rating and put that capital. So they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're committed to the project, and how can you not support that? So it's a credit to them. The next question obviously comes forward is, and who's paying the operating? And of course, everyone's paying the operating. The next question is, well, if only a few bikes are using it in the wintertime, then why should we be paying the bill for $186,000? Now, I promised that, many of those that I talked to last night at Buchanan and at Westcliff Mall that I'll make sure that we have terms of reference, that we'll look at those measurables and we'll make those determinations. I was hoping that there would be an off-ramp on the winter piece if, in fact, we're not getting the type of utilization that justifies that kind of expenditure. So I'm hoping on the final design we could sort of flush that piece out. So I'm supporting the winterization. I don't think that's what a pilot's about. But, I mean, I don't think we need to do 3 years of pilot on if, in fact, the first year or the first 2 years you're getting less than, a desired number of cyclists relative to the number that you're investing on that operating side. So I think we need to manage that. What I have said to my community, not only do I support the bike lanes, I think this is creative, innovative, but the issue is that when you look at downtown, they don't have a lot of green space. And certainly many other areas are blessed with green space, parks. And we all pay for the operation of those parks. So the downtown is basically subsidizing the operations of our parks, yet in the lower city, they don't have as much green space. So I think it's prudent for us as a city that looks to reach out to all areas of the city to ensure that there's fairness and equity and the appropriate amount of spending is being assigned to those geographic areas. So certainly from the money side, it's just the value to make sure that we're getting value for the dollar. But if in fact we're getting utilization in the wintertime, for example, God bless. I mean, that's great. But, people still want value. I mean, we know that parks provide value. We wouldn't expect to build a park that is not being utilized. So I certainly wouldn't want to have a bike lane that's not being utilized in regards to the operating in the winter. So overall, I think I want to thank, because I know Councillor Farr, particularly Councillor McCaddy, Councillor Morelli, and now Councillor Morrow are very strong advocates for this this bike lane. Certainly received a lot of emails on both sides, but certainly a lot of cycle enthusiasts. Seems that the adders are predominantly downtown, but that's great. I think I had 3 from the mountain. Maybe it'll grow. I think that's when the discussions I'm hearing in the debate is that many people believe if you fix it, they will come. So if you provide the infrastructure, a safe and quality infrastructure, they will come. So we now have an opportunity with this pilot program to determine that to be true. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Once again, I didn't have the opportunity to participate in the debate at GIC, but I just want to share with the members of council, I am getting significant pushback in emails and phone calls from my community on this. And very similar to the mayor's, they're saying our roads are in discussion. They took a horrible beating this winter, and they're going to need some attention. Now, hopefully when the frost comes out, because you get differential heaving depending how much water's in the subgrade at different points, hopefully they'll come back, and in the heat of the summer, the asphalt will heal. But clearly, we're going to have some big problems with the condition of our roads. Even the 400 series highways has suffered significant damage this winter and are almost to the point of being unsafe. The other thing I'm hearing is clearly my constituents won't ride their bikes down there, but they'll use it. And I'm worried about congestion, and that's our competitive advantage, is having uncongested roads. We all heard the pushback once the bus lane went in. You don't hear much until we're going to get the same thing. Once this lane goes down, we're going to get significant pushback. But lastly, the cost, and and I am known as the guy who watches cost too much maybe around here, but I've tried to explain to my constituents that only the residents of Ward 2 and 3 are paying the bulk of the capital costs, and through an area rating assessment. And so it's the operating side. So through you, if I can, to Jerry, just for the people at home, for my purpose, the design will be that you'll take one lane down in Cannon and having two-way bicycle traffic in that one lane beside each other. Is that correct?
Jerry?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And is the way you're going to delineate that lane is just move the parking over one space then? So the parked cars will form the barrier between the bikes and the traffic?
So through the chair, right now there's no parking on the south side of Cannon Street. The parking's on the north side, so it doesn't impact the parking.
So we just shift the parking from the north side to the south side then to create that physical barrier? What are you going to use to create the physical barrier?
Oh, through the chair, it will be, per the presentation, it could be planters, bollards. There's various items that will be looked at through the design to show the separation from the 3 lanes to the north.
So we've abandoned the idea of using the second lane as a parking lane to create that barrier?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, because that's something that could have been easily dismantled in the winter. As Councillor Whitehead says, we find that nobody's using it. And of course, it'd be easier for snow removal then, because just a conventional plow could run down there and plow it out. Can you tell me, because that was the idea originally, why did we abandon that suggestion?
Jerry?
Using the parked cars as a barrier.
So through the chair, that the best functional design was the one that was presented at the last GIC with the delineation of the south lane from the other lanes of traffic. The parking is on the north side presently, as well as the transit. So the final design was not utilizing parking for the separation.
So the bollards would be these plastic units that get bolted or legged to the asphalt surface? Is that what you're thinking of?
So through the chair, the delineation, if it was bollards or planters, it's everything. If it could be, it can be removed if necessary. All the different types of delineation that the consultant is looking at, we can remove it if needed.
Because the tough part for me to sell is the $250,000 a year maintenance, and the bulk of that is snow removal. And if it's not getting used in the winter, and we'll know that through the KPIs, yeah, how hard, I'm curious to know when I see the design, how hard will it be to take it into the fall and put it back out in the spring if we find there's limited use during the winter months? And because I can't figure out how we get to $250,000 to plow one lane for a few kilometers. And if you're putting planter boxes in or bollards, you'd have to put a smaller machine down there with a blade, but he'd make one trip down, one trip back in a storm. And a similar machine I would suspect that you use on sidewalk clearing in front of city-owned facilities. One of those small blades that we have in one of our tractors. But it just sounds very high to me, the $250,000. I'm having trouble selling that one. I don't want to be obstructionist. I don't want to stand in the way of the good councillors that want to, do something in their particular wards and are prepared to put the money up for it. I don't want to stand in the way of that. But I'd like to get those answers. And so this is coming back to us again, Jerry, before it's actually constructed with all these details, is it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins, please.
And thanks, Madam Chairman. I certainly supported this for many of the reasons that were articulated by other councillors. There has been a public process and we have neighborhood buy-in. We do know that there are people in those neighborhoods that are supporting their local councillors who brought this to committee and council. I think one of the benefits that we talked about through this whole discussion about bike lanes, and in particular about the Cannon scenario, is that there's a real opportunity that presents itself, as I mentioned during my speech at committee. The fact that we can take one lane of Cannon Street out of circulation and certainly avoid all of the congestion related to the bus lane scenario and pilot project that we have. So we're not inconveniencing those people, motorists who are using Cannon, because it has sufficient capacity. The fact that we can continue to provide HSR services along that corridor and still provide parking along most of the route for residents and businesses who are accustomed to parking along that stretch of road clearly illustrates that in fact that lane can be taken out and we can actually save money had we not been implementing the bike lane as we are this evening. And it points to the opportunities that exist on similar streets. And so at the committee I pointed to Wentworth and Wellington, which seem to be naturals in terms of having additional capacity in those lanes and opportunities for reducing, if we do not need all lanes of traffic, then we're looking at savings with the street sweeping, with pothole filling, as was mentioned earlier, with snow removal services. And the best example I think we can provide is the Claremont access in terms of It's been out of circulation now for a couple of years, and we are saving monies. And so as was mentioned through the debate, and I'll be bringing a motion back to Public Works, I think it highlights the opportunities that exist within a transportation network that was designed 40 or 50 years ago, no longer functions the same way that it had decades ago. And so I'd like our staff, after this debate, to go off and look for other Cannon Street-like streets that have the opportunity, without creating congestion, to look for savings and efficiencies that could come with it. Top of the list would be Burlington Street. We have a deck on top of, we have a number of lanes of traveled roadway on top of lanes that are underutilized and not used. I know that just based on our capital budget book and discussions with Jerry Davis, this council, the next term of office, will have a decision to make in terms of whether or not we're going to replace that bridge and spend millions of dollars, or whether we'll be satisfied with tearing that down and living with less capacity and less maintenance, less capital costs. So those opportunities exist across the city. That discussion, I think, was a good one to have as part of the Cannon Street bike lane debate. And as I said, I will be bringing forward a motion. I did want to take this opportunity to thank those councillors who have been involved with the Yes We Can group, who have over the last year worked very hard to get us to where we are this evening. They've done a tremendous job in terms of getting us here. I look forward to understanding what the outcome is. I have my doubts in terms of some of the numbers that have been referenced and thrown about in terms of usage. I'm very interested to understand what the usage will be like through all seasons. I'm not certain who's going to give, who will be providing those statistics. I don't know if our own staff are going to be out there or whether someone from community will be out there, but I will be interested to know what the traffic's like here, because it is a significant investment, and you know that it's just a matter of time before another community group comes forward and says, we want the same for our neighborhood. And so it would be nice to have statistics and information in hand to clearly illustrate what kind of uses will come from across the community, not just from these neighborhoods, but people who will be traveling through from points A and B, east and west. So again, thanks for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and I will be supporting this evening.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Farr, Pearson, Morrow, McCaddy, Pasuta, and Clark for a second time. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I'm adding to this consultation. We did say, or I did anyway in committee, that it is ongoing. The engagement in the consult is ongoing. Some of it has surprised me or caught me off guard. I'm a new member of the Pan Am Stadium subcommittee, and we had a great presentation on how people are going to come and go from our soccer event at the new Tim Horton Field. And we actually have some great timing here as it relates to a bidirectional bike track leading right to that barrier where no cars are allowed at Sherman as you proceed to all those great soccer games. You know, we started tonight, for example, with the statistics as it relates to Metrolinx and their smart commute, and 26,000 people now signed up in our area with respect to smart commute. This bicycle track, making no mistake, is offering an option for those heading east-west among the 27,000 plus that work Monday through Friday downtown to maybe, you know, try something different. I know I will be using it to that end, a lot more than I ride my bike to work now. I know Councillor Ferguson often remarks to the rack that is on the top of my Subaru and how he never sees a bike on it, and how he often sees my Subaru and not seeing me an awful lot on my bike, but I'm vowing to utilize this bicycle track. God knows I need it. In just a moment, I want to ask Chris Murray. I just want to hit very briefly on and understanding and appreciating the consultation piece, of which turned this debate into something that was the main topic. It prevailed for hours when we deliberated, and we don't need to go over it again, and I respect that others are feeling the same way here tonight. But in just a few moments through you, and I'll conclude by asking our city manager the question as it relates to how we're moving forward as a corporation and understanding and appreciating public consultation and citizen engagement, particularly citizen-led engagement. To me, this could be a textbook case where we could pass this along and perhaps formally ratify some motion that takes into account community-led engagement in a much more official level, if you will. Because as it stands right now, and as was argued and debated ad nauseum last week with respect to this issue, right now we have what we call these PICs. So if you're within a few hundred meters or whatever, you get a letter, show up to the community center. I've been to a few where we have more staff and consultants, much more staff and consultants than the 3 or 4 people from the community that actually show up. They have at times not been as effective as what I brought with me here tonight. And what I brought tonight, by the way, there's a certain columnist in attendance who's tweeted that I was going to have a presentation for everybody to take home with them. I don't have that yet, but I vow to get that to our next GIC, but I have some rough notes. It's been a busy couple of days. And I was just going through some of my public engagement stuff. The first is this picture of all these kids from Dr. Davy, which sits right on the bike track, all clearly in support. There's over 100 kids there. I'm going to pass it along. Here's this. I referenced our citizen audit. You remember that was more formal. Here in council chambers, we agreed to a study group, so a walkabout for Cannon and Queen. As it relates to Cannon, I'll pass this around for my colleagues to take a look at. This graph is very interesting. This second high bar speaks to the need for what we're approving here tonight. Look at the information on the back and the comments from this audit as conducted by the Center for Community Study, as you can see on my website, and as it relates specifically to citizen-led engagement that started formally through a council resolution and began with a public meeting here in this chambers, and then we broke off. You'll remember, Councillor McCaddy? Lots of correspondence. I grabbed just some from recent days. Here's one from the Beasley Treasurer, formerly the chair, when they were dealing with this last year. Here's one. I did recently do a walkabout. I knocked on every door from Hess all the way to Wellington Friday afternoon. Beautiful sunny day, landed in the Wellington Tavern and spoke to some of the patrons there for about a half hour to conclude my door-to-door survey for those directly affected by this Cannon Street bicycle track. And you're going to see a letter here that I'll pass around from one of the 9 or 8 that were not home. The rest did speak to me, and all but 2 spoke quite positively about the bike track that's about to be erected in front of their homes or businesses. It was overwhelmingly supportive from those directly affected. Here's a column from Andrew Dressel. I'll just leave that there for now. And there's the audit that I did. That was on Friday afternoon, and you can see some of the comments from the people. It's a great idea. Not affecting me, says Park for the TNT on Park Street. Hamilton is going to be the SHIT, he says. Great idea. Absolutely all for it. Very enthusiastic. For sure, no issue. Great for our city. That'll work for me. It's a good thing for bikers, for safety, and crazy drivers. I also talk to people on the street and in some of the restaurants, and again, overwhelming, but for the most part, residents and business owners. And there's lots more, quite obviously, as it relates to engagement. I don't have it all organized in a fancy little photocopied file that includes pictures and statistics, but I vow to get that in the coming weeks. I'm sorry, I've been quite busy as it relates to engagement. I could go on and on, quite obviously. Nobody wants that. We had a 4-hour debate on this, and we spent a lot of time on the engagement piece, but I would like Chris to conclude on his thoughts on taking maybe more seriously, or in fact even formalizing, giving the emphasis of late on how important it is that the public engage with us, formalizing a process where those opinions matter through you, Chair.
Thank you. Chris Murray is not in the room. He left about 10 minutes ago.
He left when I started speaking.
Jerry or Vicky or Mike, would someone like to answer the question? It's about public consultation and the plan going forward.
Mike Kirkopoulos is fine, our communications guy. Where? Our city manager's coming back, so at the end, if he's back, after you're through with all
I
the
do have a considerable list of
comments.
speakers, so I'd appreciate it if you're okay if we just move forward.
And if not, I'll hear from Mike. Thank you, madam.
Okay. All right, so I have Councillors Pearson, Morrow, McCaddy, Pasuda, and Clark for the second time. Councillor Pearson, please.
First time for me, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank
yes,
you.
It is.
I just want to concur. I am in support of this. I know I had concerns the day of the discussions at GIC with regards to the consultation. I'm confident in what the ward councillors have done. I'm pleased that we haven't been inundated by a whole lot of emails, so that's good news, and letters that questioning the same thing. So you've done a great job, and I want to commend them both on that. My concern was tonight, too, with regards to the servicing issues and the costing going forward, and I appreciate hearing from Mr. Davies that the plan will come back before implementation, because I think one of the major questions that day, what I left the room being concerned of, is how we will address whether we will even have it in service through a winter season, or whether it is removed or just left at a standstill through the winter season and not maintained. So these are questions that have to be looked at. Hopefully the public will be patient. It's a work in progress, I would say here, because it's a learning curve for all of us on how best this will work. And we're also at the control of Mother Nature, as we all know. This has been the worst winter since probably 1994 as far as our storm and our snow and our frost and our ice. So it's not something that it has been normal, and maybe next year we'll be fortunate not have these problems that we did have this year, and that will certainly help in the servicing of the bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morrill, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to echo the positive comments, and I'm very pleased to support the project. I can't claim to be doing quite the consultation job that Councillor Farr is doing, nor will I promise to ride my bike. But I have a 29-year-old son who rides his bike all the time, and I know he'll do the touring for me. And maybe I might do a little bit of it. But seriously, I think a great deal has gone into this. I know it was strongly supported by my predecessor, the late Councillor Bernie Morelli. I have a letter that Bernie wrote in October of last year talking about the extent of the consultation that had taken place, what he was aware of, and what he had done himself and knew of from others. And I appreciate the comments Councillor Whitehead made about the inner city helping to fund the growth of the rest of the city. This is so true. And having most of my political career represented the whole city, I didn't think in terms of one or the other. But I think throughout the time of the regional municipality, before our great neighboring communities were able to support themselves on infrastructure, it was the old city that funded so much by way of sewers and roads and water systems. And I don't mind for 1 minute also laying claim to the fact that it is our area rating, our own money, that is paying for the capital cost. Councillor Farr keeps changing the figure on me. I never know whether it's going to go up or down, but I think we've got it set and established, and I think it's fair. So I would ask for fairness here, and my impression from people in Ward 3 is that they're very happy with this. They perceive it as a measure of traffic calming and beautification. I hope we can lend beautification to the project. That's a favorite part of my efforts, and I think it's going to be a great success, and I'm looking forward to it. Also, as Jason mentioned, the meeting yesterday on Pan Am reaffirmed that this will be very useful at that time as well as the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrill. Councillor McCaddy, then Councillor Pasuta, then Councillor Clark, please. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I want to begin by thanking Justin Jones, the community member who formed the Yes We Can group, and did just an extraordinary job throughout the neighborhoods, not just in the immediate neighborhood, but throughout Hamilton, sharing information on this project. And he came to meet with a number of the councillors individually to explain the project and to share the data and what would be involved in undertaking this project. Justin works on this kind of thing with the Share the Road organization in his day job as well, and he attends conferences representing Hamilton as a citizen and as a Share the Road person, in Washington, D.C. and various cities learning about this. So we have a resident expert in Justin Jones, and to our great credit, we've been able to take advantage of that. And the very first complete street in Hamilton, Cannon Street, through this bidirectional bike lane, is a result of the very strong grassroots initiative by Justin Jones and the group. I know he would identify many others who have played a role as well at the community level. I want to talk about equity for a moment. There are many youth these days, Madam Deputy Mayor, who don't drive. some of them don't even have driver's licenses. I've got a 24-year-old at home who has no interest in getting his driver's license. He takes transit everywhere, walks, rides a bike, that sort of thing. And there are many, many others. If you look at the census data, folks in their teens up to the late 20s, they're simply choosing not to have their own car or not to drive at all or very much. And that's a financial decision. I think it's also a decision they make for environmental reasons in some cases as well. And of course, there are many seniors who don't drive as well. They take transit or other forms of transportation, taxis and that sort of thing. And so I think we need to think about equity when we think about our roads and sharing those roads, the complete streets concept that we've really embraced here in Hamilton. And I hope will be shared and displayed elsewhere in our roads. So not only in the lower city, but up on the mountain. We've talked about a report which will come back at the next GIC, Councillor Whitehead and I, looking at a citizens task force to evaluate this idea of complete streets right across the city, because there are certainly important mountain neighborhoods who would like to investigate the idea as well, don't have adequate sidewalks or proper and safe areas to get around. So equity is an important part of the story here today. The other part of this is, what we're doing here today is significant, but it's not new. This is being done right across North America, the bidirectional bike lanes, complete streets, and many, many cities across North America. Many cities across Canada have already done this. So why not Hamilton? It's Hamilton's time to try these ideas out, to see how they apply in our city. Hamilton is worth it. We deserve the kind of streets that other cities have, the safe streets that other cities have. And I won't go into detail, but I can tell you just in the last month there's been 2 very, very bad accidents on Queen Street, which is a one-way street, as you know, a very fast one-way street. Another one today just before noon. And I haven't heard the details of the report yet in terms of whether it was fatality or a serious accident, but that's the second one. The other one occurred at Queen and Herkimer on Queen Street. So I'm going to be coming back to council to talk more about that in the days ahead. I hope staff, when they do their analysis, not only look at the costs, which are important, but also the benefits, the economic benefits of this project. It's very important to look at the property values on Cannon and back some distance from Cannon, as is described in the LRT benefits report, where property values increase, property taxes increase to us here at the city, and those neighborhoods thrive. That's the experience elsewhere, and that was discussed in the report that we saw at GIC from IBI, who explained the experience in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Seattle, and Calgary, and other neighborhoods who have done this kind of work across North America. So very excited about this project and happy to support it. Thanks to Councillor Farr for his extraordinary consultation, going up and down the streets several times to speak to each and every business and residents along that street. Quite extraordinary. I'm with Councillor Bertina or Councillor Morrow, and probably not being able to do that or not doing that sort of thing, but this is extraordinary. I'll finish up on a very logistical note. Item C on the recommendation is virtually identical to item D. We've duplicated that, just talking to Rose to clarify that. So at the appropriate time, Madam Deputy Mayor, we should eliminate C and just go with D, which I guess will become the new C. The two were duplicated, I guess, in the recording of the motion. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor Partridge. I supported this, and being it's area rated, I was okay with it, but I can tell you after the meeting came up, I did get more than my fair share of emails and comments and phone calls on it, surprisingly. So the rural people do listen. A couple of calls were about the money that was spent, and we explained to them its area rating, so they understood that. as Councillor Ferguson indicated here too, it was the upkeep of it. And that question came up, and where's that money coming from? One person said, well, if there's maintenance of this, why isn't there bicycle license fees? That was one that came up. They talked about it being a pilot. So it's a pilot project. What's the measure of success? How do we know what the measure of success is? How many bicycles per day, per month? Are we going to measure that through Madam Deputy Mayor to somebody that may be able to answer the question?
Jerry, please.
So through the chair, as previously indicated, we'll bring back the design what the costs are right now. Again, at the functional stage, it's a very conservative estimate. So we'll bring back the detailed design at the same time. What are the key performance indicators? And we'll work with the consultants on that. So that will be amount of usage, the actual cost. Again, the snow removal is one of the key things with that is it's snow removal. It's not snow plowing. We'll be physically moving it out of there. So we'll have all those measurements for council to look at. And as we move forward, we'll report back on those. So I believe the key will be how often, what's the frequency of use.
Madam Deputy Mayor, through you, probably to Jerry too. So if it's a pilot project and if it was to be unsuccessful, I hope it is, then there's the cost to remove everything that's been in place again. So those costs would be, once again, probably the same as putting it in place, correct or not?
Through the chair, the delineation, the materials that we use, the planters, bollards, whatever they may be, they can be removed at any time. That was part of the plan moving forward. So the capital cost for those is up front. There is a cost to remove them, but it's not as significant as the actual installation cost of the purchase of the materials.
Okay, and if I may continue, I'll be fairly quick.
Absolutely, Councillor. Go ahead.
So Cannon Street is a truck route. Is that correct?
I believe it is. I'd have to double check that.
Right. So the trucks that are coming out of this fellow here that sent me an email, he's a trucker. He hauls commodities down to the port, Parrish and Heimbecker and the soybean plant and that. So his question was here, so times are going to be reduced, and the report said by about 4 minutes. It's the length of that bicycle route would slow traffic by 4 minutes. He didn't agree with that, particularly at busy times, thereby sending trucks out and around and possibly heading east to go over the Skyway and around, increasing trucking costs. So that was an issue that came up here. He asked, did anybody consult with the port authorities and the businesses down there as far as trucking and truck routes coming back through Canada by reducing a lane?
Jerry?
So through the chair, I'll have to check with staff on that. I'm not sure if they did or not.
Okay, and liabilities. Another question from another resident was about liabilities. We salt, we put brine on, we put salt on our roads, we clean the roads. As it's a four-wheel vehicle driving on the road, so you have more stability. When you're riding a bicycle, as we know with the motorcycle in the summertime, when you have gravel and sand on the corners of the road and the roads, very dangerous. So we, particularly this year, really salted our roads. In fact, over-salted our roads to the point where, even when you come to stop sign, you're sliding. Bicycles. How are we going to keep ourselves out of a liability issue by keeping these lanes dry, particularly if we have a winter like this year? Hopefully not. Maybe we'll have a Florida winter. But if we have a winter like this year and the amount of salt that would go on the road to keep it dry, there's liability issues as far as skidding, sliding, falling off because of the rolling salt. So has that been addressed? Through
the chair, that's part of the ongoing maintenance costs, is to ensure that you have bare pavement for the road to ensure that there's safety for cyclists.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pasuta. And now for a second time, I have Councillor Clark and then Mayor Bertina and Councillor Whitehead. Okay, Councillor Clark and then Councillor Farr as the last speaker, please.
One question, then a quick comment. How are we actually going to be assessing the number of bikes? Are the counters that they use for vehicles, can they be modified with the PSI on that little trigger to indicate the number of bikes that are using a trail or a bike lane?
Through the through the chair, when we come back, we'll identify how we're going to, measure it, the number of bikes. I'm not sure of the methodology or technology that will be used, but it's very important that we have that information to report back on whether the pilot's successful or not. So as part of the final design and coming forward, we'll have exactly how we're going to measure it, both the usage and the number of bikes along the corridor.
Yep, thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Farr for handing me the documentation. I've read through the documentation, and I understand that it was a grassroots consultation and a door-knocking campaign. But I can tell you from experience that if a business finds that they're now going to lose money, and they are losing money, and they were not notified and not given an opportunity to comment to the city, they may choose simply to sue because they were not consulted. And door-knocking campaigns by outside the city does not hold up with courts. It's got to be documentation that comes in, and there's a list of the documentation, and we know. That's just like planning, like we have at planning. The other day we had issues, and we dismissed the petition because the people that were signing the petition weren't from the area. Well, that's what planning does, to assess that the people who are commenting on it are the ones that are living with it. And we go out of our way to ensure that that legitimate consultation happens. I raised it. I still fear it. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I sincerely hope that my colleagues are correct, that everyone's going to be celebrating when this happens, and there's not going to be a great deal of concern after the fact. Your documents are here, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Now I have Councillor Marula for a first time, please.
Okay, just quickly, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think we're putting way too much emphasis on just simply the individual cycling issue as opposed to what this really is intended to do. And that this is intended to create a complete street, not an incomplete street, meaning if we're putting too much of an emphasis on the cycling component, we're not looking at what the other variables that are going to be enhanced. And the purpose to this, over and above providing access to cycling, is to ensure that we have a safer street. Therefore, we have slower moving vehicles. We have vehicles that are more cognizant of other types of vehicles, whether that be public transit, pedestrians, trucks, cycling. So I think what we need to do is evaluate, firstly, what the average speed is presently as well. If we're going to look at this entire study, we need to look at the entire study between collisions, the rate of speed presently versus when it is complete, because in essence, you can't look at this with blinders on, and you have to look at it globally. And the benefits to this, knowing and being very familiar with Cannon Street, at present being a one-way highway or throughway, is really not conducive to a safe street. Frankly, it's one of the most incomplete streets that we have in Hamilton. And not to over-reference Councillor Morelli, because I think we could never do that, but the late Councillor Morelli, I recall him and I sitting one of the last times we ever had coffee at the Cannon on Ottawa and Cannon, and we were watching the mobilization of vehicles and cyclers and really, or cyclists, and really astounded. And one thing he said to me is, would you allow your kid to ride their bike on this street? And, it was a really significant question, in that the answer to that is no, I wouldn't. And the rate of speed on which these vehicles were traveling, trucks, cars, and the pedestrians trying to maneuver, including children on bicycles, really is a recipe for disaster. So we need to look at this globally in a complete fashion, and not in a silo, simply looking at the cycling component, because it means more to that community than just simply how many bikes are going to be accessing it. It really is one element of many that will make Cannon a far more complete street, but more importantly, a safer one. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Now, Mayor Bertina for a second time.
Two quick things. One is that advocacy groups are important and a part of the way we move forward. They seize an issue, they want to move forward. That's good, but that's not consultation. When someone has a T-shirt on that says I'm for this or that, you can't expect a proper result. And so I don't think we should change anything in the way that we typically ask the public for their input. It has to be independent. It has to be constrained in terms of how we approach people. And so I agreed with Councillor Clark, Madam Deputy Mayor, that as good as all that stuff is, we still have to follow protocols when we're seeking input from the public, and it can't be from an advocacy point of view. The second thing is, and I think one of the most important things that has come out of the work into this is we probably lost a nice project at the corner of Main and John because of the setback requirement, which is, I think, 3 meters. And that diminished the footprint and therefore the commercial viability of the project, and it's still sitting there with the fencing around it. And so I would hope that, I'll bring it up now except to say that we need to look at that setback and get rid of it, because that will open up lots of commercial possibilities down the main street of Hamilton. And the idea of it was that in the future we may widen the street. Well, first of all, there's so many large buildings down that street, you're never going to push the courthouse back to one side. Thank you. So we'll work on it. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Whitehead for a second time, please.
Yeah, clarification on the operating. We were already salting and brining Cannon Street before the cycle lane, so that's a wash in regards to that treatment. It's the removal of snow as the additional service that didn't exist before. So that's the only difference. I know that some councillors, when it comes to measuring and looking for value, would love to cloud the issue and throw everything in to justify the expenditure. I think, and I'm hearing pretty clear from my taxpayers, they don't want the issue clouded. They want to know empirical information that's non-biased. And I think I heard from Jerry that they're going to check and work with those measurements with the consultant. Well, my understanding, this particular consultant, and I looked at the history of this consultant, is a huge cycling advocate, and that's why they're so good at what they do. I think that we're looking for an impartial process in the context of the measurement. So can I ask to the Deputy Mayor, to Jerry, is that your intention, is to go to a partisan group to identify how we measure this?
Jerry?
So through the chair, the presenter from IBI, I forget Norma's last name, is licensed in complete streets. So she's probably one of the leading authorities on a complete street and its effectiveness. So we're planning on using IBI for the measurement of the project.
So they have a history and they're very committed to that regime. And you're saying that that's the best group to go back to and tell us if it's working or not after they designed it. Is that correct?
So through the chair, the consultant is, their expertise in all modes of transportation. We've utilized them for transit. We utilized them when we did the mobility streets, and we're utilizing them on this project. So we feel there is the expertise is there to deliver the information.
Well, okay, so I hear Jerry's explanation, Madam Deputy Mayor. I can't accept it. My community won't accept it. It has to be a neutral party that measures these things. And I don't mind even having representatives from the advocacy group be part of that, developing that terms of reference in regards to the measurement, but it has to be reflected of somebody that isn't a strong advocate of something, because the perception is terrible. The perception is absolutely terrible when you're looking at the way to measure this thing. And surely staff would understand the perception. I understand these are professionals that we're dealing with, but to say, now, by the way, we want this thing you planned for us and designed for us, we want you to help us and assist us to develop the matrix to measure it and determine if it's a success or not. I don't think that would wash anywhere. So I hope that when we get the design piece, we can have a further discussion, probably even out of council, and try and determine what is the best most neutral approach to this, but engaging. I mean, I'm not suggesting we leave advocates out, but I think you need people on both sides of this equation to facilitate that discussion to define the way that we're going to measure the success of this particular program. When we talk about how Cannon would change, I want to tell you that there's not a place in this community, and we heard the Deputy Mayor talk about Waterdown. There's not a place in this community that we have problems with roads, with trucks, with speed, with highways going through neighborhoods. There isn't a place in this ward. I mean, I might surprise some, but that's an issue throughout the city. It's not unique to just one location. So when I'm looking at making an investment, I support it. When I look at the cost of the operating, I'm okay with it, as long as we're getting value, as long as what we're building. We wouldn't run an arena if we had 25 people using it day in and day out. That arena would be closed because we couldn't afford it. There's a value. So we need to be able to measure this and ensure that we're getting value. And that's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking at it in a neutral way, not from an advocacy way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, before I go to Councillor Farr, who had a question for the city manager, folks, we've had great discussion. I'm hoping we can wrap this up. We have an amendment I'm going to come back to Councillor McCaddy on, and then hopefully we can vote on the item again. So, Councillor Farr, you had a question for Chris Murray?
And I'll just say through you, Chair, that having the nation's only complete streets certified planner helping us to assess and performing that job function and being attached to this file, I don't question in any way the integrity. We're paying them to do that. We're not paying for an advocate. We're paying for a professional. We don't send health staff to inspect the integrity of building foundations through our building department. It's just insanity what I just heard. I think we need to be a little bit more realistic and appreciative to that end. My question was, and Chris is back, understanding and appreciating the current consultation process, not saying scrap having our public information centers or the current mail-outs and the advertising that we're mandated to do through the province, and appreciating that this council particularly over the course of the last 3 years have taken a lot of time, money, effort, and debate towards citizen-led engagement. In your humble opinion, Mr. City Manager Chris Murray, is there an opportunity here in even using the Cannon Street multi-directional bike track as a case study in citizen-led engagement to maybe formalize how we appreciate, in this case, the thousands that have already engaged on their own and at no cost to the city? And I'll leave Chris to the answer, and I'm through talking.
Thank you, and then I'll move on, please. Chris, would you provide an answer?
Certainly. I think we can look at the merits of the work that was done by the advocates, as mentioned previously, and assess the quality of that engagement that they undertook, and use that as a maybe an example of good engagement moving forward. I respect the comments about an advocate and whether or not you can rely on what they say, but I seem to recall last September when the Yes We Can group came here and presented all their evidence as to why this made sense, that during that discussion they had presented the information at that time that they had collected, and I took it to be objective, and I took it to mean something. So, but we absolutely have a chance to, improve upon the engagement work we've been doing, and this council has done some great stuff. I'll just say this in terms of what we did around the casino, what we did in the councillor's ward in terms of having that virtual city hall. We're doing, and what Paul Johnson's doing with the tables that he's at, and there's all kinds of really good work you guys are doing, I think, but I think there's certainly some merit in looking at the quality of the engagement that was done by Yes We Can group.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor McCaddy, you had an amendment to remove item C.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, we've got a duplicate in C and D, so remove item C and D becomes the new C.
And it's moved by yourself and seconded by? Councillor Farr. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Now, on item 11 as amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 12. Carried. 13. Carried. 14. Carried. 15. Carried. 16. Carried. 17. Carried. 18. Carried. 19. Carried. 20. Carried. 21. Carried. 22. Carried. 23. Carried. Councillor McHattie on 23.
Very brief, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is the Small Business Enterprise Center and their youth program initiatives. I just wanted to recognize the great work of the Small Business Enterprise Center. I'm out in the community even more than ever these days, and nothing but positive comments about the Small Business Enterprise Center. I don't know, there's Neil. Neil's still here, and that's under Neil's responsibility. So Neil, please take that back to the folks downstairs. They're doing a fantastic job. I've spoken to a lot of the Hamilton youth, the Hamilton Hive folks, and they've made great use of this center we have here at the city. Encourage everyone to come down and speak to our Small Business Enterprise Center staff. And just tremendous work. Neil, if you can take that back, I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So on item 23, please, all in favor? 24. 25. On 25?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Pearson.
And I want to catch you, and I apologize it's not on your roadmap because I just confronted the clerk this evening when we came in before the meeting with regards to a motion that I want to put on the floor with regards to the City of Hamilton War of 1812 funding update. That was a report we received at GIC. So I'll read the motion.
Please go ahead, Pearson.
Thank you.
Councillor.
No problem. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark. Whereas City of Hamilton War of 1812 funding update, PED 12204A, approved by GIC on March 19th, identified a surplus of $36,037 in the War of 1812 commemoration project budget. And whereas a project to mark the route taken by the British troops on June 6, 1813 from Burlington Heights to the Battle of Stony Creek had been removed from the project plan to avoid confusion with a similar project that never went forward. Be it resolved that $36,037 be allocated from the unspent project funds and staff be directed to develop and implement signage along the route accordingly.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Clark.
If I can just speak to it?
Yes, absolutely.
Just so my colleagues can understand what this is about. This is something that I discussed with Anna Bradford way back when we were dealing with the funding and with some projects coming forward about a couple of years ago now. And the discussion was about putting signage out there that actually somebody could actually walk the whole route from Burlington Heights, Dundurn Castle to Battlefield Park, Battlefield House. And it would be similar to what St. Catharines and Thorold area have with the identification and signage of the old Welland Canal route. So that was the discussions we have. Anna has been supportive of this. I hope Anna doesn't mind that I caught this before coming in tonight. So I thank everyone for their support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pearson, for bringing that forward. So on item 25, oh, sorry, we have to vote on the motion. So on the motion, please, all in favor? Carried. On the main motion as amended. Carried. Thank you. Item 26, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. I have an amendment that's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson that item 26 of the General Issues Committee Report 14007 respecting the West Harbour Pier 5 through 8 Hamilton Waterfront Trust Project Management Contract be amended by adding the following section as subsection C. That staff be authorized and directed to negotiate all necessary agreements in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor, including management agreements in relation to all work that the Hamilton Waterfront Trust is retained to support, including a terms of reference for the implementation and construction of the proposed Pier 5-8 sanitary pumping station. And if I can just speak to it very quickly.
Yes.
I had the opportunity to meet with Councillor Jackson earlier today, Mr. Zagaric, and we called Werner Plus up on the phone to speak to him. I had been spending a little bit of time looking for the management agreement between the City of Hamilton and the Hamilton Waterfront Trust, and Werner was able to advise us that there were a number of draft agreements, but nothing was actually in place at the present time. So Werner supported the fact that we should actually have a full management agreement with the Hamilton Waterfront Trust. And on this project, a terms of reference for the construction of the sanitary pumping station. And the reason this came up for my colleagues is the new legislation that makes the council actually legally responsible on water issues. So if anything goes wrong with water and people get hurt in any way, shape, or form, like what transpired in Walkerton, the councillors themselves are actually at risk. So this really cements what the management agreement would be and ultimately the roles and responsibilities. And I'll leave it to Councillor Jackson if he wishes to add anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Clark. And actually, could I just clarify, please? Would you repeat the contract number that you've got listed there? Sorry, project number?
The project number?
PED?
I don't have it.
Oh, I'm sorry, then I misunderstood you, so.
PED 14002A is what's in our agenda. It's not in the actual amendment. I just referenced it by item 26.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That was my mistake. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. On the main motion as amended. Absolutely, Councillor Jackson. Standing recorded vote. All in favor? Motion as amended.
Want me to call you all out?
Would you like me to read them off?
No. Madam Deputy Mayor, if you want me to read everybody out, I will.
Okay.
Madam Deputy Mayor Partridge, Councillors Whitehead, Duval, Jackson, Collins, Marula, Morrow, Farr, McCaddy, Clark, Pearson, Johnson, Pasuda.
All right, thank you very much. Item 27. 28. Councillor Duval, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just be quick, this has to do with the Easter egg hunts. In the last few years, it's citywide. There's been more Easter egg hunts to help with our little ones. And a lot of organizations are finding it difficult with the cost for just a few minutes. So this year, we have, with the help of Anna Bradford, and I thank her, has come up with an idea that we waive the fees, but it's important, very, very important that the people still make application, because we have to make sure that the insurance fee, which we cannot waive, has to be paid to protect the people, the liabilities that are organizing this. So I just want to make sure that our viewers know that you still must apply. The fee, the park fee, be waived, but there will be an insurance cost.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Duval. And Councillor Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to take this moment actually to thank Chris Eklund for doing all his donations of his Easter eggs, etc. The Winona and the Bimbrook in particular have taken advantage of that over the years and have been very appreciative. And this year they've started to help one another out. So one's gone after the contract to get the eggs, and the other ones are splitting it together within each other. And it's also getting the community to actually step up to the plate and take ownership. So I think it's been amazing, and it's just gone like wildfire. And I just wanted to put that out there and to thank the gentleman, but also to thank all the communities and all the volunteers who come together.
Role in that development. Also, at Public Health, I had brought forward a motion regarding the transportation charter. And that charter clearly illustrates that we as a community need to sit down with the school boards to determine, when you close a school, how far should that school be from a particular neighborhood? Because it's easy to look at the business case simply in dollars and cents, but it's more, I guess, complex, but far more intelligent to look at the process over and above the business case, but incorporate what other aspects or elements of the community and why they're important to that particular community through a community development perspective. So that charter would, if we had a policy similar to that of Toronto, would look at creating a policy where they can gauge how, once they do decide to close this school, is it within that parameter, and should they close it, and how many people will be impacted accordingly. And now you look at the public health aspects, and you look at the fact that in the inner city, particularly in my area, the mobilization for that transportation charter was simple for me. It really was born based on the fact that we had so many, or we still have so many parents driving their kids to school. And it's almost an epidemic, really, to a point where we have fisticuffs outside of elementary schools or public schools because they can't find parking. And they're all gravitating to neighborhoods. Nobody, and it's all based on positioning. We've had the police called, I don't know how many times, because people are literally trying to physically put themselves in a better parking position when they live 2 or 3 blocks away. So from my perspective, I've engaged the school boards, I've engaged the principals, I've engaged the parents. We've literally engaged the police to monitor this because it's a problem. Now, keep in mind, those problems had escalated to a point before the announcement of these closures. We can only imagine how that problem in itself, over and above all the other variables, how that problem is going to escalate. So if you're just looking at dollars and cents, yes, it makes great sense. Close as many as you can, decrease your overhead, and just move forward. But folks, this city had to purchase that land, pay for the demolition, and build a park. Keep in mind that the local taxpayers paid for that school land to build that school and maintain it for nearly a century. To then have a policy from a legislative perspective provincially dictating to the board locally that they need to now unload these properties to pave, to build new properties, is the epitome of double dipping. It literally is another form of download. And we know that 55% of our operating budget is already out of our control. So now we can add the schools over and above that. So just trying to explain how convoluted that particular issue is, and we around this table understand it. My frustration in dealing with the community on a regular basis is trying to explain this on an individual basis, but more importantly, collectively to the community, because things will never, ever change unless people know where to target the change. So, and that's by design. In the 90s, when Mike Harris developed this download, he did so in a manner which was politically brilliant. Unload all of these services to the municipalities, claim it's revenue neutral, then not make it revenue neutral, and download it in a regressive manner to the municipal taxpayer. Hence, we could decrease taxes by 50% locally if only they uploaded what they downloaded in the 90s. So, understanding the complexity of this particular issue, I take offense out in the community when I hear, firstly, when we get calls about schools closing, because it has nothing to do with us. Even if we had the authority to do so, which we don't, we would then be downloaded that particular responsibility. So when they started this ARC process, I clearly, publicly stated, I am not supporting the process, nor am I engaging in a process that they don't give me voting rights for it. So as everyone recalls, we were all invited to this ARC process, and I knew the fix was in. Like at the end of the day, they had nothing on their minds except closing schools. To then try to bait us into the process to say then you were a part of that process without giving us a vote is again nonsense. It's just gamemanship. It's politicizing. And frankly, you can spin a spinner, but they're not going to spin me. Okay, so call it what you will, but the whole process was based on baiting us to be on a faulty ground, and I wasn't buying it. So, and nor am I buying it now when I hear these closures, because what they're doing is they're basing it on dollars and cents and not what's in the best interest of education and of the community. And it's actually built right into their policies. They are directed to not renovate, but to demolish. Because if they choose to renovate, they're not eligible for funding. Well, to me, that's legislating by destruction and not innovation. And from my perspective, that's uncalled for and frankly unconscionable, and hence the motion we have before us trying to somehow fill the vacuum of who does what and who's paying for what and where the focus of this community and their angst should be to ensure that we could potentially change this in the future. And I thank you very much for your patience and your time.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I strongly support this motion by Councillor Marula. It calls for the city to request the province of Ontario to issue a moratorium on school closures until the ministry can call a meeting of the city and the school board officials to develop a new process that emphasizes neighborhoods, the health of neighborhoods, also speaks to the Accommodation Review Committee process, the ARC process, and includes a much broader, more public engagement initiative. So this is a very, very targeted and strong motion, easy to understand, asking the province of Ontario to change the way things are done, moratorium in place until that happens. I had sent a letter last week to the new school board trustee chair, Jessica Brennan, the Dundas school trustee, and at this point in time, as I understand it, they've recently completed 4 different ARC processes, one in West Flamborough, one in East Flamborough, one in East Hamilton, and one on the mountain, the Central Mountain. And they're now going through the process where they're meeting to decide what they're going to do with the ARC recommendations. And I've heard from some of my fellow councillors they're not impressed by those recommendations. And they've gone much further, in fact, than many, including some of the citizens involved in those ARC processes, thought they would go. In that letter to Jessica Brennan, Trustee Brennan, I asked for a meeting to be established of the joint school board city committee, which is jointly chaired by Mayor Bettina and the school board trustee chair, in this case Jessica Brennan. And I think we need to have that meeting so we can discuss what's going to go on with these 4 particular ARC processes. I know, Madam Deputy Mayor, one of them affects your area in East Flamborough, and particularly the Millgrove School, which clearly should remain open in the analysis that you've done and that folks in the community have done. The recommendation is to close that school, and that's not on. We need to fight for that particular school, and this is the way to do it at this point in time, to work with the school board on what we have in front of us now versus what we'd like to see, which is the moratorium from the province as quickly as possible. But we've got these in front of us now. How do we protect those neighborhoods that have the ARC process in place? The recommendations already there. How do we encourage the trustees through community action to do the right thing? So that was a letter that I sent last week, and to her credit, Trustee Brennan, Chair Brennan, got back to me right away the next day and said, let's sit down and talk through the joint committee and to work with the individual councillors and the neighborhoods. And as you know, Madam Chair, the school board will now be having specific meetings on each of those 4 areas, and many of us will want to be involved in that, as will our neighborhoods. So that's the immediate situation, but I strongly support the proactive and visionary motion that Councillor Marula has brought forward that directs it at the province of Ontario. You know, that we think back to that Charles Pascal report that the province did that talked about full-day kindergarten, and in fact they're moving to implement that. It also talked about schools being community nodes, community hubs, and they seem to have forgotten that particular recommendation. You know, they can easily be in a situation where a school is perhaps 70–80% full when it comes to pupils, but another 20–30% is empty. Well, there's huge opportunities to develop seniors programming, daycares, other uses of the schools that'll bring it right up to 100%, and that will satisfy the provincial directive, and the money should flow on that basis. So we need to talk about that as an alternative to closing schools, which really wipes out the community in those particular neighborhoods. I've of course experienced that with Prince Philip School in Ainsley Wood neighborhood, which is causing a lot of challenges. So 2-step process if I can. Strongly support Councillor Marula's motion, and we need to work with the 4 existing ARCs that we've got dropped in our laps.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
And I want to thank Councilor Marilla for the motion that he brought forward, because it does, I think, assist the school boards by raising the issue to the province yet again. The province will indicate to us that, they have many, many priorities, and everything comes out of one large capital budget, much like we have here. So all of the different new schools would come out of their capital budget. The challenge and where I really feel for the school board trustees is they're working within a system that does not really allow them to take into consideration variables and parameters outside of seats. That's really what the funding formula is about. It's only talking about seats. So if they have 10,000 seats in their school board and they only have 5,000 students, then they have to look to merge schools together to make them fit. That's the process. And so I don't want school trustees to feel like the counselors are admonishing them. They're working within a system that's flawed. And it's a real challenge because they can't get additional funding from the minister unless they actually eliminate those empty seats. And no one wants to do that. I mean, quite candidly, if you've got a school in downtown Hamilton or downtown Stony Creek or out in Flamborough and it's at 75% capacity, do you close a school because there's 25% of the seats that are empty? Well, it doesn't even look at it that way. It looks at the overall numbers across the entire board, and that's where it really becomes a challenge. So they've made some really difficult decisions. I really appreciate the efforts that they put through it. I don't necessarily agree with many of them. Many of my colleagues don't. Some really I just kind of shake my head at, but I wasn't sitting at the table. But regardless, the system has to be fixed, and I think that's what Councillor Marilla's motion is pointing to. There's a flaw in the system, and we're raising the flag for assistance. So we'll wait and see what the province does. But in the meantime, I feel for the school board because they have to keep going down this road, and it gets very painful for the parents and equally so for the councillors who really have no authority in any way, shape, or form, but the residents do call us. So working together is better than not working together. But let's just hope the province actually listens to us when we're working together, that this needs to be resolved. And perhaps it's just an issue, and we've talked about this before, and we just approved a pilot project here, that we say to the province, why don't you look at Hamilton? It's a microcosm for the province. Come in and let's look at some pilots in terms of how you would fund new schools. And play with those numbers and play with the program and see if we can come up with something that works.
Thank you. Councillor Duval, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I fully support this motion going forward. I want to thank Councillor Marilla for bringing it in. I know many of us have tried, some of the councillors that areas have been affected, have tried writing to the Ministry of Education by themselves to make the concerns known to them from our residents, and we've done a lot of writing to the actual trustees, only to be put back by the Ministry of Education through the ARC process. Councillor Clark is right on. The trustees that we elect have a problem, and it's called a funding problem that they must deal with through the province. And I'll tell you, just in Ward 7, for instance, when they're saying they're building a new high school, they made the closure two high schools in Councillor Jackson's ward, Barton, and in my ward, Hill Park. We in Ward 7 have the largest population, and we're not even going to have a public high school no more, but they're going to build a new one. They're saying they're building a new one where the growth is over on Rimo. The problem is that there is a need for the school on Rimo because the growth has happened. And it's not coming from the sales of the schools that they closed because the province just announced the funding for it. They're building them a brand new school that's needed. So you say to yourself, why are they closing down the high schools that we already have and switching people and cramming them in other high schools? Because they don't have any funding or funding. They got a bad funding formula about capital money going in on their buildings that are deteriorating because of lack of care. So we now have to take those schools and we're selling them to make sure that the other schools are fixed up. And now it's come down to the elementary school. Same thing in Ward 7. We're tearing down a relatively good school to build onto another that's close by. So you say, does that make sense? Well, yeah, I guess the asset's worth more than they're just putting the building on. Two of the school closures that are up, there's nothing wrong with them. Okay, but they're going to sell them so they can get some money to fix up the other schools to go into the catchment area. It's a real screw up. And it's unfortunate that our elected trustees are faced with this. And I think it's a great motion going forward, collectively as a city, asking the Ministry of Education to slow down, rethink of what you're doing. Because not all the schools are going to be fixed with the amount of money that you're going to get. And I'll show you just in the last 10 years, 2002 to 2012, $32 million that this city of Hamilton has paid on buying assets from the school board. So it's public land. They put it up for sale, and guess who bought it? The public. Try to do that to your house. I mean, it would be against the law. But we managed to do it here, just selling one level of government to another level of government, and the public pressure that's put on there because people invested their homes near a school to take their children to, only to find out years later, we didn't look after it, or somebody didn't look after another school in an area, and it's going to be sold. And housing goes up. They put pressure on the councillors, buy the land. We have approximately, I believe, another 12 closures coming up, and there's more coming on in the next few years in your other areas, okay, that the schools are overpopulated, and we're saying, well, use the other ones that you want to close down. You don't have to put so many portables in. They need the assets. They're going to run out of assets. And then what do? So you need a plan now, because once it's sold, it's gone, and then all of a sudden the school board's going to be coming back and looking to buy back the property that they had. A good example is Scott Park. So I fully support this, and I'm hoping that we can slow the process down, and the actual people in charge of this can figure out a better system than we're having now before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duval. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And this is a really difficult issue to deal with, and I thank Councillor Marula for bringing forward the motion. And we've all been through this process. For those of us who've been on council for any length of time, we've been through the closure process now at both boards. And this is the first time that I've had to deal with a closure with the public system. In the past, I've dealt with the Catholic Board on closures related to St. Bernard's, St. Anthony's, St. Christopher's, St. Joan of Arc, Bishop Ryan's, the most recent one in my area. And so I've been through this process before. We know what happens when the announcement's made that the school is proposed to close. Our residents call us, first assuming that we're somehow involved in the decision-making process. They ask us to participate in their petitions to the board. And so in the past, I've facilitated those petitions through the community. I've met with residents to come up with a game plan, so to speak. We've appeared as delegations collectively before the board. And so this is, for those of us in established inner-city neighborhoods, this is certainly nothing new for us. Unfortunately, as others have referenced, the funding formula hasn't changed. This really does go back to the provincial legislation. And it's kind of ironic because we had some discussions earlier this evening about what it's going to take for intensification to work within the city of Hamilton. And when you look at the provincial policies and the legislation that's at play right now, it really is interesting to look at. In one sense, the Places to Grow is encouraging intensification within urban areas. The province is pushing municipalities and towns across the province to develop in the inside from the core out. They're trying to curb urban sprawl. and they're forcing municipalities to adopt policies that seek to attract new residents to the center of the city. But when you look at the Education Act, and you look at the domino effect that occurs with what's happening with their education funding, it's actually counterproductive to the first legislation. It's closing inner city schools. It's making it much more difficult for people to sell their homes in certain neighborhoods because they do not have that as an amenity. And I know that when my wife and I both looked at purchasing our first home, we knew certainly that we were going to have kids, hopefully someday. And one of the things at the top of our list was, where are the schools located? And we were blessed when we moved into Rosedale to have two wonderful schools, St. Christopher's and Rosedale. And so I know that now that St. Christopher's is closed and Rosedale School is on the chopping block, so to speak, it'll make it much more difficult for the existing residents to sell their homes to prospective buyers because that amenity or those amenities now may have or will have been lost. There's been certainly some comments made towards our involvement in this from people, stakeholders, certainly comments in the media in terms of what our involvement should be. To put it into perspective, to follow up on the points that Councillor Duvall made earlier, and I had messaged this through social media the other day, we have, up until now, we've purchased 12 school board properties. We've purchased 50 acres, and that's cost the municipality $20 million over the last 10 years. We're in the process right now of purchasing additional land, and we will have, by 2015, we will have purchased, without breaching confidentiality, these are ballparks because there's still negotiations going on through committee direction, but we'd be safe to say that we will have purchased around 110 acres for $40 million, and that equates to 110 acres as I said, of land, which is the equivalent of, if you look on a map, it's about purchasing Gage Park 1.5 times. That's in terms of the geography. It's the equivalent of 1.5 Gage Parks. So when you start to look at the strain that has on our budget and the domino effect that it has in trying to retain, and that's, when the school closes, the next call we get from the residents are, well, what are you doing with the property to save my local park? What are you doing to save our recreation center in some cases? And so I'm going through that right now with Bishop Ryan, where I'm going to lose a gymnasium. I believe we went through that in Councillor Farr's area in another year where we had a recreation center attached to a school and we were trying to purchase that property. And so when I look at the domino effect and the resources that we're sinking into this, there's one thing that I'm going to ask our staff next week, and I had a brief discussion this evening with Steve Robichaud outside. And there's one thing that we can do from a planning perspective. As we all know, and we're going through this right now in the Scooby lands in the Winona Stony Creek area, and it's when we develop and plan for new communities in the municipality, we're actually, well, I'm not certain if we're required, but we include lands for institutional use. And so we designate certain components. And if our problem and our rallying cry has been that we're losing inner city schools and we're actually now busing the children from the inner city to the fringes of the municipality, there may be an opportunity for us from a planning perspective through all future plans, secondary plans, and official plans that we undertake for growth to exclude institutional uses, to make it more difficult for school boards in the future to build schools in areas that are sucking, as some have said, the life out of the inner city. And so I know when I went to school, those children who lived outside of our catchment area or outside of our neighborhood were actually bussed in from those areas of the city. If new developments took place in certain areas on the mountain or above the escarpment, in many cases those children were bussed into existing schools. And so, I mean, that's a long drawn out process. It's probably something that'll take a couple of years to see the merit or I guess the positives that would come with such a system. But certainly if we're controlling the planning associated with new neighborhoods and new development, we can insert ourselves into that process by limiting the amount of institutional use that's designated in those properties. And so I will be raising that next week. In the interim, certainly supportive of what's here this evening, and I would encourage everyone to assist the neighborhoods that are currently going through the fight, as others have in the past, in helping us try to work with, in some cases, the school board to make things right for inner city neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you. I certainly support before us. It's better late than never. And I think when people ask the question, why now? Why is the council stepping up and Is it election year? Well, let's be clear. Yeah, it's election year, but it's not the election you're thinking of. It's the provincial election. And clearly, when you look at the hospitals and how the hospitals were dealt with, you know, they created an installation called LINS. LINS went around and closed emergency hospitals and so forth, all because of, you know, better care at affordable cost. They imposed that on the school boards in regards to the formula. You know, I had a school close to my ward, in fact, a school that my children went to, about 300 children in the school. They were transferred into a brand new school that was built for 800 kids and has like 3 or 4 portables already. Another school that was built 2 years ago, in this not very far, stone throw away, is got 6 or 8 portables, and it just was built. Then you have Corpus Christi, of course, that's full as well, and I know that we're looking probably at another 3,000-4,000 units being built in that same quadrant. So I sit back and think about, well, why would you close down this particular school, open these schools, building portables, and they sold the land, so they don't have the opportunity to maintain the presence in that neighborhood, which, with all the new development that's taking place, it still would be within the catchment area, and be easily to move people around and facilitate the growth in the population with the current schools that are in place. I don't get it, but clearly a lot of parents don't get it either. It's very confusing. I think what this does, though, it also points out that the school board trustees, in fact, I think it's reported, are in an unattainable position. The formula really makes it very difficult for them to make the right decisions. Was the process flawed? That's a different argument, and certainly something I don't want. It's always uncomfortable when you're interfering with other government decisions. Problem, though, is the decisions that are being made are leaving big voids in neighborhoods, and it is having an impact on our communities. And that's why this motion is timely. You have a provincial election probably around the corner. We want to get the attention of the other levels of government. I don't know if, and I like Councillor Clark's idea about the pilot, because I'm not sure where AMO is at, and whether AMO and the other municipalities across Ontario have asked for a similar position, because clearly there's 2 ways to go at this. We can ask the City of Hamilton to lead the way and be the microcosm for the province of Ontario and look at a different approach to addressing the financial crunch the province is in, maintain a high level of education, but not gutting communities. That's one approach for sure in regards to the pilot. And of course the other approach is to garner support from all the other municipalities that are being impacted by these kinds of processes across the province of Ontario. So I would ask Councillor Marula if it's, I don't think it's contained in the motion, but I think we should probably have it forwarded to AMO to see if we can get endorsement of AMO as well as a friendly amendment.
It's in the last
Oh, it is?
paragraph.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. And again, very supportive of us going forward. The province, when they embarked on this, I think they missed the other partner, and that's the cities. And when they developed the process and the formula, probably should have consulted with us, because we are, to some degree, stakeholders in what is transpiring in this community. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not going to be as generous as some of my colleagues have been, even though that's, most of you know that would be normally my style. But, you know, during the whole anxiety of the high school review on the mountain, and especially with the Sherwood community and the Barton community in my ward, and the Sherwood community ended up, Madam Deputy Mayor, putting on one of the best grassroots campaigns I've ever seen, between the neighborhood, the school council, all coming together, students, parents, citizens at large, and they overturned a management recommendation to close Sherwood and save Sherwood High School. However, as happy as I was for the Sherwood neighborhood, and I am, for saving their school, Barton Secondary was a casualty at the 11th hour, and that caught the Barton community completely off guard. I got a bit of a reprieve. Unfortunately for Councillor Duval, his one and only public high school is closing this year, and Barton is going to have a reprieve for 2 years as a combined school till June of 16. A couple of years ago, Madam Deputy Mayor, why I'm not just going to be as generous, you know, I appeared at a couple of the public meetings by the Public School Board, by their ARCs, the Accommodation Review. One of them, I believe, was at Hill Park, Councillor Duval's ward. And I went up to the microphone, and at the time I begged and pleaded from the microphone with management, the trustees that were there in attendance, and there was probably a good 100 people in attendance in that auditorium. I begged and pleaded with the trustees, can we just table and park the whole high school review? Please, I'll do my best if you're cooperative and you're willing to bring some kind of motion to the council table. And maybe we could walk arm in arm between school trustees, city council, the mayor's office, citizens, school communities, neighborhood associations, all walk arm in arm in a joint collaborative effort to the province of Ontario, because everyone's right. The funding formula, it's what's driving the decisions. Started back in the 90s, the Liberal era of the McGuinty governments continued, and I basically pleaded, and my presentation was just received and accepted, and a few representatives from the school board afterwards came up to me at the back of the auditorium before I left and basically said to me, I'm paraphrasing, Tom, you know, we've tried our own, we've sent the letters to the Ministry of Education, and you know, they're not on, nothing's going to be changed on the funding formula. And so obviously I was very disappointed. I thought there was a golden opportunity before many neighborhoods at that time, 2-3 years ago, were going through the anxiety and the hardship of not knowing their school's future. So fast forward to today, more neighborhoods, many of you have spoken out about what's happening once the closure decisions have been announced in more wards now, more across the city. I'm feeling for each part of the city and every one of you, and the mayor has spoken out in what you're going through. I thank Councillor Marula tonight for this motion, but I question if the funding formula was that important, why have the trustees as a collective not asked council a while ago before embarking on the high school review? Why didn't they ask us to lend the weight of the authority of this august chamber to their plea to the ministry? And again, we could have gone arm in arm. So no condemnation, just puzzlement on my part why the initiative didn't come from that end of it, knowing the hardship that was going to be created and the upheaval within many school communities and parents and the backlash and the feedback they were going to get from many in our community. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, obviously I'm supporting this. I'm very careful not to override jurisdiction of other elected bodies. I'm always very careful so that those elected bodies someday can't say, Tom, you know, what are you doing sticking your nose into our business? You look after this, we look after that. But having said that, this is a plea to the province. I hope finally, as a community citywide, we can all get on board. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I also support this motion for all the reasons that were said tonight. Glanbrook, if you can imagine, has 3 active schools. The one in the center, which is sitting in the middle of the Greenbelt, is the least attended. The other 2 are bursting at the seams. So the resolution was close the middle school. The other school that's bursting at the seams has physical challenges. The washrooms are in horrible state. And so instead of putting some money in a budget to get rid of all the challenges and to fix this, they said, oh, they'll be fixed in due time. So it was very frustrating for the parents to come out to that ARC meeting. Some of them had said to me, and these are their words, as soon as we walked in, we knew exactly what they wanted to do. None of our input would have mattered. So it was very, very frustrating. And then conversely, I have another school down in Winona that was closed because they built the new one down the street. And the old one now, the former one's been sitting empty now for 3 years. 3 years. The vandals have been having a blast. It's boarded up in sections. It's sitting in the heart of the community. Everyone's looking to me saying, I thought you were trying to buy this. I am. They haven't even declared it surplus. So it's really frustrating for me on this side of the fence to be looking at the other side, and understandably, I don't have all the information that they have and how they came to those decisions. But we're the ones that, in my opinion, we're the ones that end up having to answer to the community for it. And it's very frustrating for in my position. So I really want to thank Councillor Marula for bringing this forward. It's a process that I don't quite understand completely. Our schools and as was our churches back in the day are the heart and soul of our communities. And when they are threatened to be closed up, or in fact are closed up, it's like the heart of the community just got wrenched out. So it's really, really frustrating on this side to be watching this. And I want to thank Councillor Marula for this motion, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So on item 29, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now I'll call on Councillor Pasuda to lift and delete information on an item from the GIC report with regards to Westfield Heritage Village, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor Partridge. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian McHattie that the information item, and I don't have my glasses on,
30.
I-11 of General Issues Committee Report 14007 respecting negotiation with Hamilton Conservation Authority respect to the ownership of Westfield Heritage Village be lifted and deleted in its entirety.
All in favor? All right, Councillor Pasuda, go ahead now with item number 30.
And I have a motion here, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chad Collins, that the following be added to item 30 to the General Issues Committee Report 14007, negotiations with Hamilton Conservation Authority with respect to the ownership of Westfield Heritage Village. And I don't know if I need to read all the whereases. There's quite a few. I could get right to the therefore it be resolved.
Go right ahead.
Therefore be resolved, A, that city lands known as Westfield Heritage Village be declared surplus to the requirements of the City of Hamilton in accordance with the procedural bylaw for the sale of land being bylaw 04-299, and then B, that staff be directed to put in place all documents deemed necessary to effect the transfer sale of Westfield Heritage Village to the Hamilton Conservation Authority described in the Hamilton Conservation Authority's Board of Directors resolution of October the 3rd, 2013, as contained in this motion, and to include the additional condition that the City of Hamilton shall retain the right of first refusal to reacquire the lands, structures, heritage assets, artifacts, and chattels for the same nominal sum should the City of Hamilton Conservation or should the Hamilton Conservation Authority no longer desire to operate the Westfield Heritage Village at some future time, and C, that the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized and directed to execute any necessary documents in a form satisfactory to the City Solicitor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So that's moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor?
Carried.
Carried. Any opposed? Thank you. Mayor Bettina, may I have a motion on the report as amended, please?
You may, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Maria Pearson, that the 7th report of the General Issues Committee be approved as amended and the information section received.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now the Board of Health presents its second report for 2014 and respectfully recommends item 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Lord. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
I caught that. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. The bed bug strategy, I'm really pleased that unanimous decision of Board of Health. We learned quite a bit about the bed bug strategy or the lack thereof. Hopeful this approved tonight. This will not only give us a collaborative, cooperative effort in terms of city staff working out a citywide strategy, not just for rental units, not just for City Housing Hamilton-owned units, not just for city-owned facilities, but, Madam Deputy Mayor, this will give us also for that single-family homeowner, that widow, that elderly person living on their own, who currently, just because they happen to be a homeowner but on an extremely limited pension, maybe existing on less than $20,000 a year, calls the City of Hamilton Public Health Department. Up to now, Public Health Department has said, no money, nothing we can do, plus you're not a rental, you're not a tenant. I had a real problem with that. We learned that at Board of Health. It was something that opened my eyes. Said I had a constituent in my ward on Fennell Avenue almost in tears because when she needed the public health department the most, couldn't be there for policy reasons, financial reasons, no budgetary reasons. So I'm really pleased, Madam Deputy Mayor, that this will not be to any impact to the operational levy. This will also give some flexibility and latitude to staff in reporting back so that that elderly person that happens to live in their own home, but based on an income criteria of low income, will also be eligible for bed bug, both preparatory treatment as well as final treatment to hopefully eradicate it. This is a problem that unfortunately is growing. It's a societal one. The province has been derelict. They stopped the funding a couple of years ago. We're hoping they'll reinstate funding. Until then, the municipality is going to pick up the ball. Congratulate Dr. Richardson and a number of her staff, Kirsten Maxwell, Susan Harding-Cruz, Rob Hall, Brent Browett, Dr. Hamida Magani, and Bill Atanis as well. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for your very passionate support of your residents. All in favour? Carried. Item 5. Carried. 6. Carried. 7. Item 7, Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, this is related to what I had mentioned previously, and it's the Active Sustainable School Transportation Charter. I do want to thank staff at Public Health in working with me on this particular initiative, which clearly outlines parameters to ensure that we recognize, firstly, that the second biggest car trip generator in our community in the morning commute are cars. So in essence, the argument surrounding the school closures and how that's just going to be escalating as a problem in neighborhoods just goes to show that this is more important today than ever before. And with this particular charter, in conjunction working with the school boards, we would create a policy that this would be a driving, contributing factor to their decision, and potentially a decision not to close the school as a direct result of it not being conducive to a better community or a community development aspect. So that's before us here today. So I thank not only the Public Health Board, but Council for their support, but primarily staff for working closely with me on developing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. And Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had a meeting last night and in the Buchanan neighborhood. And one of the things they talked about, and they were very passionate about, was the challenge, the very issue with schools were built as community schools where, you know, within walking distance of the catchment area, and the process they're embarking on is creating a situation where many more cars and buses are coming into the neighborhood and creating a lot of conflict with a lot of the local residents and their ability to get out of the neighborhood. So obviously this is timely to take a look at a comprehensive way to address the issue. So I want to thank the initiative, and I believe Councillor Miller is leading on the initiative, so I want to thank him as well.
Okay, thank you. On item 7, all in favor? Thank you. On item 8, Councillor Marula, you have an amendment, please.
And I believe it's related to the Active Sustainable School Transportation issue. At the Public Health Board, what we mentioned, because I was informed that the Catholic Board was not involved in the process, I brought forward a motion to include them. Subsequently, the clerk advised me that the way we set it up back at the beginning of the term was to only that the Catholic Board was included on demand. So in essence, they are part of that process. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Morrow that the item 8 of the Board of Health respecting membership of the Joint Board Liaison Committee be deleted in its entirety and the balance of the items be renumbered accordingly.
All right, and Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Well, just for clarification, my understanding is that they're already on the invitation list, and this is just redundant, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Carried.
Thank you. 9.
Carried.
10.
Carried.
11.
Carried.
12.
Carried.
Mayor Bettina, may I have a motion on the report as amended, please?
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Judy Partridge that the second report of the Board of Health be adopted as amended and the information section received.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee presents its second report for 2014 and respectfully recommends item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. On item 15, Councillor Jackson, please.
Madam Deputy Mayor, just quickly, I'm not on Audit, Finance and Administration. This is an amended water, wastewater, storm arrears policy through to General Manager Zagarek before approving this tonight. So, is this, Mike, a situation where a landlord has inherited a property from a previous tenant and there's been arrears in either the water and or hydro bill, and the landlord has to assume and or absorb an outstanding rental bill, otherwise service won't be provided? And is this correcting that, or am I way off base, Mike? You can help me understand it better. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, this policy has been a city policy since 2001 when the Municipal Act was amended to provide the municipalities power to transfer over water, wastewater, storm arrears to the property tax roll. The policy was last amended in 2007. In 2007, the policy was amended to provide for additional notification to both account holders and property owners. The amendment to the policy before you today is just some minor amendments. So in terms of the notifications will continue to be provided both to account holders and property owners. The amendment to the policy is required as the city's billing agent, Horizon Utilities, has since 2007 made some changes to their account collection practices, and so the policy had to be amended to reflect those changes. As well, in terms of our notification practices, for the most part, as it relates to water arrears, the city provides a notification as per the terms of the policy. We've estimated approximately 99% of the time we meet the terms of the policy. On a rare occasion, there is a delay in notification to property owners, and often that delay is related to information that is inaccurate or incomplete as it relates to property owners. And so in terms of housekeeping, there's a reference in the amendment to the policy in terms of best practices. And that housekeeping item as it relates to best practices, again, relates only to those rare occasions where we have incomplete or inaccurate information as it relates to notification to property owners. But to the councillor's reference in terms of the transfer of the arrears, again, as it relates to water, wastewater, and storm, we will continue our practice to bill account holders and inform property owners as it relates to arrears. And again, in terms of the notifications, we will continue our practice of providing 4 separate notifications, both to the property owners, to the account holders. And in terms of those 4 notifications, 2 of those 4 notifications are included and provided to property owners as well.
Mike, thank you for that long but detailed explanation. So my quick summary and interpretation of that is that this will hopefully eliminate surprises in that there'll be some regular notification, because I heard from a few landlords, commercial landlords in my area, where a rental bill was left behind by a business that had moved, gone out of business, whatever, that they were surprised because of a lack of notification from the city. Sounds like that's being corrected, and I'm supporting what's here tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, just so to be clear, we're following reasonable efforts to notify the property owner. Is that correct, Mr. Zagarek?
For you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. That has been our practice. On the rare occasion, there has been a claim to the city as it relates to those notifications, and as identified to committee, we have amended the billings in those situations. But again, this policy is being amended to reflect those rare occasions where we do not have complete or accurate information as it relates to property owners.
Councillor?
Thank you. And if you can't hear me, just let me know. I can see there's lots of conversation going on. Can I just, there was a delegate that appeared, Mr. Asa, which is the solicitor for Effort Trust, and there was another letter that came in that was another authorized agent, if you will. So are we going to be meeting with them because they were raising concerns about this policy shift? Although we're saying it's really not a shift in language, he was quite concerned about it and was asking us not to proceed. So I'd like to be assured that there's going to be some meetings with them to verify the process to make sure that there isn't an issue down the road. Can I just get confirmation?
For you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can take that as direction to follow up with the delegations. The councillor is correct in that there were 2 delegations, one in person, one written delegation. In terms of the delegation representing Effort Trust, as we identified it to committee members, staff made a correction in terms of that particular situation and provided a credit to that property owner. But in terms of the impression that we're making significant changes to the policy, the councillor is correct, is that this is more or less a housekeeping as it relates to the policy. But we will follow up with that delegation in terms of confirming the changes in the policy.
Yeah, so if we can just have that as direction, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on item 15, please. 16. 17. 18. 19. Councillor Clark, may I have a motion on the report, please?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson that the second report of the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee be approved as presented in the information section received.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Carried. Thank you. And Emergency and Community Services Committee presents its second report for 2014 and recommends item number 1, carried. 2, carried. 3, carried. 4, carried. 5, carried. 6, carried. 7, carried. 8, carried. 9, carried. 10. I was about to say well done.
Sorry about that,
Go ahead,
Deputy
Councillor.
Mayor. Thank you. This is for the recreation concessions at city-operated facilities. I know that my organizations out of the Glenbrook Arena had already sent in letters last year and the year before to state their interest in participating in this. I couldn't make this meeting. I'm not on this committee, so I'm just going to ask through you to staff, is the Glenbrook Arena part of that pilot project, please?
Vicki?
Through the chair. The pilot sites have not been selected at this point. We're having a meeting on April the 9th, and all groups, including your own, are going to be invited to talk to them about the proposed pilot and to garner the sense of interest in them. Following that, depending on what interest there is, we will be selecting pilot sites, but we will do it in consultation with the councillors.
That's terrific. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Vicki. If you have a hard time getting a hold of the volunteers, because we all know that they do change positions and volunteers are not always in the same position all the time, whether it be corresponding secretary, whatever. Because I know for sure that I've got the figure skating club and the hockey league, they're ready to go. So
through you again, we'll make sure, I know they have been invited, and we're also sending an invitation to each of the councillors just so you're aware of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. On item 10, please. Councillor Farr, motion on the report, please.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McCaddy that the second report of the Emergency and Community Services Committee be approved and presented in the information section received.
All in favor? Thank you.
Councillor Marula, may I have a motion please to rise and report?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Collins that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
All in favor?
Carried.
Any opposed? So, members of council, we're now on motions, and Councillor Duvall, do you wish to present your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have a motion in front of me, moved by myself. Everybody has it, I believe, moved and seconded by Councillor Whitehead. It's a special occasion permit for the Wentworth Adult Mixed Slow Pitch League. It's their annual tournament schedule that would be held in June and August. It'd be held at Turner Park.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 9 Councillor Brad Clark, that the northbound and southbound stop control at intersection of Pritchard at Highland Road, approved previously by Public Works report and by Council, be removed. The appropriate amending bylaw be passed. Mr. Mayor, if you'd allow me a quick comment. This is a rare moment in these chambers when a stop sign is being requested to be removed. But this is one, if people viewing by way of Cable 14, you drive up Pritchard Road between Mud Street in my ward, right up to Rymel Road in my ward where the new light is at Pritchard and Rymel, between Stone Church and Rymel a few months ago, based on traffic department's recommendation, I think primarily through one accident that occurred there, the three-way stop was installed. Previously, there had just been a westbound stop on Highland Road at Pritchard. Now there's a three-way stop. The reason why, Mr. Mayor, and in consultation with Councillors Clark, Johnson, and myself, and city staff, and David Ferguson, with support of his boss, Martin White, have just been outstanding. As you know, since the Upper Mount Albion closure a few months ago, we've been trying our best to keep a flow of traffic moving with alternate modes of transportation and corridors. We've done synchronization of lights on Rymel. We've put in extra left turn arrows along Pritchard, Rymel, Stone Church. We've tried to help the flow of traffic, especially in the growing development areas of Councillor Johnson's ward, Summit Park, back towards Binbrook, and in parts of Councillor Clark's ward as well, my area being more the business side of it. This particular three-way stop has caused mostly consternation because it's gone right against all the additional efficient flow that the three of us have tried to provide since the UMA closure. This one has almost gone against that grain by unnecessarily stopping traffic along Pritchard Road going southbound and or northbound between Stone Church and Rymel. This will make things a lot better. I look for council support tonight. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I support this going forward. I'm just wanting to make sure that the traffic staff are aware that this was a change that had occurred, so now we're changing it back. So we're going to need some signage up there, specifically on Highland Road, to alert them to the fact that one might argue that a left-hand turn is going to be incredibly challenging on that street. So whether or not we have to have signage saying that there's no left turn or whatever the case is, please look at it and let's make sure that there's signage well in advance of that intersection to prevent any conflicts between vehicles.
So, all in favor? And Councillor Clark, motion on the Conservation Authority Board.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Judy Partridge that Councillor Brenda Johnson replaces myself as the councillor representative on the board of the Hamilton Conservation Authority for the balance of this term of council, and that the Hamilton Conservation Authority be advised accordingly. Councillor Johnson and myself have been working on some projects with Councillor McCaddy and the chair of the board, and it will be impacting on her ward, so it was appropriate that she replace me and sit on the authority.
Okay, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just, as chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, I just wanted to welcome Councillor Johnson to the board. It's a great functioning group, so I look forward to having your representation and involvement in Binbrook and maybe lessons learned from Niagara Peninsula CA too, because I know you work carefully and closely with them. But Mr. Mayor, I mainly just wanted to thank Councillor Clark for his long-time contributions to the Hamilton Conservation Authority on the board, and of course off the board too. Way back to his time as a minister in the provincial government, he was critical and key in the starting the protection of the Aramosa Karst conservation area before it was a conservation area, and his work at the province was just really a pioneer in identifying the significance of those lands, the caves and the unique geology and associated unique natural area and species that are found in that area. And he's carried on that work in years since that time, and on the board of the Conservation Authority. We are poised to look at some exciting new conservation area opportunities in in the area. So that's starting with Councillor Clark, and he's passed on the baton to Councillor Johnson, and he's not going away. We know where he is, so he'll continue to be involved, very much involved in that in the days ahead. So just very much thank you from the Conservation Authority's perspective, and I think I can speak for my colleagues on the board as well for the great work that Councillor Clark has done on the board and, of course, previously in his other capacities. Thank you.
Perhaps you could name a stalagmite or a stalag. Never mind.
Good idea.
Councillor Karst. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Morrow, motion on Gage Park Tropical House.
Yes, we're replacing.
Got to put your mic on.
Sorry. The report approved December 11th, 2013. Committee Report 13022A, GIC Committee, and we're moving that it be deleted in its entirety and the following: replace it with respect to the Gage Park Tropical House, that the $365,000 for the Gage Park Tropical House be approved within the 2014 tax-supported capital levy and charge to account number 445-145-1004. I just want to put in a word about the exciting plans for Gage Park. It's in part reverting to the original design of the time of the Honourable T.B.M. Queston and the Hamilton Parks Board, and also involves everything from the greenhouse, which will be expanded, and higher ceiling for bigger plants and trees, whatever. Also, ultimately, the Children's Museum may be located in a more historically pure location, and the work of the Friends of Gage Park and other interested community members is always appreciated in this process. So it's very exciting, and I commend the work thus far to the rest of Council, and would ask you to take a look at the plans if you get a chance. Thank you.
So that's moved and seconded. All in favor?
By Councillor Marula.
Yes. Notice is a motion. Councillor Whitehead.
Madam Clerk,
would you like to introduce a notice of motion?
Yeah, I have a notice of motion. I'm looking to the way the rules. And eventually this will go back to Public Works anyway, so no decision tonight. Reconsideration of item 3 of the Public Works Committee Report 13014, respecting Public Works Yards Review Strategy, approved by Council November 27, 2013. That this item 3 of Public Works Committee Report respecting Public Works Yard Review Strategy, approved by Council November 27, 2013, which reads as follows: that the report respecting Public Works Yards Review Strategy be received. So I'm looking, it's a reconsideration.
We need the motion to waive the rules.
So I need to waive the rules, I guess, first, right?
You do.
So second by Councillor.
All in favor of waiving the rules?
Carried.
And on the motion, we heard the motion. No waiving the rules? Okay.
Well, we'll get into now that we got to approve the waiving the rules. So this is a reconsideration. So at Public Works, there was discussion about a yard review. There was a budget, $95,000, that was associated with it. It was turned down at the Public Works. People, my understanding anyway, and we'll test it at Public Works, was we did it the first stage of it, and the second stage there wasn't support to finance the review any further. I had suggested that I was prepared to put some area rating money into the review, because I know that I will recapture it at some point when they deem any of the yards surplus to the needs of the city. So I made that commitment, and I did announce that at the Public Works I would be doing that. So it's not a surprise to anyone that's on the Public Works Committee. So so this is basically looking for the reconsideration, have it go back to Public Works. We can have the discussion, have staff report, and have the debate then. So I need a reconsideration to, what was it, I look for clerk's guidance. I'm looking for reconsideration to send it back to Public Works for consideration.
Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor, the request from Councillor Whitehead is to bring the bring the item back to Council instead of it just being received. He then would, if the reconsideration passes, then it would be referred to the Public Works Committee for some discussion with staff and the committee.
I'm certain that went off there and I couldn't hear what you said. But reconsideration would require a reconsideration motion.
That's what's
We
before
just
us now.
did. Yes.
That's what.
Okay, so Councillor Pearson, you had your hand up.
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess just through you to the clerks, that there is a policy. It's 2/3 vote, and it's 2/3 of those that voted in the affirmative, is it not? So we don't have the vote in front of us tonight. I can't remember when that was. I'm sorry, the hour is late. I just can't.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been a recorded vote either.
If I may, I believe we should leave this as a notice and work offline on how to resolve the matter.
I agree. Quite frankly, I work with clerks. I don't think reconsideration is really necessary because the terms of reference for the review has changed and the funding mechanism has changed, so it's really not the same motion. But having said that, I don't want to have this debate tonight either. The whole idea was to bring it back to Public Works. So could I suggest that I'll work with staff, I'll work with clerks and see if there's a way that we can address it.
So I'm going to unwaive the rules. Councillor Marula, do you have a notice of motion regarding Ballard School?
I do indeed. And it's going to be moved myself and seconded by Councillor Morrill, even though I don't need a seconder, but because it is a notice. And it's the inclusion of W.H. Ballard Public School in the Register of Property of Cultural Heritage Value or Interest, whereas the Memorial City School located at 1175 Main Street, East Hamilton, Ward 3, is believed to be of cultural heritage value or interest and may be worthy of designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. And whereas W.H. Ballard Public School, located at 801 Dunsmuir Road, Hamilton, Ward 4, is believed to be of cultural heritage value or interest and may be worthy of designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. And whereas Parkdale School, located at Parkdale Avenue North, is believed to be of cultural heritage value or interest and may be worthy of designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. Therefore, be it resolved that the following consultation with the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, the Memorial School and W.H. Ballard School and Parkdale School be included in the Register of Property of Cultural Heritage Value of Interest as non-designated properties, and B, that planning staff be directed to prepare a staff report and preliminary screenings of Memorial School, W.H. Ballard School, and Parkdale School in accordance with the council-approved designation process and report back to the Planning Committee and Council for direction and prioritization.
And it stays as a notice?
Yep.
Thank you. Any further notices of motion? I'm going to go to statements now. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to return to the podium, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll start on this side and have your statement, starting with Councillor Pasuta, please. I'm sorry, it's late. We still have to go in camera.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Partridge. And I'll be fairly quick. I know Councillor Collins and I were in Dundas doing some pottery for a fundraiser, the Dundas Art School there. So interesting. I'm not very good at it. I've been there twice and still very slow, but working on that. The Lions have had a breakfast, a community breakfast a week ago, and it very successful. A good job. The mayor was at the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce at the State of the City address last Tuesday, I believe. Fairly good crowd. The Rockton play continues. Had 3 nights of play. Again, tomorrow night, Friday, and Saturday. We've had 320 people at a night for dinner in the place, so it's turning out really well. Tomorrow, I'm attending the Food and Farming Alliance Committee, which is part of the Golden Horseshoe in Milton. And April, I have the opportunity to be Deputy Mayor for April, so looking forward to that. So thank you, Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Councillor Pasuta. Really appreciate that. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a sad announcement to make, particularly for those watching at home, that yesterday I was informed a neighbor, a good friend, a community leader, and the clerk of session for the Albertan Presbyterian Church lost her life to cancer, Wilma Butter. And it was very sad news. She was a very good family friend and also very, very active and a very generous person in our community. And the memorial service, it was diagnosed 2 months ago to the day yesterday. And so the memorial service is at 11 o'clock on Saturday, just for the community. Thank you.
Oh, very sad. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Chris Murray for coming out to a meeting last night. We had a public meeting. Chris came out to do a presentation about Hamilton. 120 people showed up. We had a big focus on it was about Scooby, but we had several people emailing in later to say, this is what I came out for. Can you answer this question for me? So it was really well attended. And all the things I'm going to mention, I'm going to just mention them. I'm not going to mention what they're all about details. You can get those on my website or just call my office. This Saturday, we have 2 roast beef dinners, one in Winona at the St. John's Anglican Church, and also we have one at, it's the Teed Fundraising Dinner and Dance at the Ancaster Fairgrounds. We also have this Sunday, Farmer Dell's Preschool and at Golf Club Road is having their fundraiser from 2 to 4. On April the 5th, we have Winona 50 United Church all-you-can-eat spaghetti dinner. Also on April the 5th, Glanbrook Figure Skating is having their carnival at the Glanbrook Arena. April the 12th is Winona's cleanup in the Winona Park from 9 to 12. And on April the 17th, Bimbrook and Mount Hope are having their Easter egg hunt. Mount Hope is also having a breakfast that the Lions Club are hosting. And on the 18th, which is the Saturday, is Winona's Easter egg hunt. And I'm wearing purple today because it's Epilepsy Day. And I'm wearing this for a little boy out in Winona named Anthony. So I just want to put a shout out there for Anthony and his wonderful mom and dad who do a lot of fundraising for epilepsy. And I also had a light go out in Winona. Deputy Mayor John Guys passed away. This is a gentleman that didn't earn any diplomas and he didn't run for office or anything like that. He would ride his bike all through town. He knew everybody's name. He knew where all the Indian burial grounds were before the ROM came in to find them. He had a collection of arrowheads and cannonballs and musket balls and skulls and bones. You wouldn't believe he had them all in beautiful cases, and sometimes they were just in a black magic chocolate box, used one. So poor John, he's been a wonderful, wonderful addition to the Winona community. He used to come into Winona High School to the geography club, if you will, and he'd bring all his arrowheads in. He came into the Beavers and the Cubs and the Scouts for me and presented to them as well. So rest in peace, my friend, and you're going to be sorely missed.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And this evening, I'm just going to display that by the end of next week, all the residents should be receiving their new waste booklets for the 2014 year, going into next 2014, beginning of 2015. And they will be starting with, they will now be having the green tags, so they'll be getting 12 green tags. And there'll be an additional 14 tags available through the year from the municipal centers if they need them. So, and nothing has changed in the program. The booklet's better, but nothing has changed. So everybody rest easy. You don't have to go and memorize everything all again. So it's good news. And if you don't receive this booklet by April the 11th, by all means, don't hesitate to go on the city website, www.trashtags.hamilton.ca, or call 905-546-CITY or my office. I'd be happy to be sure that residents who haven't received these booklets and tags get them. And also for residents' information, if you have leftover pink tags, they will be accepted until the end of April, so that residents know that. He's shaking his head affirmative. Got it cleared. Thank you. And also as an aside to the waste program and our leaf and yard waste, we should also mention that with regards to the storm cleanup, that still it's going to be the never-ending storm cleanup. Brush being put out at the curb has been extended for pickup to the end, I think is May 20th right now. So residents can, be easy that they don't have to get out there in some snow still and ice. There's some time still to gather and put stuff at the curb every week. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's it this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Was at the Erlin Lee Museum high tea on Sunday. You forgot, Councillor Johnson. You knew I was going to talk about the high tea. Councillor McCaddy was there. Councillor Johnson was there. I don't know if your spouse was there, Councillor Johnson. I think there were 3 or 4 men there out of the entire group, which we felt very happy about, actually. I mean, it's And we had an absolute blast. They brought in a laugh yoga, which I didn't even know existed, but the laugh yoga taught us how to laugh in order to eliminate pain. And I know I left with a stomach ache, and I know Councillor McCaddy, at one point our face was as red as your shirt, so it was it was really quite a thing to see. It was a great event and a lovely luncheon, so my thanks to all of the ladies, and they had a lovely fashion show, and even Kathy Denny was strutting her stuff around the floor. So really my thanks to the entire organization, and we should actually have perhaps laugh yoga at some of the meetings in Winona, I hear, because there's been lots of talk, Mr. Murray. Welcome to Winona, the friendliest community in Ontario. Anyways, eventually Scooby will be done, and we'll be moving on, and we'll be celebrating the new plan that's coming forward. So I do want to, I have to read out a letter that was written in to me from Alina and Frank Caltagirone. This is about darts. Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I'm a Munja. I can't pronounce some of these names. I usually go to Councillor Marula to help me. This is a situation where their son, who attends a Portuguese support services for quality living 5 days a week and uses darts, was picked up at 3 o'clock on the Friday, March 21st, and did not arrive home until 5 p.m. This meant he was stuck on a bus for 2 hours, which is completely unacceptable for any passenger, let alone an individual with special needs. When they tried to phone darts at 4:15 p.m. to question why he was not home yet, we were on hold from 4:15 to 5 p.m. It did not matter which extension we tried, we were unable to get through during this time. We finally did get through, and we asked the dispatcher why we had to wait so long on the phone, and their answer was that they were busy and short-staffed. Bear in mind, they were looking for their son. We asked for a supervisor to speak with, and they replied that no one else was there and they had all gone home for the day. We find this absolutely ridiculous. How can this be that no supervisor is in charge at certain times? What if there is an emergency? We were frantic, and we also called City Hall, but they were closed. The after-hour service connected us to the ATS Extension 4, which brought us back to darts again, and we were put on hold, a vicious circle. We did not know if our son was on the bus. We could not get through to ensure that he was safe. They then list out March 24th, March 7th, February 24th, January 20th, January 16th, January 13th, December 16th, November 25th. These are all dates where they have complained to darts, and their son was 2 hours late getting home. So I think I have to, at this point, refer this to Mr. Murray, since no one is here from the HSR. But these people were absolutely beside themselves, and I can understand it. If you're expecting your son home and your son has challenges and he's not there, and you're not even sure if he was on the bus and no one could answer any of the questions, I would have been incredibly panicked. So I promised them that I would read it out at the meeting, and I'd refer it to Mr. Murray and have him investigate the matter, and then they would get a phone call from staff explaining what's going on and how it's not going to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just some announcements from Ward 1 to begin with. April 1st, 7 to 9 is the 14th Art in the Workplace exhibit, and that takes place at McMaster Innovation Park, 14 of those so far. But that's a great way to see local art portrayed in the beautiful MIP building in the atrium and on the first and second floor, April 1st, 7 to 9. May 12th to 14th is the annual Town and Gown Association of Ontario Symposium. It's 10th year, and the Town and Gown Association of Ontario was actually created by Hamiltonians, folks concerned about student housing and trying to get along with students in the McMaster area. And that's taking place. This year's symposium is on collaborative community building, taking place in Waterloo. So let me know if folks want to know more about that. Congratulations to Bike Hounds and Bike Locks Bike Giveaway and Donation Drive, which took place on March 15th on Lock Street, where they gave away a lot of bikes to folks who need them. Hats off to that, those organizations. Congratulations to the MAC students who hosted a naturally connected McMaster art exhibit and auction on the weekend. This is a juried exhibition of local artwork, and it was done to create awareness and financial support for the Coots to Escarpment Park system to raise money for that. So thanks to the MAC students who are really stepping out under Patrick Dean's leadership as the head of McMaster, really stepping out into the neighborhood. A couple of events on the weekend I just wanted to profile that were fantastic. Ian and Melissa Thompson in Stony Creek hosted a fundraiser for Children's Hospital, McMaster Children's Hospital, focusing on children's epilepsy. And they had a child who at one point was having 50 to 60 seizures per day. And it is a problem for children with epilepsy. And they went to McMaster Children's Hospital, working with them and working with one of the fantastic doctors there. And the child is totally under control now, and it's been night and day for them. So the Thompsons are ecstatic about that, obviously. And they've raised about $50,000 this year on this past Friday night. Just my first visit, Councillor Johnson, to the 447 wing was on Saturday. They had their Community Appreciation Day, and I had an opportunity to spend time learning about the history of the 447 wing and the celebration of the Royal Canadian Air Force, not Air Farce, here in Hamilton at 447. And I want to be back there at some point. It's a great place to be. And lastly, just want to recognize the work of Wayne Griffiths. He runs the Hamilton chapter of the Autism Ontario organization here, the Hamilton version of that. And a fundraising event he held on Saturday raises tens of thousands of dollars for families who have to seek treatment and support for their children, their autistic children, which is tremendously expensive. It really almost ruins a number of families in that circumstance. So the money that he raises through the event he held at Flamborough Downs on Saturday, he's got a fundraising golf tournament coming up as well, really makes a huge difference for those families. So hats off to yet another one of those great volunteers in Hamilton, Wayne Griffiths. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. On Sunday, March 30th, it's the Around the Bay Road Race. 9:30 a.m. is the start time. I've recently tweeted and sent out messages to those who live in the ward about some closures, and we'll continue to keep everyone updated. Wednesday, April 2nd, 7 to 9, the Beasley Neighborhood Association doing a very unique thing in their neighborhood and inviting people to their Community Land Trust public launch at Leuna Station in the King George Room. That's Wednesday, April 2nd, 7 to 9, to learn more about the Community Land Trust. St. Lawrence, the Martyr Parish at 475 Mary in the North End with their annual Easter ham and turkey roll is happening on April the 4th. That's Friday, April 4th. The doors will be opening at 6 p.m. Draw starts at 7:30. The Conservation Restoration of Hamilton Built Heritage, sponsored by the Ward 2 Neighborhood Associations, and thanks to the DNA for getting this rolling, featuring a presentation demonstration of architectural woodwork of Hamilton with guest speaker Alan Stacey, is happening at the is happening at the Workers' Arts and Heritage Center at 51 Stewart Street. That's Tuesday, April 8th, 7 to 9, and you can RSVP to JB, Janice Brown, the president of the Durand Neighborhood Association. On Thursday, April the 10th from 7 to 10, there's live music and an art sale. The Salvation Army Lawson Ministries bringing this, and thanks to the Paparella Innovative Art Program, hosting a live music and art sale night at the Freeway Cafe on Thursday, April 10th from 7 to 10. That's our own clerk, Stephanie, working with her husband, Guy, on this really great community effort. The money raised through this effort, through the sale of paintings, cards, and bookmarks, as well as donations, will be put toward the art programs that provide adults with the developmental disabilities to gain a sense of self-awareness and a creative process that serves as an alternative means of communication and expression. Great live music and art for your friends and families, 7 to 10, Thursday, April 10th. Looking forward to that one. We moved a motion tonight that was emanating from the GIC agenda with respect to art crawls, and I just wanted to make it very clear. Didn't speak to it at the time. It was received that the staff update in this motion was received, and that was on the feasibility of closing James Street North during the warmer months in order to better accommodate the throngs that come out in the warmer months for art crawl. In that report, we learned that the Hamilton Police Services said it was not warranted. They feel with the current crowds during the warmer months that it's safe and doesn't warrant a closure. And with that, there was some alternatives in this report from staff, and one of them was that why can't we contemplate widening the sidewalks by closing the lanes adjacent to the sidewalk where we currently see parking? In the coming weeks, I'll be taking a walk with some culture staff to speak specifically to that, to all of the businesses along the route from just about the Lister all the way down to Barton Street. And I thought I should mention that tonight. And also this, as the final announcement, in these very chambers, we expect a good crowd, a packed house, for our launch of PB Ward 2 Year 2. We had an exciting start with the recent work of representatives from each of the 6 neighborhood associations. No corner of this ward is without a neighborhood association, and myself in picking a new facilitator. We're going to introduce the community to our new facilitator, how the process works, where the public decides on how to spend $1 million of their money on capital-related projects within the downtown, within Ward 2. And so we're hoping a lot of the residents are tuning in tonight at this late hour and have heard the message that it's a launch party for PBW2 2014. We expect some great ideas that night, and hopefully a slew of volunteers will also step up to the plate and help our new facilitator and her team pull this off and make it at least twice as good as it was last year. That's Thursday, 7 to 10, right here in these council chambers, next Thursday, not tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morrow, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some opportunities to be at some very interesting meetings that I thought were very well organized by the community, Gibson-Lansdale area. They have some plans for the Pinky Lewis Center and want to hit us up for some money towards that end, and it's well deserved. Also, I'm concerned about the deficit of park space in Ward 3. It is the lowest, if not one of the lowest, and I think I'll be attempting to address that at the Public Works Committee in a few days' time. But the neighborhood is concerned, and the ward as well. The Barton Kenilworth corridor, thanks to Councillor Marula, the Kenilworth Avenue was included in a long stretch of Barton right down to the Centre Mall, including Ward 3. And I think it's in its entirety. There was a public meeting, and I know the planners are working very hard to make the most of that. There were some deficiencies that I know are being worked on and corrected, and to ensure maximum public input and to come out of it with a better Barton Street in the immediate future and the long range. Pan Am, there was a meeting yesterday, of course, that was referred to earlier tonight. There are some exciting things happening there, and I know the bike lanes will be very helpful, but they're only one of many parts of this, and it's an exciting time. Part of leading up to that is the visit to Hamilton of the Queen's Baton, a small piece of furniture that will be going to 70 countries in advance of the Commonwealth Games in Scotland. There's talk of us being awarded the Commonwealth Games in 2030, 100 years after they were founded here as the British Empire Games in 1930. I'm sure the city would be up to that opportunity, but the Queen's Baton will be coming through in May. Hamilton is definitely on the circuit for that, and it'll be organized by staff, Greg Maychak and others, along with Cecilia Carter-Smith, and it promises to be, plus the Minister of Sport from Scotland will be visiting because of the significance for the location of this year, or of the upcoming Commonwealth Games. Also, some exciting prospects. Harry Stinson has done awfully well with the loss on Stinson in the easterly part of Ward 2, but is attempting to work on a project at the Gibson Street School, which has been well received in the neighborhood and a tremendous prospect for Barden Street. I'm looking forward to working with him on that. Some public events, dinner in honor of the late Bernie Morelli at the Taras Shevchenko retirement complex on Gage Avenue South a couple of weeks ago was well attended. An attempt on the part of the former chair of the Friends of Gage Park to erect a plaque in Gage Park in Bernie's honor. And I certainly have offered my own support towards that, and this was, in effect, a fundraiser for that purpose. Also, the mayor had me welcome Clara Hughes back to Hamilton. Although she hails from other parts of the country as well, we claim her because she did live here when she was training for her first round of Olympic medals in 1996. And several of us were able to meet her at that time, help host her on her return. She subsequently went and won 4 more medals in both cycling and speed skating. An amazing class act of a great Canadian. She's now riding her bike across the country right to the north, and I guess you can say from coast to coast to coast, on behalf of removing the stigma of mental illness and making Canada, as a result, a more inclusive and compassionate place, in addition to our belief now that it's the best country in the world. Thanks to Clara, it can be even a little bit better. And she's a great Canadian. It was an honor to welcome her just across the street at the Bank of Montreal and then at Leuna Station later that night. So that really is what I'll stick with now, but there are some exciting things happening. I'm thrilled to be involved with them, and particularly the energy in the community is inspiring, and I'm so pleased, and I hope that a lot can flow both with respect to the Pan Am activities and the new stadium, but also in other parts of the ward as well. Thank you.
Yeah, great work, Councillor Morrill. Councillor Marula? Okay, Councillor Collins, please.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I wanted to take this opportunity because I know Neil Everson is still here. I had the opportunity several weeks ago to attend the Young Entrepreneurs and Professionals Evening in the Stelco Tower. The Globe and Mail was there, of course, and I wanted to tonight sing the praises of Mike Marini, who's done a tremendous job. As you know, Hamilton Hive was something that he initiated several years ago. There were between 300 and 400 people, I think, in attendance that night. Many of them from outside of the city, so we had business people from the Grimsby, Beamsville area. Certainly some had come from Burlington and the GTA area. And the buzz from those in attendance was that our city is doing some tremendous things in the downtown and across the city. And all of it focused on very positive energy, focused on the business investments, especially small business investments that have been made by the 40 and under crowd. And so I wanted to take this evening to commend Mike Marini on a job very well done. He just continues to impress us, I think, across the board with some of the things he comes up with. And of course, that's under the guidance and the tutelage of Neil Everson. So their department, I wanted to highlight their efforts in that regard in keeping a strong connection between him.
Madam Deputy Mayor, a question of General Manager Davis and then 2 quick public service announcements. So, Jerry, all of us have been hearing about the potholes across our city, still freezing temperatures out there. Your crews are doing a yeoman's job overall, getting us through the winter operations. But now, between frozen pipes and potholes, those are the 2 main complaints I'm getting. Jerry, whatever the crews are doing currently, it doesn't seem to be sticking long. So maybe you can explain to the viewing public what exactly are crews doing, what is it that's kind of hampering them, and what's hopefully the long-term plan once the warm weather breaks. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Jackson. You're absolutely right. The level of activity for potholes this winter has been exponential to previous years. And it continues with the extreme weather, but also with the freeze and thaw that we're having. Right now, we know the frost is anywhere from 5 to 7 feet in the ground. So, we have extraordinary number of main breaks as well, which is contributing to the road problems. What we're doing is we're filling the defects in the road, but again, because the base is frozen and the cold temperature, it probably lasts 2 to 3 days, and we're back doing it. And it's simply, we're using cold patch, and we have our asphalt recycling. So what we're doing is the crews. We have 9 hot boxes that we're deploying. They're working overtime, and as soon as the weather clears up, they'll be working Saturdays on it. One of the things we want to keep is call in the potholes. I mean the community out there. Let us know where when they're there. Call the 546 city, and we'll work on it. What we want to do is get to the asphalt. The plants generally don't open till the end of April. Mid-May. So, we're doing everything we can with our crews and the resources that are available. But it is, as I said, it's the patches going in now aren't lasting. There's Burlington Street's a good example where we have to go back almost every second day because of the trucks there. So the crews are all deployed. We're paying them overtime, and they're working on Saturdays to continue with it. And then we got to get the asphalt plants open. We're looking at putting together, depending, because the frost isn't out of the ground yet, so that it's going to manifest itself even more. We're looking at a program that will bring to committee, similar to how we do the neighborhood preservation program. We may have to propose something similar to asphalt. It wouldn't be for potholes, but more of a like just a it's not a shave and pave, just to skim over it to address the issues. But we'll come back with that. We anticipate, it's going to get worse before it gets better based on the weather patterns and, the Regional Public Works Commissioners of Ontario. The Sudburys right down to the Windsors are all in the same situation. So we have a plan to keep going right now, and we're going to come back with a what we think is similar to our pavement strategy we do with neighborhoods addressing potholes. Thank you.
Jerry, thank you very much for that thorough answer and explanation. So, Jerry, our hope is that you keep just kind of patching up whatever you can, even if it's lasting only a few days. The public hopefully is understanding why it's only lasting a few days, given still the freezing cold temperatures. Jerry, I heard you say end of April. We normally start up the asphalt machines. You engage other suppliers and contractors. If we get a break in, Madam Deputy Mayor, get a darn good, warm, early April and sustained, any chance, Jerry, you can get to do the smooth paving sooner, or is end of April kind of like your time frame? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, so the end of April, middle of May is when the asphalt plants open. So that's the Lafarge, Dufferin, the Rankins, all the aggregate companies. That's when they open their plants. So we need, once they're open, we'll then start working with them to get the material. In the meantime, we're using our own asphalt recycler in that and getting materials where we can. So the main product that we need the industry to open up the plant so we can get going.
Okay, Jerry, thank you. Maybe, Madam Deputy Mayor, the next council meeting, April 9th. Jerry, could I just kind of give you a little 2 weeks, put you on notice, maybe any further update April 9th you could automatically bring council would be appreciated. Madam Deputy Mayor, 2 quick public service announcements. Ruby Amog and her committee tomorrow night, Thursday, March 27th, putting on their 2nd annual Immigrant Culture and Art Association Gala fundraising dinner. It's at Carmen's, 6 o'clock. I'm going to drop in. I encourage many people to come. She's doing a great job, and we'll have a wide spectrum of ethno-cultural groups represented. Of course, she's from the Filipino community. And April is official time to team up to clean up across our community. Great volunteers, thousands of them. Councillor Collins and I are honored to serve on the Keep Hamilton Clean and Green Committee, along with Chairman Larry Husak and a bunch of volunteers that have donated their time. Phil Hamersky, key staff person, and I've got 2 dynamite leadership volunteers in my community between Greg Lenko and Chris Eklund that are going to lead the way and provide foods and services and get armies of volunteers out to clean up in my area, especially around the Albion Falls area, and look forward to all the cleanups. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Duval, please.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And to the viewers out there and the residents on Thompson, Imelda, and Helga Courts, we'll be receiving letters next week in the mail stating that the construction will start March 31st, probably going for a couple months. those 3 courts, Madam Chair, will be getting new water main service and water service installation right up to the curbside, new catch basins at various locations on the street, the installation of new sidewalks, curbs, and road restoration, private driveway and curb restorations at the back of the new sidewalk. So this was all planned from last year and been paid for by the area rating money that was approved. And another one good news story is that every year we have Super Saturday in Hamilton, which has to deal with the minor hockey teams. And in Ward 7, we've always helped at Lawfield Arena with neighbor to neighbor asking people to drop off food items. This year was a total success, and the residents there and our staff that helped organize it handed out a check for $1,000 and 183 pounds of food, which was very, very grateful of them. However, in another arena that finally participated in this for the first time to shut out hunger was Inch Park. And Doug Faraway, that's from neighbor to neighbor, went up there and he looked at me. It was a small box, and he said, "I guess we didn't advertise this very well." And the guy says, "Well, you here to pick up the food because I got a whole room of it in the back here." And he was just devastated that he couldn't understand there was so much kindness that was given in a short term of notice that he had to jam his car and ask for another car with his son to unload it. And they came out to 626 pounds of food for the very first time. A lot of this had to do with the hard work of one of our city staff, Brad Jackson, who basically did this all on his own, calling people, arranging everything, making sure everything was put aside. So kudos to everybody, and I'm really very happy that Ward 7 stepped up to the plate again. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I got a number of questions to Jerry Davis. CBC just did a story. There was a notice provided by the city manager relative to waste collection. And now there's a story out in CBC. It was released, I guess, an hour ago. The work was done by my understanding, the investigation was done by the Spectator. So can you just shed some light since it's a public conversation?
Jerry?
So through the chair, the investigation was done by a reporter at the Spectator who we met with, Chris Murray, Mike Kirkopoulos, and myself, met with him on Friday regarding the analysis that he provided to us. From that, what I did on Friday, I sent a notice, an information update to council regarding the issues that were discussed and that was provided to us by the Spectator reporter.
And my understanding is it's whether we're getting value for service. I guess apparently our drivers were followed over a period of time. Is that true?
Through the chair, that's correct. The reporter provided us details of the investigations that he had taken with respect to the trucks and at the different locations where the trucks go over scales to dump their loads. And he did it over a period, I believe there was 12 instances where it was provided.
And have we had an opportunity now to do our own investigation and conclude what is transpiring in that yard?
Through the chair, well, we're in the process of reviewing that now with regards to the information that we were provided.
And that report update will be coming back to this council?
Through the chair, that's correct. When we have it
so I think we'll leave it at that for now, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Put it out there. Let staff report back relative to the investigation. I have a couple announcements. First of all, I want to thank, on Saturday I had my Westcliff Constituency Day, probably one of the best attended ones I've had. In fact, it wasn't even a moment to take a break, and we did the best we can, two of us, to deal with the issues and listen to what they have to say. And here's a comment that was overwhelmingly consistent through the Westcliff Mall Constituency Day. is that they thought that this council overall, and this is a general theme, is doing a great job. It wasn't about me, it was about council, which I told them I would share with council, and that's what I'm doing. The overwhelming response I got at Westcliff Mall is they thought this council was doing a darn good job. So I passed it on. There are some always individual issues that come up. Last night I had another meeting regarding the snow pilot program. Well, it's dead. Buchanan Park listened to it, the residents, and decided that it was too complex and something that but they thanked me for bringing it forward as an innovative way of looking at dealing with sidewalks. And a number of other discussions took place, and I alluded to that earlier in regards to the bike lane issue. But I want to thank each and every one of those individuals that came out to the community meeting as well. I also want to announce that the long-awaited Blossom Lane traffic survey meeting will be held on Wednesday, April 2nd at the Hamilton Courtyard Marriott on Upper James Street at 7 o'clock to 9 p.m. in the Lancaster Room. I look forward to sharing the results with the residents of the Kernigan neighborhood. I would also like to advise that I will be hosting my monthly constituency day at Westcliff Mall on Saturday, April 5th from 12 to 3. I would also like to add, as the calendar advises, as it is now spring, you never know it, I would like to take this opportunity to thank staff from our yards east and west, as well as our water, wastewater staff, for all their hard work during this exceptionally difficult winter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And just a couple of quick announcements from me. I just want to offer congratulations to Mark Visiting and his family. He's now with the Phoenix Coyotes. And that's something that we're very proud of. All of our athletes from Flamborough, we have quite a few of them that are very successful. But I wanted to recognize Mark, and I want to recognize his family and his mom and dad, who spent all those years driving him to practices, and we all know what that's about. And just very quickly, last night I had the pleasure of hosting a public meeting where we launched and introduced the new artificial ice rink, which is actually an ice loop that is going to be built at Waterdowns Memorial Park. It's the first one in the city. There's only 2 others that are existing, and one in Etobicoke and I believe one in Ottawa. It was designed by our staff, and it's in partnership with the Waterdown Rotary Club, who are putting $1 million towards it, and we have matched it. As a city, it was approved in the budget last year, and I want to thank staff who have worked incredibly hard to, with the Rotary members, to bring this forward. It will be built this summer, completed in the fall, and open for skating in November. And it's a year-round, so artificial ice rink for skating in the winter, and in the summer, rollerblading, basketball, and a variety of other, kids on their tricycles can go on it. So really, very proud of the community. And in fact, it's the first public meeting I've had. We had about 100 people, and staff did just a fabulous job of putting on the displays. But I actually had a couple of residents who, they come to my meetings and typically have something critical to offer, some suggestions. And the one fellow put his hands up and he said, I don't see anything negative here. I don't see anything bad. Why are you holding a public meeting if I can't complain about something? And that was actually quite funny and ended up in the article that Dan Nolan wrote. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that. And next, I need a motion. Pardon me? Pardon me? That's coming from the Waterdown Rotary Club. And the gentleman who is a member there, Mr. Patrick McNally, is an extremely generous donor to the Rotary, and very private man. He doesn't want the recognition. He doesn't want to be the center of attention, but he's certainly been instrumental as a member of the Rotary Club of Waterdown, and they're just a tremendous family and tremendous group. Now, may I have a motion to move into closed session? Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Pursuant to subsection 8.1c and f of the city's procedural bylaw and section 2392 of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as the subject matter pertains to C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, respecting acquisition of property in Ward 8, item 10.3, and F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, respecting a labor relations matter, respecting the Carpenters Union, item 10.2. Councillor Johnson?
I'm sorry, I didn't know we were going in to talk about the Carpenters Union. If we do that at the very end, that would be great, because I have to declare a conflict again, please.
All right, thank you. And so, members of the public, if you do not have any direct relation to this, I'll ask you to leave the room, and we'll move into closed session, please. Thank you.